Chapter 1: The Mysterious Bronze Tripod. In the Sichuan continent, Qingfeng Mountain. This is a small mountain located in the northern frontier of the continent. At the foot of the mountain lies a small village named Lusu Village, filled with willow trees. In summer, the sky is filled with floating willow catkins, hence the name. The village is not large, but it houses over 100 families. The villagers mainly rely on hunting and farming for their livelihood. They may not be rich, but they are free from worries about food and clothing. At the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, there are two figures, one large and one small, one old and one young. They are dressed in simple linen clothes, the elder appearing to be over 50, while the younger looks to be just over 10. Both carry a basket on their backs, filled with various herbs of odd shapes and sizes. This is a typical day for Lin Yuan, who accompanies his grandfather to gather herbs in the mountains. This lifestyle has been his routine since he was 5 years old. For 5 generations, the Lin family has been involved in medicine, with his grandfather being the only doctor in the village. However, this lineage was broken with Lin Yuan's father. Lin Yuan's father did not want to be a doctor, he preferred blacksmithing, and became the village blacksmith, which greatly displeased his grandfather, who almost severed their father-son relationship. But over time, he came to terms with it. Having lost faith in his son, his grandfather instead placed his hopes on his grandson Lin Yuan, wanting him to inherit the family legacy. Lin Yuan did not disappoint him. He began learning to read at the age of 3 and started gathering herbs with his grandfather at 5, showing extraordinary talent in medicine at a young age. This made his grandfather very happy. Every time he mentioned his grandson, he would beam with joy, in stark contrast to his father's reputation. Today, on a whim, we gathered herbs for an extra hour. Yuan, are you tired? Lin Wuwei asked Lin Yuan kindly. I'm not tired, I'm used to it, Lin Yuan replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead and shaking his head. Lin Wuwei nodded in satisfaction. You're much better than your useless father. Look at him, always working bare-chested at the forge. Our Lin family has been in medicine for 5 generations. Your great-grandfather even treated the county magistrate. Your father has brought shame to our family. Lin Wuwei gritted his teeth, looking frustrated. Lin Yuan showed no reaction to these words. He had heard them since childhood. At just 11 years old, Lin Yuan's maturity surpasses that of his peers, likely due to a different educational experience compared to other village children. While other children ran around naked, he was already learning to read with his grandfather. While others were climbing trees, he was accompanying his grandfather to the city to treat patients. Thus, Lin Yuan was one of the few children in the village who had seen the world. Although he showed remarkable talent in medicine, Lin Yuan's dream was not to become a doctor. During visits to the city with his grandfather, he had heard tales from storytellers about a group of people called cultivators. These cultivators could ride clouds, fly, and achieve immortality, living in harmony with the universe. It all sounded fantastical. Lin Yuan was fascinated and always asked his grandfather to take him to listen to stories whenever they went to the city. Lin Wuwei was happy to oblige as a knowledgeable man. He wanted Lin Yuan to broaden his horizons and experience the world. Lin Yuan's name was given by his grandfather, hoping he would be well-educated and one day have the opportunity to leave their small village and live in the city, which would elevate their family's status. Lin Yuan harbored this dream secretly, never voicing it, as he felt it was too unrealistic for the villagers, and he doubted his grandfather would approve. When the two returned home, his grandfather opened the yard gate, and the scent of herbs wafted over. The yard was filled not only with dried herbs, but also some that his grandfather had grown himself. After placing the basket down, Lin Wuwei's first task was to inspect the herbs, checking for pests, and ensuring the dried herbs were up to standard before entering the house. Upon entering, he saw a middle-aged woman sitting on a chair sewing, cradling a baby in her arms. As soon as Lin Wuwei entered, the woman looked up and smiled. Father, you're back. Lin Wuwei nodded. Is that boy back yet? De Zhuang took a job making shovels in the neighboring village today, so he might be late. Useless. Lin Wuwei shook his head and walked toward the inner room. The woman had grown accustomed to this dynamic. Lin Yuan approached her and gently touched the baby's face, saying, Mother, the baby has such a small face. Your brother is not even 6 months old. Of course, he's small. I hope he grows up quickly so I can take him to the city to play. When your brother grows up, you must protect him well and not let him get bullied, his mother advised. I will, Lin Yuan nodded. That night, the family had a simple dinner. After eating, Lin Yuan told his parents he was going out to play. They reminded him not to return too late, and he happily agreed before running outside. However, Lin Yuan did not go out to play, but instead walked to a hidden cave, covered by various weeds. He pushed aside the weeds and crawled inside. Upon entering the cave, Lin Yuan arrived at a stone platform, skillfully sitting down. He pulled aside his shirt to reveal a mark on his left chest that resembled a bronze tripod. Lin Yuan gazed at the mark, recalling the events of a year ago. It was May of last year when Lin Yuan was playing alone at the foot of the mountain and stumbled upon this cave. Curiosity led him inside, where it was pitch black. Despite his fear, he ventured deeper until he discovered a spot where light shone through. Upon closer inspection, he found the stone platform with a small bronze tripod on it. Overjoyed, he fantasized that this might be a divine artifact left by a senior cultivator. When he reached for the tripod, something miraculous happened. As soon as Lin Yuan touched the tripod, he was pulled into its inner space, which resembled a cave. It was small, containing a stone bed, a stone table, and a stone chair. The most astonishing feature was a small waterfall and a lake outside the cave, which left Lin Yuan in awe. He approached the stone table and discovered 2 jade slips. Opening the first jade slip, a refreshing sensation surged into his mind, and a wealth of information flooded his thoughts. Chapter 2: The Space Inside the Tripod. It turned out that this bronze tripod was called the 9-turn Qian Kuan tripod, and it contained its own space, with spiritual energy more abundant than that outside. However, this was not the most important part. The crucial aspect was that if plants were grown inside the tripod and watered with its unique spring water, they would grow 300 times more effectively than outside. This meant that a plant growing in the tripod's world for 1 year would be equivalent to over 300 years in the outside world, which greatly shocked Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, the time inside the tripod was the same as that outside if Lin Yuan cultivated for a year inside. A year would pass outside as well. It was the unique soil and water within the tripod that accelerated the growth of herbs. This function is indeed magical, but it doesn't have much significance for him at the moment, as he usually goes up the mountain to gather herbs, and his family has planted quite a few medicinal materials, so he doesn't need hundreds of years' worth of herbs. When he opened the second jade slip, he felt its effect was even more enticing than the first one. That the second jade slip contained a cultivation method called the 9 transformations of the universe technique, which was divided into 9 layers, each looking incredibly mystical. To practice this 9 transformations technique, one must combine it with the 9 transformations cauldron. Lin Yuan glanced at the content of the technique. Although he found it confusing, he wouldn't give up on this potential method to realize his dream of cultivating immortality, so he directly began to practice. As time went by, he increasingly felt the profundity of the technique. He practiced diligently for an entire year, but to his disappointment, he still hadn't succeeded in mastering the first layer. However, during this year, he felt that his physical abilities had improved significantly. Whether it was his stamina, memory, vision, or hearing, all had undergone tremendous changes. Now he could spot insects on leaves a mile away at a glance. After Lin Yuan first emerged from the cauldron's space, the small cauldron suddenly flew towards him. Caught off guard, the cauldron directly imprinted on his chest and entered his body, which scared Lin Yuan greatly. He checked his body multiple times and found that aside from the mark left on his chest, there was nothing else different, which made him feel relieved. In the following days, Lin Yuan practiced the 9 transformations of the universe technique while studying the small cauldron. He discovered that there were 2 ways to enter the cauldron. One was to physically enter it, which required him to summon the cauldron and expose it outside. The other was to enter with his spiritual consciousness, which allowed him to practice the technique without revealing the cauldron. However, in this case, he couldn't bring anything from the outside in. Only his consciousness could enter. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, Lin Yuan began to channel his consciousness into the cauldron. In the cauldron's world, he placed the 9 transformations of the universe technique in front of him and started to practice. Lin Yuan felt a cool sensation flowing through his meridians, but he just couldn't break through the bottleneck of the first layer of the technique. An hour passed, and Lin Yuan sighed. It's still not working. This technique is indeed too difficult. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. However, it was getting late, and if he returned too late, his family would worry. Lin Yuan wrapped his clothes tightly around him to cover the mark on his chest and crawled out of the cave. That night, Lin Yuan lay alone in bed, gazing at the moon outside the window, wondering what the outside world was like, what kinds of people there were, and what immortal beings looked like. With these questions in mind, Lin Yuan fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the family had a simple breakfast, a bowl of millet porridge, and a hot steamed bun. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Dog Sheng, come out to play. As soon as Lin Yuan heard that voice, he knew it was Dan coming to find him. Lin Yuan glanced at his mother. Go ahead, but don't be too late coming back. His mother waved him off. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded and went out the door to the entrance. A little boy with a small braid at the back of his head was holding a wooden sword. When he saw Lin Yuan, he waved his arms excitedly to greet him. Dog Sheng, look, this is the wooden sword I made myself. Isn't it cool? Dan, whose real name was Wu Yong, was the son of the village carpenter. He had inherited his father's talent and was gifted in woodworking. Lin Yuan was immediately drawn to the wooden sword in Dan's hand and excitedly ran over. Let me see. Hey, wait a minute. You can play with my wooden sword, but, Dan said, spreading one hand out, asking for something. Lin Yuan naturally knew what he wanted and said, wait a second, then turned around to grab 2 red peaches from the basket under the eaves. Is this what you want? When Dan saw the red fruit, his eyes sparkled, and he ran over to Lin Yuan. Yes. Sweet peaches, my favorite. Dan took 1 peach and bit into it without washing it, and a cool, sweet juice flowed into his mouth, making him feel incredibly happy. Delicious, Dan mumbled while munching. Lin Yuan shook his head. He also took a bite of his peach, and the sweet juice flowed into his mouth, feeling quite refreshing. Eating one of these in the hot summer was truly blissful. Is there another one? Give me another, Dan said, still feeling unsatisfied after finishing his peach. That's all. Let's hurry and go. Saying this, Lin Yuan pushed Dan out, not because he had no more peaches, but because he wanted to save the remaining ones for his parents to enjoy together in the evening. Disappointed, Dan left, and Lin Yuan took the wooden sword from him. The 2 boys played around the village center, swinging their swords wherever they went, leaving no grass unscathed. Just as they were having fun, someone from the village was ringing a gong and shouting, Attention, attention! Everyone bring your children to the village chief's house. The village chief has something to discuss with everyone. Attention, attention! Lin Yuan and Dan, unsure of what was happening, went up to ask, Uncle Lu, what's going on? The one ringing the gong looked at the 2 children and said, The village chief said an immortal master has come to our village. I forgot which sect he belongs to, but he asked all the children under 16 to come over. The immortal master wants to take in disciples. Immortal master? What kind of immortal master? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. I don't know either. That's what the village chief said. You'll find out when you go and see, Uncle Lu replied, continuing to ring the gong and shout. Should we go take a look? Dan asked Lin Yuan. Let's go see, Lin Yuan replied. The 2 children then ran toward the village chief's house. On the way, Lin Yuan kept thinking that the immortal master Uncle Lu mentioned might be the cultivator the storyteller in the city had talked about. When they arrived at the village chief's house, the entrance was already crowded with people. Lin Yuan and Dan squeezed their way in, and once inside, Lin Yuan immediately spotted his father in the front row of the crowd. Lin Yuan walked over. Dad, you're here too. Lin Zhuang, seeing his son, replied, I was just about to go home when I heard someone shouting over here. I wanted to go back and call you, but you came by yourself. Dad, what's this about an immortal master? Have you seen him? No, I just got here too. The village chief hasn't come out yet. Just as the father and son were talking, the door of the village chief's house opened. An old man dressed in coarse clothing, looking to be over 60 and somewhat hunched, pushed the door open and respectfully invited out an immortal-looking elder with white hair. Chapter 3. The Immortal Master in the Village. The old man appeared to be older than the village chief, likely over 80, yet he seemed vibrant and lively, feeling even more energetic than a man in his 30s. Master Chun, please, the village chief said, stroking his beard as he stepped forward, scanning the crowd with an air of authority. This moment, the villagers were murmuring among themselves, unsure of the background of this immortal master, but seeing his demeanor, they couldn't help but feel respect for him. Ahem, quiet, quiet. Everyone listen to me, the village chief said after clearing his throat. Younger people might know less about this, but the older generation should have heard of it. Over 60 years ago, a celestial master came to our village and took a 10-year-old prodigy from our village as his disciple. Later, that prodigy joined the celestial master's sect and, under the guidance of many celestial masters, became a celestial master himself. The prodigy taken by the celestial master 60 years ago is the celestial master beside me now. Upon hearing the village chief's words, the villagers began to discuss among themselves again. Is it true? Our village actually produced a celestial master. It seems to be true. I remember my grandfather telling me about it, but I didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect it to be real. Really? Then why hasn't our village become famous? All right, everyone quiet down. Master Chen furrowed his brow and said, Everyone shut up. Master Chen has something to say. The village chief shouted to the crowd below. Everyone fell silent. This time, I come in the name of my sect to select talented individuals for the path of immortality, which is why I gathered you all here. If you have any boys under the age of 16, you can bring them to me for evaluation. If they have spiritual roots, I can take them away to it will not only be the glory of the village, but also of your family. Master Chen stroked his beard, slightly raising his chin, exuding an air of an extraordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers eagerly urged their children to come forward to be evaluated. Don't rush. Line up properly, or the celestial master won't look at you. The village chief shouted from the back. Some parents brought their children to line up directly, while others who hadn't brought their children hurried back home to fetch them. Lin Yuan glanced at his father. Go on, let's line up and give it a try, his father encouraged him. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded, feeling a bit excited inside. The village chief brought over a chair and respectfully placed it beside Master Chen. Master Chen sat on the chair and began to hold the wrists of the children in line one by one, but soon shook his head in disappointment. Next, after a series of more than 10 children, Master Chen shook his head in disappointment. Until he encountered a handsome, bright-eyed, and lively little boy, Master Chen's expression changed slightly, and he smiled. Good, good, good. Master Chen repeated the word good 3 times while nodding continuously. He asked the boy, What's your name? My name is Xiang Linfei. The boy showed no signs of shyness, which made Master Chen like him even more. Whose son is this? Master, this is my son. A couple stepped forward from the crowd. When they heard Master Chen say good 3 times, they knew their son had been selected and felt that their family would soon have a celestial master. Master Chen looked at the couple. Do you both agree to let your child join my sect? Absolutely. It's our family's honor for our child to be chosen by the celestial master. How could we possibly refuse? Master Chen nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Xiang Linfei. Do you agree? I agree. Thank you, Master Chen. Xiang Linfei nodded firmly and then knelt to bow to Master Chen. Master Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling that this child was very likable. A child worth teaching, good. Then you can stand beside me. After saying this, Xiang Linfei walked to stand behind Master Chen. His parents were incredibly excited. Seeing their son so promising changed the way they looked at others, as if their family had suddenly risen in status, and the villagers looked at the Xiang family with envy. The old Xiang family is impressive. Their child was chosen by the celestial master. The old Xiang will be proud from now on. Lin Yuan looked at Xiang Linfei. Xiang Linfei's parents were just ordinary farmers in the village. Nothing special, but Xiang Linfei was indeed the smartest among this batch of children. He had always been quick-witted when talking to adults, as they say in local dialect. This child was clever from a young age. Before long, it was Erdan's turn. Master Chen held Erdan's hand and nodded. Not bad. What's your name? My name is Wu Yong. My dad hopes I can be brave like him, so he gave me this name. Wu Yong's response felt a bit silly, contrasting with Xiang Linfei. Where are your parents? Wu Yong looked back and said, My dad and mom haven't come yet. Master Chen furrowed his brow and glanced back at the village chief. Master Chen, I will go get Wu Yong's parents right away. Hurry up. Yes, master, you go call Wu Yong's parents. The village chief pointed at someone. Master Chen looked at Wu Yong. You can stand behind me for now. Yes, master. Wu Yong nodded and stepped aside. After 3 more children who were not selected, it was finally Lin Yuan's turn. Master Chen held Lin Yuan's wrist. Master Chen frowned slightly, opened his eyes, and looked at Lin Yuan. Not bad. Are your parents here? They're here. Here, I'm his dad. Lin Yuan hurriedly walked up. Master, is my son selected? Master Chen nodded. Do you agree to let your child go with me to the sect for training? Well, Lin Yuan hesitated a bit. What's the matter? You don't agree? Master Chen frowned and asked. Not that, master. This child has been raised by his grandfather since he was little, and all the family matters are decided by his grandfather, so I need to ask him first. Humph. A 7-foot man who can't even be the head of his family. All right, hurry and ask. Master Chen waved his hand, visibly displeased. Okay, he'll go right away. Lin Yuan ran back home immediately. What's your name? Lin Yuan. Nice name. Who gave it to you? My grandfather. Good, go stand behind me. Okay, thank you, master. Lin Yuan simply cupped his hands and walked over. The 3 children began to chat softly behind. Dogsheng, that's great. Both of us were chosen. Erdan said excitedly. Lin Yuan nodded. And you, Delinzi, you seem to be the one the master likes the most. Impressive. Just lucky, just lucky. From now on, we're brothers in the same village. If anyone does well, they must take care of each other. No problem, they'll definitely look out for both of you. Wu Yong grinned foolishly, looking quite pleased with himself. Before long, all the children had been evaluated, and only 3 were chosen. No more children caught Master Chen's eye after that. Master Chen looked at the 3 of them and nodded in satisfaction. I didn't expect this small Yanglu village could produce 3 children with spiritual roots. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 4, Leaving Home, Entering the Wanjian Sect. Lin's house. When Lin Zhuang told Lin Wuwei about this matter, Lin Wuwei absolutely refused to agree. However, when they asked Lin Yuan for his opinion, the answer he gave made Lin Wuwei fall into a gloomy state, locking himself in his room. The whole day, Lin Wuwei did not come out. Perhaps he couldn't bear the thought of Lin Yuan leaving, and during this time, the family went to knock on the door but received no response. Early the next morning, Lin's mother had packed his luggage. Lin Zhuang took 2 bundles and led Lin Yuan out the door. Just as Lin Yuan was leaving, he glanced back at his grandfather's room but resolutely walked out. This might be his only chance to fulfill his wish. Although he was very reluctant to leave his family, it would not hinder him from achieving his dream. As the 2 were about to step out of the door, Lin's mother called out in front of Lin Wuwei's room, "Dad, Xiao Yuan and Zhuang have left. Aren't you coming to see them off?" Hearing this, there was a commotion inside the house, and Lin Wuwei rushed out. "Yuaner," he shouted towards the outside from the doorway. Lin Yuan and Lin Zhuang turned back simultaneously. "Grandpa." Lin Wuwei hurried over and squatted down. "Yuaner, it's not that Grandpa doesn't want you to go. I hope you can achieve great things in the future and become a successful child, but I also know how tough it is outside. I'm afraid you will suffer." Lin Wuwei's voice was choked with emotion. They say there's a special bond between grandparents and grandchildren, and it was fully on display here. He tightly grasped Lin Yuan's shoulders, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally understood his grandfather's feelings. He could no longer hold back and threw himself into his grandfather's arms, crying bitterly. Beside them, Lin Zhuang was equally heartbroken. As Lin Yuan's father, he didn't want his child to leave home at such a young age. However, Lin Zhuang knew that if Lin Yuan only stayed by his side, he would at most become a doctor in the village. While there was nothing wrong with being a doctor, Lin Zhuang still hoped Lin Yuan could see the outside world. After a while, the emotions of the 3 stabilized a bit, and it was time to set off. If they didn't leave soon, Master Chun would probably be gone. At this moment, Lin Wuwei took out a yellow cloth-wrapped item from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. "Yuaner, this is something I received from a person I saved when I was young and traveled as a wandering doctor. Keep it well and study hard. It might be useful for you." Lin Yuan took the wrapped item and wanted to open it. "Don't look at it now. You can check it out later when you have the chance. For now, hurry over. It would be bad if Master Chen leaves," Lin Wuwei urged. "Okay, Grandpa." Lin Yuan nodded and put the item in his luggage. The family sent Lin Yuan off together. They arrived at the village chief's house, where 2 horse-drawn carriages were already parked in front. Wu Yong and Xiang Linfei's families had also arrived at the village chief's house, both of them packed with 3 or 4 bundles of luggage, looking particularly heavy, while their parents gave them instructions to AT this time. Master Chun had just walked out of the village chief's house. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, he did not seem surprised and simply said, "You're here, good. Everyone get on." Then Master Chun walked briskly to one of the carriages. "Father, mother, grandpa, I'm leaving now." Lin Yuan looked back at his family. At this moment, tears welled up in the eyes of the family again, and his parents and grandfather kept advising Lin Yuan. "The outside world is not like the village. Be careful not to cause trouble and give Master any trouble. Be more cautious outside, and be patient when you encounter things. When I was young and went out, I was often bullied. Just stay away from those who bully you. Don't confront them. There are many desperate people outside. Be sure to pay attention to your safety, child." Lin Yuan bit his lip, holding back tears as he nodded. "Hurry up, it's time to set off," the coachman urged. The 3 children were lifted onto the carriage by their fathers, waving goodbye to their families as the parents followed them to the village outskirts. The carriage moved on, and soon they were far from the village. The 3 children were initially not accustomed to it. Feeling a sense of emptiness, this was their true departure from home. Lin Yuan had been to the city with his grandfather before, but Wu Yong had never left the village, making him the one who cried the hardest among the 3. Alright, stop crying. We are out now, let's learn our skills well. Once we learn enough, we'll go back home. Our families are waiting for us to bring honor to them. Xiang Linfei wiped his tears and was the first to pull himself out of sadness. At this moment, Lin Yuan truly admired Xiang Linfei. If you were to say who had the best character in the village, it was indeed Xiang Linfei. It was his first time going far away, and although he had not traveled as much as Lin Yuan, he was the first to adapt. After 5 days of travel, they passed through towns and forests. Master Chun had visited their carriage twice, telling them some information about his sect. Master Chin's sect was called Wanjianmen, and from the name, one could guess that it was best known for its swordsmanship. Wanjianmen had been established for over 300 years and was the largest sect within a few hundred miles, receiving many offerings from mortals. Wanjianmen also protected the safety of several nearby cities. According to Master Chun, Wanjianmen was divided into inner and outer sections. Since Lin Yuan and the others were newcomers, they could only enter the outer sect at first. However, as long as they performed well and were selected by the sect master, they could enter the inner sect, at which point their status and identity would be completely different. At this point, Master Chun showed a hint of envy on his face, and Lin Yuan felt that Master Chun was likely an outer sect disciple. 3 days later, they arrived at a place called Tsulin Mountain. According to Master Chun, this mountain was the location of Wanjianmen. Upon reaching their destination, Master Chun called the 3 children out. As Lin Yuan stepped out, he saw a high staircase leading from the foot of the mountain to halfway up. This is our Wanjianmen. Master Chun lightly stroked his beard, looking up at the mountain with pride in his eyes. As they arrived, 2 young men came down from the mountain. Upon seeing the 2 young men, Master Chun immediately became respectful. Greetings, 2 senior brothers. Master Chun clasped his hands in greeting to the 2. Lin Yuan felt a bit puzzled at this scene. An elderly man who looked to be in his 80s was bowing to 2 young men who appeared to be under 30. It felt somewhat incongruous in his eyes that as the 2 approached, they did not pay much attention to Master Chun, but instead focused their gaze on Lin Yuan and the other 2 children. Chen Erniu, are these the children you brought from your hometown? Master Chun smiled and replied, yes, I brought them from my old home. Senior brothers, my hometown is quite remarkable. 3 children with spiritual roots emerged at once. The 2 senior brothers nodded. This time the sect was recruiting, and Chun Erniu indeed brought the most children. Good, come with me, one of them said, nodding and turning to head up the mountain. Lin Yuan and the other 2 exchanged glances with Master Chun, who immediately urged, did you not hear what the senior brothers said? Hurry up and follow them. Oh, the 3 nodded and followed behind the 2. Chapter 5. The 3 children test their spiritual roots. Halfway through the journey, Wu Yong and Xiang Linfei collapsed on the ground, sitting on the stone steps, drenched in sweat. Lin Yuan was slightly better off, as he had often accompanied his grandfather to the mountains to gather herbs, making this trek not too difficult for him. The senior brother, leading the way, turned to look at the 3 children. These kids can't even handle this bit of walking. There will be more exhausting challenges waiting for you in the future. If you can't endure this little fatigue, how can you cultivate immortality? Hurry up. The senior brother's voice was very authoritative, leaving no room for rebuttal. Did you hear that? Get up. Master Chun gritted his teeth and shouted at them. Helpless. Xiang Linfei and Wu Yong could only stand up again, while Lin Yuan, also sweating profusely, continued walking. Finally, they reached the last level of the stone steps, and the 3 children collapsed on the ground. Lin Yuan sat there panting, feeling inexplicably more exhausted from climbing the stone steps than he had ever felt going up the mountain before. Xiang Linfei and Wu Yong lay flat on the ground, completely spent. Finally, we're here, Lin Yuan said, looking at the majestic gate of the sect before him, with a stone plaque hanging above it bearing the large characters, Wanjianmen. Lu Shixiao, my task is complete now that I've brought these 3 children here, Master Chen said, cupping his hands towards Lu Jiangfei. Understood, Lu Jiangfei replied, tossing out 3 wooden tokens. Go to the Gongye Pavilion to collect your rewards. Thank you, Lu Shixiao. Master Chun smiled brightly, cupped his hands, and then entered Wanjianmen. Seeing the 3 exhausted children, Lu Jiangfei shook his head helplessly. However, these 3 were not too bad. After all, he remembered that he hadn't even made it to the end during his first ascent to the mountain. Lu Jiangfei picked up Xiang Linfei and Wu Yong, one on each side, and turned to Lin Yuan. You seem to be a bit stronger than them. Can you walk? Lin Yuan leaned on the ground with his palm and stood up. I can. Then come along. Lin Yuan followed Lu Jiangfei into Wanjianmen, where he saw many fellow disciples dressed in uniform attire, practicing with swords. To his astonishment, he even saw someone standing on a sword, soaring through the sky. Lin Yuan looked up with envy, thinking, so this is what the storytellers mean by flying with a sword. It's simply too cool. Are you envious? Lu Jiangfei suddenly asked. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. If you're envious, then train hard. If you're lucky in a few decades, you might also establish your foundation. By then, flying with a sword will be commonplace. I will definitely train hard, Lin Yuan said, his eyes filled with infinite longing. Under Lu Jiangfei's guidance, the three of them finally arrived at the Spirit Root Identification Pavilion. Lu Jiangfei set Xiang Linfei and Wu Yong down, and at this point, they had also rested enough. The three of them stood outside the pavilion, their legs still trembling slightly. Lu Jiangfei cupped his hands towards the pavilion, saying, Elder, Disciple Lu Jiangfei has brought new disciples for Spirit Root Identification. Come in, an elderly voice came from within the pavilion. Yes, Lu Jiangfei walked in first, opening the door to find an old man with white hair and beard, looking somewhat frail, sitting on a cushion. The old man had his eyes closed and exuded an air of a transcendent being, embodying a sense of immortality, even more profound than that of Master Chun. Lin Yuan estimated the old man to be over 100 years old. Lu Jiangfei cupped his hands again. Elder Hu, these three are newly admitted disciples. Elder Hu slowly opened his eyes, scanning the three children and nodding. Not bad, three newcomers at once. This year's new disciples of Wanjianmen are indeed impressive. Come here and let me see your spirit roots. Go on, Lu Jiangfei nudged Xiang Linfei, who quickly ran over to Elder Hu. Elder, my name is Xiang Linfei. I'm 11 years old, and my home is in Liushu village. Xiang Linfei introduced himself to Elder Hu. All right, no need to say so much. Sit down and give me your hand. Oh, Xiang Linfei immediately extended his hand. Elder Hu took out a crystal ball about the size of a fist and placed it in Xiang Linfei's hand. Upon contact, the crystal ball emitted green and blue colors. Elder Hu showed a surprised smile and nodded immediately. Not bad. Really not bad. Water and with dual spirit roots. Good. Elder Hu stroked his beard, smiling and nodding. All right, this child has good spirit roots. Inform the disciple in charge to take good care of him. Yes, Elder, Lu Jiangfei replied, his eyes showing a hint of envy. If only he could also have dual spirit roots, he might have already entered the inner sect. All right, child, stand aside for now. Let me see your companion's spirit roots. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Xiang Linfei nodded gratefully and stepped aside. You come here, Elder Hu pointed at Wu Yong. Wu Yong walked up and also extended his palm. Elder Hu placed the crystal ball in Wu Yong's hand, and it immediately displayed gold, brown, and red colors. Elder Hu nodded again. Gold, earth, fire, 3 spirit roots, also not bad. You passed, you can stand aside now. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Wu Yong happily stepped back. Xiang Linfei and Wu Yong looked at each other happily, while Lin Yuan couldn't wait to walk over. Without waiting for Elder Hu to speak, he proactively extended his palm. Using the same method, when the crystal ball touched Lin Yuan's palm, it immediately displayed gold, green, blue, red, and brown colors. Elder Hu frowned, looking at Lin Yuan with some surprise. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, 5-element spirit roots. I didn't expect to encounter 5-element spirit roots in this day and age. Seeing Elder Hu's expression, Lin Yuan felt that he seemed to be the worst among the three and cautiously asked, Elder, are my spirit roots very poor? Your spirit roots can't be said to be very poor. They can only be described as extremely poor, or perhaps the worst. In my years of cultivation, I have never seen such a talent with 5 spirit roots. Lin Yuan's eyes gradually dimmed. Elder, why are my spirit roots more numerous but still worse than theirs? You think having more attributes is better? Quite the opposite. The fewer the attributes of spirit roots, the better. The best are those with a single attribute. Those spirit roots cultivate quickly, but they are also the rarest. Out of 10,000 cultivators, you might not find one. Your situation is the slowest to cultivate. Even if you work hard your whole life, you may only be able to cultivate to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Elder Hu sighed. Enough said. Just know that you are the worst. You seem to be a smart kid and not bad looking. Since you've come, stay for now and see how you develop in the future. At worst, you can do some chores in the sect or, like Chen Erniu, find future disciples for the sect. Then Elder Hu looked at Lu Jiangfei. You take them down to arrange their living quarters. They'll start cultivating with the new disciples tomorrow. Disciple obeys. The three were taken to a communal dormitory where there was just enough room for the three of them. Each person was assigned a cabinet, and they organized their things and locked them inside. The room had uniform bedding and Taoist robes. Lu Jiangfei instructed them, "Don't go anywhere today, just stay in the room. Tomorrow, I will call you three for training together." 3 people nodded in agreement. On this day, both Xiang Linfei and Wu Yong were very happy, but Lin Yuan felt very lost. From what the elders said, it seemed that he might not achieve much in the future. He had come here to learn cultivation after traversing mountains and rivers, but he didn't expect his aptitude to be so poor. "All right, stop frowning. We will protect you in the future. As Elder Hu said, my spiritual root is great. Once I become stronger, I will support you and help you cultivate." Xiang Linfei patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. "Yes, me too. Dogsheng, you used to bring me peaches. And in the future, I will bring you good things too." Hearing the warm words from the two, Lin Yuan's mood brightened a lot, and he showed a slight smile. The 3 of them didn't sleep well that night. Even adults need to adapt to a new environment, let alone 3 kids. Unable to sleep, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and entered the world inside the cauldron to begin his cultivation again. Since his talent wasn't enough, he would make up for it with hard work. Chapter 6. 3 years later, Qi refining stage 3. The next day, Lin Yuan and the 2 others were called up. At dawn, the 3 of them, still sleepy, got dressed and walked out the door. "Why are you so late? Hurry up, everyone else is ready. And you're the only ones left." "Lu Shixiang, where are we going so early?" Xiang Linfei rubbed his eyes and asked. "Of course, it's your entrance training." Following Lu Shixiang, the 3 arrived at a training ground and found about 50 people standing neatly. "These people are like you. New disciples who have been in the sect for less than a month. You will train here with them every day from now on." "Okay, all right. Go to the back of the line." Oh, the 3 walked to the back of the line, where each was assigned a sword, and thus began their training with the group. Time flew by, and 3 years passed quickly. During these 3 years, aside from daily training, Lin Yuan had a day off every half-month, which he could arrange freely. He discovered that the Outer Sect's library was available for disciples to study for free, and Lin Yuan learned a lot about medicinal herbs there. This further increased his interest in cultivation. However, the original trio was now left with only Lin Yuan. When they first started training, the 3 were assigned different cultivation techniques due to their different spiritual root attributes. Lin Yuan was assigned to learn the sword control technique, which, according to his senior brothers, was a set of metal attribute techniques. Lin Yuan practiced diligently every day, cultivating the sword control technique during the day and the 9 transformations of heaven and earth at night. After 3 years, Lin Yuan had only reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. The other 2 were completely different. Xiang Linfei reached the 3rd level of Qi refining in just 1 year, making him the fastest among his peers at that time. He was later taken into the inner sect and, as rumored, became a closed-door disciple of the Grand Elder. Now he had broken through to the 5th level of Qi refining, with a bright future ahead. This made Lin Yuan very envious. Had he known that cultivation would become harder the higher he went, he would have described Xiang Linfei's speed as nothing short of genius. Later, Lin Yuan and Wu Yong also benefited from being taken care of by their senior brothers. In the 2nd year, Wu Yong also broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refining and entered the inner sect, becoming a disciple of Elder Wu. It was said that Elder Wu was a weapon refiner, and Wu Yong made some progress in learning weapon refining under him. Now only Lin Yuan was left. When he broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refining, there were only 2 other disciples in his cohort who were also at that level, and they were usually not very diligent and had for attribute pseudo-spiritual roots. One day, it was finally Lin Yuan's turn to be assigned a task. "Junior brother Lin, you know that with your 5 attribute pseudo-spiritual root talent, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining is probably your limit, so you can only stay in the outer sect. However, junior brother Xiang asked me to take good care of you, so I have various tasks from different sects that you can choose from." Lu Jiangfei handed a piece of paper to Lin Yuan. "Thank you, Lu Shixiao." Lin Yuan sighed inwardly, but he considered himself relatively fortunate. At least he wasn't expelled from the sect. Looking at the tasks listed, which mainly involved cooking, cleaning the courtyard, Lin Yuan felt a wave of desolation. However, at the end, there was a task for managing the herb garden. "Lu Shixiao, can I take the position of managing the herb garden?" Lu Jiangfei looked at him with a frown, puzzled. "Are you sure you want to do this job? What's the problem? This job is not easy. Managing the herb garden is the hardest task, and the elder in charge of the herb garden, Elder Wang, has a peculiar temper. so no one has chosen this job in previous years. It's okay, Lu Shixiao. My family runs a clinic, and I've been helping my grandfather plant and gather herbs since I was young, so I'm somewhat familiar with this. All right, since you're so confident, I'll take you there. Thank you, Lu Shixiao. Lin Yuan cupped his hands in thanks. After Lu Shixiao led the way, Lin Yuan crossed several mountain peaks and arrived at the herb planting area, the 100 Herb Garden. This garden was set with some prohibitions by Elder Wang, and ordinary people couldn't enter freely. Lu Jiangfei bowed towards the prohibition and said, Disciple Lu Jiangfei pays respects to Elder Wang. What is it? An old voice came from within the prohibition. Disciple has brought a disciple familiar with planting herbs to help Elder Wang manage the 100 Herb Garden. Oh, it's been many years since a disciple came to my 100 Herb Garden. Today the sun must be rising from the west. Come in. The old voice sounded again. And at the same time, a gap in the prohibition opened, allowing the two to enter. Thank you, Elder Wang. Lu Jiangfei bowed in thanks. Thank you, Elder Wang. Lin Yuan also bowed. The two entered and first walked along a stone path, then saw a courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence, with dozens of acres of rectangular fields, each planted with different medicinal herbs. At the entrance, they saw an old man dressed like a farmer, with his ankles wrapped, who, if one didn't know his identity, might really mistake him for an ordinary farmer. Greetings, Elder Wang. Lu Jiangfei first bowed, and Lin Yuan followed suit. Elder Wang did not look up at the two, but continued tending to his herbs. This is the disciple you brought to me. Yes, he looks okay, has the charm of my youth, but he is just a 5 attribute pseudo-spiritual root at the 3rd level of qi refining, basically at his limit. Elder Wang did not even glance at Lin Yuan before assessing his entire situation. Lin Yuan was suddenly shocked, feeling as if he stood naked before Elder Wang. Elder Wang. This disciple's family runs a clinic. According to him, he has been helping his grandfather plant herbs since he was young, so he does have some experience in managing the herb garden. Oh, really? Then tell me, which of these herbs do you recognize, and how do you manage them? Lin Yuan felt a bit awkward and stepped forward, looking at the 10 or so types of herbs planted in the courtyard. This is sunflower. Water it once in the morning and evening, and fertilize it every half-month. This is deer spirit grass, which is the most important ingredient for refining qi elixirs. Lin Yuan gradually named 5 or 6 types of medicinal herbs and their management methods, all of which were correct. All right, you seem to understand a bit. Fine. Starting today, you will stay here. Thank you, Elder Wang. Lin Yuan cupped his hands in thanks. Then Elder Wang straightened up, stretched his back, and took something out of his storage bag and placed it on the table. This is the token for free access to the herb garden and the detailed methods for planting and managing various herbs. Take a good look. And don't let my beloved herbs die. I have something to attend to, and I will come to check in a couple of days. If they die, I will kick you out of the sect. Elder Wang's tone was very stern, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yes, I will not disappoint Elder Wang's trust. Elder Wang brushed off the dirt from his clothes, then took out a sword and flew away, leaving the herb garden. Lu Jiangfei patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said, Since that's the case, Lin Jr. brother, just work hard here. I will take my leave now. Oh, Senior Brother Lu, I'll see you off. No need. You should take good care of Elder Wang's herb garden. He just left, so don't leave yet. I can go back by myself. In that case, all right. Thank you for your hospitality these past few years, Senior Brother Lu. I am very grateful. You're being polite. We are brothers, it's only right. After saying that, Lu Jiangfei turned and left. Lin Yuan was left alone. He took the token and stored it in his bag, then picked up the herb planting book and began to read. This book recorded many herbs that Lin Yuan had never seen before in the Outer Sect's library. And more importantly, it detailed the corresponding elixirs that could be refined from different herbs. Lin Yuan was immediately captivated and began to read in detail. Chapter 7. Learning to refine elixirs. In the following 6 months, Lin Yuan spent every day either tending to the herb garden or practicing his techniques. Lin Yuan managed the herb garden meticulously, and Elder Wang, who had been indifferent towards him, began to view him in a new light. Kid, you're doing well. The herbs are thriving. One day, Elder Wang came to check on the herb garden as usual, looking at the well-cared-for plants, full of vitality. He reached out and touched a falling jade flower, showing great satisfaction. It's still thanks to the herb cultivation books you provided me, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to learn all this. Lin Yuan cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Elder Wang nodded, appearing quite pleased. Kid, you are humble and polite. So tell me, what should I reward you with? Lin Yuan hesitated slightly, appearing a bit embarrassed. Elder Wang noticed his concern and said, "Don't be so wishy-washy. I hate that the most. Do well, and there will be rewards. Do poorly, and there will be punishment. This has always been my principle. So speak up." Elder Wang's words dispelled Lin Yuan's worries, and he said, "Then I ask Elder Wang to teach me some alchemy techniques." You want to refine elixirs? Elder Wang showed a hint of doubt. "Yes, refining elixirs has always been my dream, so I hope Elder Wang can fulfill it." Elder Wang looked Lin Yuan up and down and slowly spoke. "Although you have a 5-element spiritual root, you will probably only stay at the 3rd level of qi refining in this life. However, if you can really become an alchemist, that wouldn't be a bad option either. Since you have the ambition, I will teach you some alchemy methods." "Thank you, Elder Wang." Lin Yuan immediately bowed happily. "All right, follow me." Elder Wang put his hands behind his back and walked into the house, with Lin Yuan closely following. Once inside, Elder Wang took out various herbs from a cabinet with many drawers. Because Lin Yuan had cultivated the 9 turns universe technique, he had developed an extraordinary memory and noted down each herb. "Kid, pay attention. This time I will teach you the refining methods for Huanyuan Dan and Shisui Dan. Huanyuan Dan can help qi refining period cultivators improve their cultivation, while Shisui Dan can cleanse the marrow and bones of qi refining period cultivators, thus promoting their practice." Elder Wang laid out a total of 24 herbs, divided into 2 groups, one for Huanyuan Dan and one for Shisui Dan. He then introduced the names of the herbs, the refining methods, and the mixing ratios. Before long, the herbs were ground into powder, mixed according to strict proportions. Lin Yuan was captivated, and suddenly he entered a mystical state, as if he had become Elder Wang, following the steps to refine the elixirs. An hour later, 12 Huanyuan Dan and 12 Shisui Dan were completed. "How is it, kid? Did you understand?" Lin Yuan snapped back to reality. What's wrong, kid?" Lost in thought. "Elder Wang, your elixir refining technique is too impressive. I was mesmerized for a moment." Lin Yuan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "All right, did you understand?" Yes. Lin Yuan nodded vigorously. "If you understand, then ponder it well on your own. These few elixirs are of no use to me, so I'll give them to you." Elder Wang casually tossed the grinding tools aside and left with his hands behind his back. "I respectfully send off Elder Wang." Lin Yuan bowed respectfully. Once Lin Yuan was alone, he looked at the elixirs, grinding tools, and herbs. He first placed the elixirs into 2 small jade bottles, leaving one out for reference. Then he looked at the grinding tools and began to operate them himself. It wasn't until evening that Lin Yuan lay in bed. Reflecting on the day, he had basically mastered the methods for refining Huanyuan Dan and Shisui Dan. Fortunately, thanks to his cultivation of the 9 turns universe technique, he had a photographic memory. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to grasp it so quickly. The next day, Lin Yuan got up early. He began his morning practice as usual. On the back mountain, a light golden short sword danced in the air under Lin Yuan's control. He manipulated the flying sword with 2 fingers, and it circled above his head. Lin Yuan focused on a large tree and pointed. The flying sword shot forward. With a thud, the tree was sliced in half. Lin Yuan sighed lightly. After 3 years of practicing his sword control technique, he could only reach this level. He wondered how Ling Fei and Wu Yong were doing. Lin Yuan sighed again and recalled the flying sword. Returning to the herb garden, Lin Yuan skillfully tended to the herbs. Junior brother Lin. A voice called from outside the barrier. Lin Yuan listened carefully and recognized it as Lu Jiangfei's voice. He stepped outside and saw it was indeed Senior Brother Lu. "Oh, it's Senior Brother Lu. What brings you here?" As he spoke, Lin Yuan took out the token and opened an entrance in the barrier for Lu Jiangfei to enter. "Let us talk inside." "Senior Brother Lu." "Okay." The two walked into the house and sat down. Lin Yuan poured a cup of tea for him. "Junior Brother Lin, you've been in the sect for over 3 years now, right?" "Yes, Senior Brother Lu. Is there a problem?" Lin Yuan felt a bit puzzled at Lu Jiangfei's question. "Well, you should know that our cultivation sect has connections with the secular world. We have been protecting the surrounding ordinary people for hundreds of years in exchange for their support." "I know that. I heard about it when I entered the sect." "That is good to know. There is a rule in the sect that anyone who has been in for more than 3 years, but less than 5, must undertake a sect mission. Only by completing the mission and performing well can one continue to stay in the sect. Otherwise." Lu Jiangfei paused here. "As you know, as a cultivator, some practical experience is necessary." Upon hearing Lu Jiangfei's words, Lin Yuan understood that this mission was important. If he didn't handle it well, he might be expelled from the sect. Senior Brother Lu, I understand. What kind of mission is it? Junior Brother Lin, don't be anxious. The mission will start in 3 months. I came here this time to let you prepare in advance, so you won't be at a loss when the time comes. I'll come to find you when the mission starts to take you there. However, I must remind you, Junior Brother Lin, that each mission has different levels of difficulty, and it's not uncommon for disciples to lose their lives during missions. What? So terrifying? There's a possibility of dying? Lin Yuan was shocked and dumbfounded. Yes. So Junior Brother Lin, this mission is not only yours, but also my first time leading a junior brother on a mission. So work hard and prepare well. Lu Jiangfei said, patting the still astonished Lin Yuan. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded blankly. Then, Junior Brother Lin, since you already know, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back now. All right, Senior Brother Lu, I'll see you off. No need. I can leave on my own. You should take some time to digest what I just told you. Lu Jiangfei noticed Lin Yuan's shock and didn't let him see him off. Once Lu Jiangfei left, Lin Yuan finally snapped out of his astonishment and couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 8. Money Grass. Sect Trials So Terrifying? If what they said is true and disciples dying is common, then he was in danger. He didn't think he belonged to the lucky group, with his qualifications. He was very likely to be among those who would die. Damn, no way. I'm pursuing the path of longevity. I can't be buried before I even start. Lin Yuan's mind raced as he carefully thought of ways to quickly improve his strength. He thought that the 9 revolutions Qi transformation technique was definitely not enough. After practicing for so many years, there had been no signs of a breakthrough. The sword control technique would also be difficult to break through in a short time. Just when he was at his wit's end, he suddenly remembered that he had learned how to concoct pills. He could eat more pills. Fortunately, he had hidden quite a few medicinal materials in the small cauldron over the past 6 months, and he had already cultivated many quality herbs over 100 years old. He quickly went to take a look. Lin Yuan brought the pill-making molds and entered his room, locked the door, closed the windows, and summoned the bronze small cauldron with his mind. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the cauldron space, he felt a wave of cool spiritual energy. If it weren't for relying on the small cauldron for cultivation over the past 3 years, he wouldn't have reached the 3rd level of Qi refining so quickly. Looking at the dozens of different herbs he had secretly transplanted, Lin Yuan felt proud. Some were seeds he had stolen from the herb garden, and some were directly transplanted from the wild mountains, forming a considerable scale. He was waiting for this day to learn alchemy and use them. Lin Yuan searched and, sure enough, was not disappointed. The medicinal materials needed to refine the Huanyuan pill and the Shisui pill were not rare. He had planted them in advance. Without saying a word, he collected several older plants and began to refine them skillfully. 3 days passed, and Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged in the cauldron when he suddenly opened his eyes, exuding spiritual energy all around him. Lin Yuan felt a bang in his ears. He had broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, a joyful smile appearing on his face. Standing up, he felt the abundant spiritual energy within him. Although the difference between the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi refining was only 1 level, the gap was significantly different from his previous breakthroughs. Lin Yuan exited the cauldron space, put away the small cauldron, walked out of the courtyard, and looked at the herbs that had been unattended for 3 days, still thriving as usual. After all, he had taken good care of them before, so they wouldn't wilt after just a few days without attention. However, he still picked up the tools to continue watering and fertilizing. At that moment, Elder Wang returned from outside and saw Lin Yuan's diligent appearance, feeling very satisfied. Kid, it's been a few days, and you've broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Not bad, taking care of the herbs while not forgetting to cultivate. Elder Wang entered, laughing heartily, looking very happy. Elder Wang, you're back. Lin Yuan saw Elder Wang put down his things and immediately went to greet him. Yes, I'm back. Elder Wang nodded happily. Elder Wang, you seem so happy. Did you encounter some good opportunities? Well, you're quite perceptive. I encountered a good medicinal herb during my 3 days down the mountain. After saying that, Elder Wang took out a box from his storage bag. Opening the box, it turned out to be a golden medicinal herb that looked quite ancient. What is this? This is money grass, which is very beneficial for those who cultivate gold attribute techniques. I stumbled upon it on an unnamed mountain and even brought back the soil to plant it in the herb garden. You need to take good care of it. Huh. Lin Yuan was taken aback. No wonder Elder Wang was so informal in showing it to him. He wanted him to take care of it. Elder Wang, where do you plan to plant it? Elder Wang looked around and selected the most fertile patch of land. Right here. Elder Wang pointed to a spot. then walked over and carefully planted the money grass, watering it gently with spring water. All right, this money grass doesn't need too frequent care. Just once every half a month will do. I need to enter seclusion for about half a year, so you must take good care of it. If anything happens to it, I won't spare you. But I have to leave for a sect mission in 3 months. Huh? Sect mission? Elder Wang looked at him in confusion. Yes, senior brother Lu told me about it a couple of days ago. All right, I'll talk to the sect and delay it for a few months. You can leave after I come out of seclusion. Thank you, Elder Wang. Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately beamed with joy. If he could delay it for a few months, he could cultivate for a few more months, reducing the danger. Elder Wang, I have one more thing I want to ask. What else? Elder Wang frowned. My qualifications are too poor. Senior brother Lu said that going out on missions is perilous. And I'm afraid if I die during the mission, who will take care of the herb garden for you? So, Lin Yuan was on the verge of tears. All right, you just want to learn techniques, right? Elder Wang looked at Lin Yuan's expression with disdain. However, what Lin Yuan said is indeed true. He is the best disciple I've seen in taking care of the herb garden over the years. If he were to die, I wouldn't be able to bear it. How about this? My study will be available for you to browse. Go find whatever techniques you want to learn. After saying that, he tossed a key to Lin Yuan. Thank you, Elder Wang. Lin Yuan was overjoyed and hurriedly caught the key. All right, I'm going to leave for seclusion again. This is crucial for my breakthrough to the mid-stage foundation establishment. It might take half a year, and you need to take good care of it. Elder Wang reminded him again. Yes, Elder Wang. After Elder Wang left, Lin Yuan looked at the money grass in front of him and felt that this money grass was prepared just for him. It was a herb for refining gold attribute pills, and the technique he was cultivating, the sword control technique, was also a gold attribute technique. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and directly dug it up along with the soil and herb, bringing it into the house, then into the cauldron space again. Lin Yuan planted the money grass in the cauldron, watering it with spiritual spring water. This should be fine. This money grass is mine now. 3 days later, under the influence of the spiritual spring water and the unique spiritual energy in the cauldron, Lin Yuan had already transplanted more than a dozen money grass plants. Then he took the original money grass out again and planted it back in its original place. During the time the money grass spent in the cauldron, it had been nurtured to be vibrant and was noticeably larger than when it was first brought over. Meanwhile, there were also over a dozen money grass seedlings growing in Lin Yuan's small cauldron. After completing all this, Lin Yuan finally began to focus on his cultivation. He took out the key that Elder Wang had given him and unlocked the study room door. Upon entering, he found that the study was much larger than he had imagined, with 6 bookshelves, each containing hundreds of books. Lin Yuan approached and casually picked up a book titled Burning Fire Technique. Flipping through it, he realized it was an ordinary fire attribute cultivation method, not particularly advanced, and not superior to his sword control technique. It could release countless fireballs and spit flames when fully cultivated, and he could practice it later if he was interested. But he didn't have time for that now. He put the book back and took out another one. Diamond Body Protection Technique. The name suggested it was a metal attribute protective method. Upon opening it, he discovered that after cultivation, one could become as hard as iron and invulnerable to swords and spears, and even create a protective aura around oneself. It sounded quite good, but a better quality diamond talisman could achieve the same effect, so there was no need to cultivate it. Finally, he focused on a technique called Void Step, which was not a cultivation method for immortals, but rather a martial art from the mortal realm. He flipped through it and found that the Void Step was profound. Those who mastered it could briefly walk on air without the aid of spiritual energy. Moreover, since it was not an immortal cultivation method, it was relatively easier to practice. Lin Yuan continued to read and discovered that this technique could be combined with the wind control technique to achieve better results with less effort. All right, this is the one. Lin Yuan decided to take the Void Step, as it was a good method for escaping. If he encountered danger and couldn't win, he should be able to run away after mastering this technique. Lin Yuan continued to search through the books, and after some time, he found 2 more. One was called Breaking Sword Technique. As he flipped through it, he found the sword technique to be quite mysterious. If combined with his sword control technique, it could create unexpected attacks, making it an excellent choice. The other book was a beginner's talisman guide, which recorded various methods for drawing beginner talismans and some notes on drawing them. Talismans could enhance one's strength, and he had seen Elder Wang using them, so he was somewhat familiar with them. After carefully collecting the 3 books, Lin Yuan began a daily routine of learning 3 skills, practicing Void Step in the morning, breaking sword technique in the afternoon, and in the evening, he experimented with drawing talismans using some inferior talisman paper and talisman brushes from the study. 3 months passed, and indeed, senior brother Lu did not come looking for him. Lin Yuan had been steadily cultivating for 3 months. He didn't know if it was due to practicing the 9 turns Qingquan technique or the sword control technique, but he was learning mortal martial arts quickly. Both void step and breaking sword technique had made some progress, while he had yet to succeed in drawing talismans even once. One morning, Lin Yuan moved through the forest like a martial arts master, light as a swallow. Sometimes even walking on air as if he were using the lightness skill of a martial arts expert from a novel. This was the result of combining void step with the wind control technique. He discovered that by combining the two, he could take a step of 5 zhang in an instant, akin to teleportation. Lin Yuan landed on a tree and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ah, refreshing. Morning exercises are invigorating, he sighed contentedly. Back at the herb garden, Lin Yuan organized the herbs and felt everything was in order before entering the house. Looking at the talisman paper he had wasted over the past few months, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. After using up the inferior talisman paper left in the study, he had gone to the market to buy a large amount. And now he had already wasted more than half of it. With a sigh, Lin Yuan sat at his desk. This afternoon, he decided not to practice the breaking sword technique, but to continue drawing talismans. He had to succeed at least once. He began drawing, preparing the cinnabar, and picking up the talisman brush. After so many failures, he had at least summarized some experience. Reluctantly, he took out 3 sheets of slightly better quality talisman paper, which he had purchased as medium-grade paper. Out of the 5 he bought, 2 were already wasted, leaving him with 3. He started to draw carefully, not daring to make a single mistake. Lin Yuan infused spiritual energy into the brush, drawing slowly but meticulously. Finally, after an hour, he put down the last stroke, and the talisman paper suddenly emitted a golden light. Golden light talisman, I succeeded. Lin Yuan looked at the talisman in delight. The golden light talisman was one of the simplest talismans, primarily for defense. When activated, it could form a golden shield around the body. Lin Yuan drew this talisman to protect himself during missions. Excited, he couldn't help but dance with joy. He took the golden light talisman and placed it on himself. Indeed, a layer of golden light enveloped him. He carefully took it off and stored it away. 3 more months passed, and Lin Yuan continued to practice, draw talismans, and cultivate herbs. After successfully drawing his first talisman, he had a smoother time subsequently, gradually producing other talismans with different functions, such as fireball talismans, immobilization talismans, ghost-repelling talismans, and ghost-slaying talismans, etc. He also cultivated over 100 money herbs, and the earliest batch had reached over 150 years of age and was ready for use. Lin Yuan found the refining method for money herbs in the study and had also prepared several different medicinal materials. One day, after thorough preparation, a golden pill sat in the palm of his hand. For this day, he had taken Huang Yuan Dan and Shisui Dan in advance to push his realm close to a breakthrough, relying on this one pill for the final push. Lin Yuan swallowed the money pill and then sat down to meditate. The next day, Elder Wang returned to the herb garden, looking radiant. After 8 months of closed-door cultivation, he had finally advanced from the peak of the early foundation establishment stage to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Upon returning to the herb garden, he immediately checked on his money herbs. Observing them closely, he found them to be even better than he had imagined, and he felt relieved, knowing that after breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage, he might need the help of these money herbs. Elder Wang looked up, but did not see Lin Yuan. Feeling puzzled, pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Yuan drawing talismans. Elder Wang, you're back. Lin Yuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Elder Wang nodded, but with his cultivation level, he immediately noticed Lin Yuan's progress. You've actually advanced to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Haha. I have to thank you for the pills, Elder. Otherwise, I would still be stuck at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Elder Wang nodded, satisfied. Your achievements are also due to your own efforts. Otherwise, relying solely on pills, you wouldn't have cultivated so quickly. Elder Wang, how is your closed-door cultivation? Lin Yuan asked with concern. Not bad. I've broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, Elder Wang said as he sat down in a nearby chair. Although he tried to appear casual, his face was filled with joy. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage, Elder. Your status in the sect will rise even further. For cultivators, status isn't important. Elder Wang waved his hand casually, but his face still revealed a happier expression. By the way, you should be heading down the mountain to carry out missions soon, right? At the mention of this, Lin Yuan's mood fell again. You don't need to be like this. With your current cultivation level, completing the task should be no problem. The ones who lost their lives before were basically disciples who hadn't even reached the third level of qi refinement. As long as you are careful with your current cultivation, completing the task safely shouldn't be an issue, right? Lin Yuan asked with some concern. Let's do this. I'll bestow upon you a magic weapon as a reward for taking such good care of my money grass. After saying this, he took out 6 flying swords from his storage bag, 1 main sword and 5 subordinate swords. This is the Mother-Child 5-element sword. As long as you control the main sword, you can freely control the subordinate swords. It's a top-grade magic weapon, but when the 6 swords combine, they can unleash power equivalent to a superior-grade magic weapon. I'm giving it to you. Thank you, Elder Wang. Chapter 10, Descent for Trials. Ghosts and Monsters. Lin Yuan received the Mother-Child 5-element sword and waved it a few times, controlling the 6 flying swords to swirl around him. Feeling that the weapon was very handy, I have now exited my seclusion, and the sect probably knows about it. Your descent for trials will likely happen in the next few days. Take these 2 days to pack your things and prepare. Also, this is a storage bag used by cultivators to store items. I shouldn't need to explain how to use it. You learned it when you entered the sect. Elder Wang stood up, gave a few reminders, and tossed Lin Yuan a small bag. Thank you, Elder Wang. I will prepare immediately. Lin Yuan took the storage bag, feeling very joyful. He had wanted one for a long time. Although he had the 9 turns Chinquan Cauldron, he had to summon the cauldron to access the items inside, which could easily be discovered by others and was very inconvenient. With this storage bag, he could take things out anytime. After 2 days, Lu Jiang flew to the herb garden. After greeting Elder Wang, he started talking to Lin Yuan about the descent. Lin Yuan followed Lu Jiang out. According to Lu Jiang's introduction, there were 3 people in total for this descent task, besides the 2 of them. There was another disciple at the 3rd level of qi refinement, who had entered the sect a year later than Lin Yuan, so his cultivation level was indeed not high. When Lu Jiang first saw Lin Yuan, he was genuinely shocked that Lin Yuan had raised his level twice in less than a year. This made him very envious. However, when Lin Yuan told him it was thanks to Elder Wang's bestowed pills, Lu Jiang believed him, though he still secretly envied Lin Yuan. After all, Lu Jiang had been in the sect for nearly 10 years, and was only at the 6th level of qi refinement now. As soon as the 2 exited the barrier of the herb garden, Lin Yuan took out 2 small bottles. Senior Brother Lu, these are the pills that Elder Wang bestowed upon me. Each of these 2 bottles contains 2 pills that can enhance strength. Since you have taken care of me since I entered the sect, I hope you will accept this small token of gratitude. Oh. Lu Jiang was taken aback when he saw the 2 bottles of pills Lin Yuan handed over. Then a joyful smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Although he tried hard to conceal it, that genuine happiness was impossible to hide. Junior Brother Lin, we are all from the same sect. As your senior brother, how could I not take care of you? This is only natural. There's no need for you to thank me for such a small gesture. Lu Jiang laughed heartily. He really wanted to take the pills, but still needed to be symbolically polite and not appear too greedy. Senior Brother Lu, your care for me is far from small. If it weren't for you assigning me to Elder Wang to oversee the herb garden, I might not have had the opportunity to break through to the 5th level. So you must accept these pills. Lu Jiang stared at the pill bottles in Lin Yuan's hand, unable to contain his joy any longer, and reached out to take them. All right, since Junior Brother is so enthusiastic, I will accept them. Junior Brother Lin, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to come to me. I may not be able to help with everything, but I can assist with some routine matters in the sect. Then I will thank Senior Brother Lu in advance. Lin Yuan clasped his fists in respect. This made Lu Jiang even happier. Lin Yuan's gift of pills was indeed to express gratitude to this senior brother, but more importantly, he wanted Lu Jiang to take care of him during this descent since it was his first time carrying out a task, and he was unfamiliar with many things. Having an experienced person guide him was better than figuring things out alone. Before long, the 2 encountered a young man dressed in the same attire as disciples of the Wanjian sect. This disciple looked even younger than Lin Yuan and was the 3rd member of their team. Greetings, senior brothers. The young man cupped his fists in salute to Lu Jiang and Lin Yuan. Junior Brother Li, let me introduce you. This is Junior Brother Lin Yuan, who entered the sect earlier than you. You can call him Senior Brother Lin. Lu Jiang introduced the 2 to each other. Oh, so it's Senior Brother Lin. I've heard much about you. Junior brother Li Xiaofeng greeted Lin Yuan with cupped fists. Hello, junior brother Li. Lin Yuan returned the greeting. All right, there are just the three of us this time, so let us descend together. Sure, I will follow senior brother's arrangements. The three of them descended the mountain, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. As they approached the stone steps at the sect's gate, Lin Yuan recalled the day he entered the sect. It had been nearly 5 years since he entered, and this was his first time leaving the sect's gates. 3 days later, the three arrived at an inn in a county town. Lu Jiang held a map that marked their destination for this trial. According to the markings on the map, we should reach the trial site in about a day, so I should tell both junior brothers about the specifics of this trial. Lu Jiang spread the map on the table as he spoke. The place we are going to is a small village called Zhoujia Village. You two should have heard about ghosts and monsters, right? This sudden statement made Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng inwardly mutter to themselves. Ghosts and monsters? Senior brother, are you saying this trial is related to ghosts and monsters? Lu Jiang nodded. Indeed, besides learning techniques when you entered the sect, you have also been exposed to knowledge about ghosts and monsters. Ghosts and monsters are entities formed when the souls of some people or demon beasts do not disperse after death. This is common knowledge. Everyone knows that these entities can harm the area. According to news from the sect, some unidentified ghosts and monsters have appeared in Zhoujia Village. And our task this time is to investigate this matter. If they are indeed ghosts and monsters, we need to eliminate them. I have heard about ghosts and monsters from the elders in my family before, but I didn't bring any talismans or magic weapons to exorcise ghosts this time. What should I do? Li Xiaofeng asked with a troubled expression. You don't need to worry about that. The sect has prepared everything for us. After saying that, Lu Jiang took out 4 talismans from his storage bag. These are the exorcism talisman and the ghost-slaying talisman. The exorcism talisman is worn on the body to prevent evil spirits from approaching, while the ghost-slaying talisman is affixed to a magic weapon to destroy ghosts. Each of you will receive 2. Lu Jiang handed the talismans to Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. The two first expressed their gratitude before taking the talismans. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 talismans. He had seen them in the book Beginner's Guide to Talismans before. But at that time, he didn't pay much attention due to his disbelief in ghosts and monsters. He didn't expect to actually use them today. All right, make sure to keep these 2 talismans safe. There are no extra ones, and these 2 talismans will be very useful in the upcoming events. Okay, thank you for the reminder, senior brother. Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Lu Jiang went on to explain some details about the task before they each returned to their own rooms. After returning to his room, Lin Yuan placed the 2 talismans on the table and took out the book Beginner's Guide to Talismans. Chapter 11. Qingyi County, The Missing Mortals. Fortunately, Lin Yuan brought this book with him when he came, and he also brought the talisman brush. He took out a stack of talisman paper and began to draw ghost-repelling talismans according to the talisman guide. Since these talismans were related to this mission, he naturally wanted to prepare more to prevent any accidents. During the following time, Lin Yuan practiced drawing talismans continuously. After a lot of practice, his skills improved significantly. He not only drew a ghost-repelling talisman, but also a binding talisman. However, the ghost-slaying talisman was a bit more difficult, and he was unable to draw it successfully. The next day, the 3 set out again. After a day's journey, they arrived at their destination, Qingyi County. Upon entering Qingyi County, their first impression was that the county was very desolate. They encountered very few people on the road. According to Lu Jiangfei, Qingyi County should be the most prosperous county nearby. How could it have become like this? However, the 3 quickly realized that it was likely due to the monsters mentioned in the information. As they walked through the county, they did not attract attention. Although they were all dressed alike, giving off a vibe similar to disciples from a martial arts sect, no one knew they were cultivators from the Wanjian sect. Eventually, Lu Jiangfei brought them to the largest household in the county, the Zhou family. Mr. Zhou was the most respected person in the county. Even the county magistrate had to show him some deference, and he was the one who had invited them down the mountain. The 3 sat in the main hall of Mr. Zhou's house, while Mr. Zhou, like a servant, poured tea for them with a beaming smile. 3 immortal masters. You've traveled a long way. This is a bit of tea from our village specialty. Please enjoy. Lin Yuan took a sip of the tea and found it quite good. Lu Jiangfei also took a sip and nodded, then put it down and said to Mr. Zhou, "All right, we've had our tea. Now, tell us about what's been happening in the village." Lu Jiangfei spoke with authority, his tone carrying a hint of command. In response to Lu Jiangfei's attitude, Mr. Zhou showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, he nodded happily. Yes, immortal master. About 2 months ago, some hunters from the neighboring village went hunting in the mountains and went missing for 3 days. At first, the village thought something had happened to them in the mountains, so they sent a few people to look for them. After several days of searching with no success, they reported it to the authorities. However, the officials went up the mountain once, and said the hunters had been eaten by wild beasts. After that, the matter was hastily concluded. Originally, this matter would have been forgotten. But less than half a month later, we heard that another village encountered the same situation, with several people going missing in the mountains again. The officials investigated and gave the same result. Mr. Zhou paused here, letting out a sigh, clearly indicating that what happened next was the main point. And then, Li Xiaofeng asked curiously. After that, the mountain became a forbidden area. No one dared to go up anymore. If it had ended there, it would have been fine. But who would have thought that at the beginning of this month, many people started going missing one after another, even 10 or so people in the county city, with even more from the surrounding villages. Altogether, nearly 100 people went missing. 100 people? That's so many. After hearing Mr. Zhou's words, Lin Yuan frowned. Yes. Not long after, the neighboring village invited a Taoist priest. The priest said it was due to ghostly disturbances, and several villages pooled money together to have the priest exorcise the ghosts. The priest performed 2 rituals and then went into the mountains to catch the ghosts. But he never returned. We don't know if he was taken by evil spirits. Now the village is even more terrified. At this time, I remembered what my father told me when he was still alive, that not far from Qingyi County, there is a cultivation sect called Wanjian sect, where the immortal masters are powerful and protect us mortals. So, I sent my son to inquire, and sure enough, he found out about the immortal masters sect, which is why I sought your help to get through this crisis. After listening to Mr. Zhou's account, Lu Jiangfei nodded slightly, understanding the situation. This might be an incident involving vengeful spirits preying on mortals. He had encountered similar situations during his trials, so he didn't feel particularly puzzled. All right, since I have come, I will certainly help you catch this evil ghost. You should also notify everyone that for the next few days, unless absolutely necessary, they should not go out. Aside from farming, they should stay at home and avoid going out at night. Yes, immortal master. Thank you for your assistance. Hearing Lu Jiangfei's words, Mr. Zhou immediately became excited and knelt down in gratitude. At this moment, Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jiangfei with some surprise. Not because he agreed so decisively, but because his demeanor just now was completely different from what Lin Yuan usually saw. It reminded him of Master Chun, who brought him into the sect, exuding a sense of pride. This seemed to be the norm for cultivators when dealing with mortals. Get up. Go arrange our accommodations for us. Yes, immortal master. I have already prepared the best 3 rooms in my residence for you. Please follow me. Mr. Zhou stepped forward to lead the way and called 3 maidservants. These 3 rooms are prepared for the immortal masters. Originally, I had prepared 5 sets, fearing it might not be enough, but it turns out my worries were unnecessary. The 3 immortal masters can choose whichever room they like. These 3 maidservants are responsible for your daily needs. If any of you feel that one is not suitable, just let me know, and I will immediately arrange for another to serve you. No need. Cultivators don't need to be so particular. Anyone will do. Lu Jiangfei casually walked into the middle room. Lin Yuan followed into the room on Lu Jiangfei's left, while Li Xiaofeng entered the room on Lu Jiangfei's right. After the 3 settled into their rooms, the 3 maidservants naturally stood in front of their doors, ready to serve at any time. Once Lin Yuan entered his room, he looked around and was quite satisfied. Compared to the room he had at home in the Baichao garden, this room was already quite luxurious. Are you satisfied, immortal master? A maidservant's voice came from the door. Lin Yuan turned back to take a closer look at the maidservant. She had a delicate appearance, looked young, and while she wasn't tall, her figure was quite good. Seeing Lin Yuan continuously sizing her up, the maidservant's face flushed slightly, and her body moved uncomfortably. Lin Yuan noticed her discomfort and withdrew his gaze. I'm quite satisfied with this room. What's your name? Lin Yuan asked her. My name is Sun Pinger. Immortal master can just call me Pinger, the maidservant said somewhat timidly. Pinger, Lin Yuan nodded. You must have heard about the recent events. Have there been any strange occurrences lately? Strange occurrences? Yes. Sun Pinger frowned and thought hard. There haven't been any strange occurrences. But the only thing I find a bit puzzling is the investigation by the authorities. The investigation by the authorities? Lin Yuan asked with a frown. Yes. Chapter 12. The 3 seek. The evil ghost appears go on. It's like this. I always feel that the government's investigation into this matter has been a bit too hasty. Perhaps the officials are also afraid. Both investigations were rather perfunctory. They said they would go up the mountain to search, but to put it bluntly, I heard they just walked around the foot of the mountain in circles. Moreover, the county magistrate also seemed indifferent to this matter. I knew that the previous county magistrate here was a high-ranking official, so I don't understand why he was so unconcerned in the face of this issue. Before Ping could finish her words, Lin Yuan understood. After what she said, the government seemed a bit suspicious, but after thinking about it, it might also be due to laziness in governance. Just then, Lin Yuan heard a voice transmission in his ear. "Junior brother Lin, come to my room." Lin Yuan immediately recognized it was Lu Jiangfei's voice. "You stay here. I'll go to my senior brother's room." "Yes, master." Lin Yuan strode out. Upon reaching Lu Jiangfei's room, he coincidentally ran into Li Xiaofeng, and the two entered together. Afterwards, Lu Jiangfei explained the plan for tomorrow. He intended for the three of them to go up the mountain together, and at that time, they would change into ordinary clothes to prevent people from recognizing their identities. After the plan was laid out, he also talked about some precautions for dealing with ghosts. Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng listened very attentively, as it was their first outing, and there was still much to learn. By the time Lin Yuan returned to his room, it was already getting dark. He closed the door alone and began drawing talismans on the table. The next day, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the dozen or so talismans he had in hand. Hard work pays off. His success rate in drawing talismans was getting higher and higher. The three of them got up early and went to the mountain that Zhou Yuanwei had mentioned. Upon entering the mountain, they found it to be an ordinary mountain without much difference. However, Lin Yuan noticed that the wild beasts and birds on this mountain seemed very scarce. The three walked for the entire morning without encountering a single bird. There was indeed something wrong. Such a large mountain, and not even a single bird? Isn't that strange? Lin Yuan looked at the other two. "Junior brother Lin, after what you said, it really is quite strange." The three searched all morning without discovering anything, and as it was the hottest part of the day, they decided to go down the mountain. That night, the three went up the mountain again, patrolling until the early hours of the morning without any findings. In the following days, the three prepared their own voice transmission talismans and acted separately. Lin Yuan and Lu Jiangfei patrolled the mountain, while Li Xiaofeng patrolled the county. Finally, on the night of the seventh day, it just so happened that Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng were both patrolling the streets of the county. However, they didn't take the usual paths, but instead moved across the rooftops. Just as the two were leaping across the buildings, they saw a line of figures slowly walking down the street in the pitch-black night. Although it was summer, the night breeze surprisingly carried a hint of coolness. The moonlight illuminated the ground, allowing the two to see many things clearly. Li Xiaofeng frowned slightly upon seeing the pedestrians. "Why are there still people on the road? Didn't they tell us not to go out at night?" After saying this, Li Xiaofeng moved to call out to them. "Hey you, wait." As soon as Li Xiaofeng spoke, Lin Yuan stopped him. "What's wrong, senior brother Lin?" Li Xiaofeng looked at Lin Yuan with some confusion. "Those in front don't seem to be human." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Li Xiaofeng immediately scanned with his divine sense and found that the few people ahead indeed looked very strange. He didn't sense any life force from them. As expected, Lin Yuan had cultivated the 9 revolutions Qingquan technique and had slightly higher cultivation than Li Xiaofeng, so his divine sense and perception were stronger. The moment he saw that line of figures, he scanned with his divine sense and detected the anomaly. The two leaped over the line of figures and landed in the middle of the street, directly in front of them. When they clearly saw the true appearance of that line of figures, they were startled. Each figure had a green face and sharp fangs, disheveled hair, and looked emaciated, appearing as if they were nothing but skin and bones, truly a horrifying sight. Although the two had prepared themselves and knew they were ghosts, they were still taken aback by the appearance of these monsters. "Why do they all look like this? So disgusting," Li Xiaofeng said with a face full of disdain. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ghosts ahead seemed to understand and suddenly raised their heads to look at the two, baring their bloody mouths and rushing towards them with claws outstretched. "Can they really understand?" Lin Yuan said suspiciously. Li Xiaofeng scoffed, "Whether they understand or not, daring to rush over like this is simply looking for death." Li Xiaofeng patted his storage bag, and a red short sword appeared in his hand. Lin Yuan realized that the short sword was indeed a mid-grade magical weapon and contained fire attribute spiritual energy. He guessed that junior brother Li must be cultivating a fire-type technique. Li Xiaofeng threw the short sword into the air, and then controlled it to fly towards several evil spirits. A flash of red light instantly pierced a ghost running in the front, creating a fist-sized hole in its chest, and after a brief struggle, it fell to the ground. The other ghosts seemed to ignore it and continued rushing forward. Li Xiaofeng controlled the flying sword again, and with another flash of red light, he pierced another ghost. After several strikes, of the originally 9 ghosts, only 3 remained. Just as Li Xiaofeng was about to continue attacking, Lin Yuan stopped him again. Wait a moment. Junior brother Li, let us capture a few alive and hand them over to senior brother Lu when he returns. Let him investigate. Capture them alive? How do we do that? Watch me. At this moment, Lin Yuan produced 3 talismans. Just as the 3 ghosts were within 10 steps of the 2, Lin Yuan threw out the 3 talismans, directly sticking them on the faces of the 3 ghosts. The 3 ghosts became as if they were under a binding spell, ready to remain motionless. Senior brother Lin, so you have binding talismans. No wonder you wanted to capture them alive. It's also to investigate as soon as possible. I hope senior brother can find some clues from them. I suspect they are the missing commoners. Lin Yuan said thoughtfully. Are you saying these people are the civilians of this county? Li Xiaofeng asked incredulously. I also suspect that. But whether it's true or not still depends on tomorrow's identification by their families, to see if they can recognize them. Li Xiaofeng nodded, feeling that it made a lot of sense. Afterwards, Lin Yuan took out a voice transmission talisman, muttered a few words, and then cast it to fly away, sending it toward the distant mountain. Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng waited in place. After a while, they both saw a firelight appear on the distant mountain, and they were instantly startled. Could it be senior brother Lu? It's very possible. Let us go take a look. Let us go? Chapter 13. The ghostly duel. The 2 swiftly darted towards the direction of the firelight. On the other side, Lu Jiangfei was facing a ghost emitting black ghostly energy while holding a long sword. The ghost was entirely black, with disheveled hair and a form that flickered in and out of visibility. Although it was somewhat blurry, it was still clear that it was a female ghost. The female ghost stretched out a hand and lightly grasped, sending a large black hand fiercely towards Lu Jiangfei's head. Lu Jiangfei raised his long sword, which had a talisman affixed to it, emitting golden light. He controlled the sword to stab at the large hand. The golden sword light collided with the black hand, and the black hand surprisingly seemed to have the upper hand. This was a miscalculation. I didn't expect such a powerful ghost to be here. With a strength of at least the 7th level of Qi training, Lu Jiangfei gritted his teeth and murmured to himself. But he had already sent a sound transmission talisman to Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng. Now, all he needed to do was buy time until the 2 arrived. With the 3 of them working together, this evil ghost would definitely not be a match for them. Just as Lu Jiangfei was thinking this, the female ghost reached out with another hand, and a black palm came rushing at him. Lu Jiangfei slapped his storage bag, and a golden talisman appeared in his hand. He recited the incantation, and instantly, spiritual light surged around him, with dense runes swirling around his body. Lu Jiangfei formed a hand seal, and the golden runes, under his control, rushed towards the female ghost's palm. As soon as they made contact, the talisman immobilized the ghost's hand. At this moment, both parties were at a stalemate since both palms were bound. The female ghost opened her bloody maw, seemingly releasing her inner rage. Lu Jiangfei pushed with his palm, sending his sword flying out while retreating dozens of steps to create distance from the ghost. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng finally arrived. Seeing the female ghost fighting Lu Jiangfei, they simultaneously summoned their magical weapons. Lin Yuan threw out 2 fireball talismans, which transformed into fireballs shooting towards the female ghost. Li Xiaofeng also controlled his fire sword, attaching a ghost-slaying talisman to it and launching it. As the 2 attacks approached, the female ghost's expression changed drastically. She tried to withdraw her palm to escape, but one of her hands was still bound by the runes, making it impossible for her to move. With all her strength, she managed to pull her hand free from the runes, but this moment of delay allowed the 2 attacks to reach her. The female ghost summoned black qi to defend, but the hastily erected defense was insufficient, and she was directly blasted away. The female ghost let out a hoarse scream as her figure was sent flying dozens of meters away, her body severely damaged, and much of the black qi dissipated. Lu Shixiang, are you okay? The 2 jumped over to Lu Jiangfei's side. I'm fine, Lu Jiangfei replied, brushing off his hands and retracting his flying sword. Fortunately, you 2 came quickly, otherwise, I would have had to tangle with this evil ghost for quite some time. Shixiang, this female ghost must be the culprit behind the disappearances in the county, right? Lin Yuan asked, looking at the distant female ghost. I think so. Shitty. Let us catch her together. All right. The three of them dashed forward, closely pursuing the female ghost. The ghost's movements were strange, and the three of them felt they might lose her at any moment. Lin Yuan suddenly shifted, using the earthly martial arts technique he had learned, Void Step. Lin Yuan moved as if he could teleport, his speed suddenly increasing. Lu Shixiang, Li Shitty, I'll follow this female ghost to prevent losing her. I'll go ahead. Be careful, Lin Shitty. Just as Lu Jiangfei finished speaking, Lin Yuan's figure vanished into the darkness. However, as he tracked the ghost, he left behind traces for the others to follow. Time passed, and Lin Yuan saw the female ghost escape into a cave. He halted, staring at the cave entrance, unsure whether to enter. If he went in now, he might fall into a trap, but waiting for the two brothers might be more prudent. However, if he waited here, the ghost could escape. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan chose to wait for the others. After all, if the ghost got away, it wasn't a big deal. But if he fell into a trap and lost his life, it would be a huge loss. Lin Yuan took out 2 talismans, flicked his fingers to stick them at the cave entrance, and then paced back and forth at the entrance, waiting for the two. Just as he moved, he noticed something strange on a branch in a corner of the cave entrance. He approached and picked it up, discovering it was a piece of torn cloth. When he illuminated it with firelight, he found it was a blue strip of cloth. Lin Yuan felt a sense of familiarity with the blue strip, as if he had seen it before. He casually touched it. The cloth felt nice, suggesting it was made from good material. Since it was dark, he couldn't see too clearly, so he pocketed it. Lin Shitty, are you here? Where's the female ghost? A voice came from behind. Lin Yuan turned to see Lu Jiangfei and Li Xiaofeng catching up. Lu Shixiang, Li Shitty, you arrived just in time. The female ghost entered this cave, and fearing there might be traps inside, I sealed the entrance with talismans. Lu Jiangfei looked at the cave and then at Lin Yuan. Lin Shitty, you did well. Let us go in together. Okay, the two nodded. Lu Jiangfei, being the oldest and most powerful, naturally took the lead, with Li Xiaofeng in the middle and Lin Yuan bringing up the rear. Lu Jiangfei took out a talisman, which transformed into a ball of flame and flew into the cave. This flame was specifically meant for illumination and could also detect the air inside the cave. The three of them each held a talisman and cautiously entered the cave. After walking for a while, they finally reached the end, and a foul stench filled their noses. All three couldn't help but frown. Each of them emitted a ball of flame, instantly illuminating the entire cave, allowing them to clearly see the situation inside. However, what they saw made their hair stand on end. Scattered corpses lay throughout the cave, some having decayed to the point of being mere skeletons due to the passage of time or other reasons, and the nauseating stench of rot filled the entire cave. Ugh! Li Xiaofeng was the first to be unable to hold back, vomiting. Lin Yuan took out 3 talismans, covering the 3 of them to block the foul air. These must be the missing people. Although I was mentally prepared for their fate, seeing it with my own eyes is still shocking, Lin Yuan murmured. Everyone be careful. That evil ghost is likely hiding inside, Lu Jiangfei reminded. As soon as he said this, both Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng's gazes snapped back from the corpses on the ground, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. At that moment, they noticed many stone pillars in the cave, which appeared to be man-made rather than naturally formed, though they were damaged due to age. The 3 of them cautiously searched for the whereabouts of the female ghost. Lin Yuan now suspected that the ghost might be hiding in one of the corpses. As he surveyed the bodies, he suddenly noticed that one corpse looked different from the others. He stepped closer to observe. Chapter 14, Cave Battle. Tsinghua Peachwood's sword Lin Yuan discovered that although the other corpses were incomplete, their clothing could still be somewhat recognized as rough linen worn by mortals. However, the clothing on this particular corpse looked somewhat different. Lin Yuan felt it resembled the attire worn by Elder Wang from the Medicine Garden, akin to that of a cultivation sect. After so many years of cultivation, Lin Yuan had some familiarity with such matters. However, just as he approached to take a closer look, a blood-red light suddenly burst forth from the hollow eyes of the skull, and a ghostly hand shot out from the skull, aiming for Lin Yuan's heart. Lin Yuan's heart raced, and he quickly retreated, using a burst of speed to retreat several dozen meters. This sudden scene also caught Lu Jiangfei and Li Xiaofeng's attention, prompting them to draw their magical artifacts and aim at the skull. Black qi surged out from the skull, swirling around the cave and occasionally emitting eerie laughter. Suddenly, a mass of black qi rushed toward Lu Jiangfei. Watch out! Just as a warning was shouted, a blue protective golden light appeared around Lu Jiangfei, as he had already prepared a defensive talisman, which he held in his hand. Soon after, Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng also took out their defensive talismans, and protective golden light surrounded them. It seems we must use those magical artifacts. Lu Jiangfei uttered these words. After that, he removed his Taoist robe and threw it into the air. Incantations appeared on the robe, and blue flames slowly ignited, filling the entire cave with pure spiritual energy. Then, he reached into his storage bag, and a wooden sword appeared in his hand. The blue flames landed on the wooden sword, instantly engulfing it in blue fire. The peachwood sword of green fire became apparent. Lu Jiangfei changed the hand seal, and the green flames that enveloped the peachwood sword exploded, spreading across the entire cave. Ah! A miserable woman's voice immediately echoed in the cave. When the three of them saw the woman's figure clearly, they noticed that part of her body was being burned by the green fire. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape and could only emit a heartbreaking scream from the flames. Humph! Evil spirit, die! 3 hand seals were cast, and the floating peachwood sword buzzed and trembled before shooting towards the female ghost, piercing through her body. Ah! The female ghost let out a series of wails. But under the power of the green fire and the peachwood sword, the black mist surrounding her gradually dissipated. Watching the scene of the female ghost's body disappearing, Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng finally felt at ease. I didn't expect senior brother Lu to have such a treasure, but it's also thanks to senior brother Lu. Otherwise, the two of us newbies wouldn't have been able to defeat this evil spirit. Li Xiaofeng immediately spoke up. Yes, it's all thanks to senior brother Lu this time. Lin Yuan also said, not out of flattery, but genuinely reflecting on their first ghost-catching experience. I just entered the sect a few years earlier than the two of you, and have a bit more experience. You two are also quite good. If you hadn't injured this female ghost beforehand, I wouldn't have been able to easily eliminate her either. I should also thank you both. Senior brother, you're too polite. After the three exchanged pleasantries, they began discussing how to handle the bodies. Lin Yuan also told Lu Jiangfei about the zombies he and Li Xiaofeng encountered on the streets. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jiangfei decided to gather the zombies from the streets and take them to the county tomorrow so the common people could see them with their own eyes, which would also reassure them. After making the decision, the three of them descended the mountain. By the next morning, countless common people had gathered on the street, and in the center lay numerous zombies, 2 of which had talismans affixed to their heads. Villagers, these are the zombies we subdued last night and last night. My 2 junior brothers and I also encountered the female ghost who caused all this on the mountain. Upon hearing this, the gathered villagers couldn't help but sigh, and some had already recognized the identities of the zombies lying on the ground. Isn't that old Wong who went missing a while ago? It really is him. I didn't expect he had become a zombie. Hearing these words, the 3 of them were even more certain that the bodies on the ground were the missing villagers. All right, the female ghost who caused all this has been killed by my junior brothers and me, so everyone need not be afraid anymore. Upon hearing Lu Jiangfei's words, many villagers knelt down in gratitude. Thank you, immortal teacher, for eliminating the monsters for us. Otherwise, we might have fallen victim to their evil hands. Yes, thank you, immortal teacher. The villagers repeatedly bowed in thanks. The county magistrate has arrived. With a voice calling out, everyone's gaze turned in unison. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, as he had some understanding of this county magistrate. From what he had heard from the maid Pinger in recent days, this magistrate seemed to be an ineffective official, and naturally, he had no good impression of him as a commoner. At this moment, a sedan chair was brought over, and a middle-aged man in a blue official robe, with an imposing expression, stepped out. However, when the middle-aged man saw Lin Yuan and the others, his originally serious expression instantly filled with smiles. 3 immortal teachers. I am the local county magistrate, representing all the people of Qingyi County to thank you for eliminating the harmful monsters. The magistrate clasped his hands and walked into the crowd with a beaming smile. The crowd naturally parted to make way for the magistrate. County magistrate, I didn't expect you to personally come amid your busy schedule. Lu Jiangfei's words were bland, but anyone could hear the dissatisfaction in his tone. The magistrate was taken aback for a moment, but his face quickly returned to a smile. Immortal teacher, please don't blame me. I've been occupied with mundane matters these past few days and couldn't meet the 3 immortal teachers in time. I hope you won't hold it against me. The 3 of them naturally didn't believe the magistrate's evasive words. They had been there for 7 or 8 days. and the magistrate had shown no intention of meeting them until today when they had subdued the monsters. No one would give him a good face under such circumstances. However, Lin Yuan's thoughts weren't on this. He was studying the magistrate closely, his brow slightly furrowed as if searching for something on him. Facing this awkward situation, the magistrate could only force another smile. Previously, I indeed made a mistake, and this time, to make amends to the 3 immortal teachers, I specially invite you to the best tavern in our county. Please honor me with your presence. The tavern is not necessary. That will trouble you then. Before Lu Jiangfei could finish his sentence, Lin Yuan stood up and interrupted him. This scene surprised both Lu Jiangfei and Li Xiaofeng, but they didn't show it, only casting a puzzled glance at Lin Yuan. All right, then please, 3 immortal teachers, follow me. I will lead the way, the magistrate said cheerfully. The 3 moved forward unobtrusively. However, at this moment, they began to communicate using a sound transmission technique. Chapter 15. The Hidden Hand. The soul-calling banner appears. Junior brother Lin, what's going on? We've completed our task and need to return. Why do we need to accept his invitation? Senior brother Lu, junior brother Li, this matter might be a bit complicated. I have new discoveries, but I will explain it to you when we return, so please cooperate with me for now. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's transmission, Lu Jiangfei and Li Xiaofeng no longer said anything. Since he had said so, they cooperated, treating it as enjoying a bit of worldly life. At the dining table, the magistrate indeed prepared a lot of delicacies, smiling and toasting while Lin Yuan's mind was not on the food. He kept asking the magistrate difficult questions, making the magistrate flustered and embarrassed, as if he was intentionally making it hard for him. But the magistrate could only swallow his anger. After the gathering ended, the 3 returned to Zhou Yuanwai's residence. Junior brother Lin, what was going on with you today? It seemed like you were making things difficult for that magistrate. Did you know him before? Lin Yuan shook his head. No. If you didn't know him, why did you act so unusually today? Lin Yuan stroked his chin and spoke to the 2. The next day, after the 3 dealt with the monsters in the county, they had completed their task and were naturally going back to the sect. Although Zhou Yuanwai and others urged them to stay a few more days, they still politely declined. However, many villagers, including the magistrate, sent them off, watching them leave with reluctance, but only a strange expression flashed in the magistrate's eyes. More than half a month passed, and everyone gradually returned to their normal lives. The once oppressive county town became lively again. One night, the streets were quiet and deserted, with a faint breeze rustling the leaves. Under the moonlight, a row of black figures slowly walked down the street. These people had ferocious faces, their eyes fixed ahead. If any villagers were present, they would immediately recognize them as the zombies that Lin Yuan and his companions had subdued half a month ago. They had come back to life, on a street, perhaps due to the long-lost comfort that made people lose their sense of crisis. 2 drunk men were swaying as they walked home. Hey, did you have fun drinking today? One man asked the other, who was leaning on him, in a slurred voice. Of course, we must have fun. Tomorrow we'll drink again, and we won't go back until we're drunk. It's a promise. The 2 were completely oblivious to the danger approaching them step by step. Behind them were 7 zombies, their shadows gradually lengthening under the moonlight, inching closer to the 2 drunks. When the dark shadows finally reached in front of them, the 2 men lazily turned around. Who is it at this late hour? As they turned, they saw a row of pale-faced zombies with sharp fangs and skin stretched tightly over bones appearing in front of them. Ah! The 2 let out a scream. This scream startled the surrounding residents. Hearing the sound, the zombies immediately charged at the 2 men, their speed unmatched by any ordinary person. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds echoed down the street, and the nearby residents seemed to realize something and dared not make a sound. Mom, what's happening outside? Don't speak. A woman covered her child's mouth, her body trembling. After a few breaths, the outside fell silent, as if everything had disappeared. However, if someone were to step outside, they would see black shadows lying on the ground, each with a yellow talisman stuck to their forehead. The fearsome zombies lay on the ground, while the 2 original drunks had vanished without a trace. Somewhere in the county town, a man suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock and said, "How is this possible? Who has imprisoned my zombies?" "It's simple, it's us." A young man's voice came from behind the man, who turned around sharply to see several figures that filled him with terror. "Zhou Yuanwai, we meet again." Lin Yuan revealed a mocking expression. "It's you?" Zhou Yuanwai looked at the 3 men with a displeased face in the dark. These 3 were, of course, Lin Yuan, Lu Jiangfei, and Li Xiaofeng. "Aren't you supposed to have left already? How come you're still here?" We were just fooling you. We turned back shortly after leaving the county, and we have been investigating in secret. I actually discovered that this matter was not so simple long ago. Initially, I didn't suspect you. I was always suspicious of the county magistrate. However, when I compared it with the cloth strip I found, I realized the magistrate didn't have the same clothing. Later, I found out that you seemed to have such a piece of clothing. After speaking, Lin Yuan took out a piece of cloth from his storage bag, the same as the strip he found outside the cave where the female ghost escaped. The cloth strip? That's right, it was accidentally left behind during your crime. This fabric is very expensive. Only the rich or noble can afford it. In the entire Qingyi County, only you and the county magistrate can wear it. So we have been secretly investigating you during this time. Later, I discovered that the real mastermind was you, and you even kidnapped the magistrate's family, threatening him, which is why the government has been too afraid to investigate. When we pressed the magistrate, he finally told us the truth. Zhou Yuanwei let out a cold laugh. I didn't expect to underestimate you. I didn't think a few inexperienced young lads would have such keen insight. If it weren't for the attention I have drawn from the immortal cultivation sect, I wouldn't have contacted you. I originally planned to find you myself and simplify the matter, letting you send your juniors to me so I could continue my actions. I didn't expect to miscalculate. I'm afraid the hundreds of victims you mentioned are far from the real number, right? Li Xiaofeng stepped forward to ask. Indeed, but I haven't counted how many people I've killed. It could be 800 or even more than 1,000, Zhou Yuanwei sighed lightly. You, a mere mortal. How could you have such ability? Lu Jiangfei furrowed his brows and asked the question they all wondered. Just as Zhou Yuanwei finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he pulled out a small yellow flag from his pocket. Upon seeing the flag, Lu Jiangfei was startled. Soul summoning banner. Zhou Yuanwei sneered coldly. If you want to know the reason, go ask the king of hell in the underworld. With a gentle wave of the soul summoning banner, 2 streams of black gas shot out, coalescing into 2 evil spirits. The spirits had green faces and sharp teeth, exuding a foul stench, with blood-red eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Although the 2 spirits were not as powerful as the previous female ghost, they were still at the cultivation level of the 6th stage. Once the evil spirits were summoned, Zhou Yuanwei immediately fled. Chase. The 3 were about to pursue when the 2 evil spirits blocked their way. Without hesitation, Lu Jiangfei and Li Xiaofeng took out their flying swords and talismans and began to fight the evil spirits. Brother Lin, you go after him. We'll handle these 2 evil spirits. Lin Yuan glanced at the 2 and then turned to chase after Zhou Yuanwei. Chapter 16, Life and Death Pursuit. Lin Yuan's first real combat as Lin Yuan chased after Zhou Yuanwei. He could easily catch up to him given his speed. However, he didn't act impulsively. Instead, he used his consciousness to scan the opponent and was surprised to find that Zhou Yuanwei was only at the 3rd stage of qi refining. He hadn't expected his opponent to have such a low cultivation level. Lin Yuan wasted no time and immediately threw a binding talisman at him. Zhou Yuanwei also saw Lin Yuan's talisman and quickly threw a flying knife back. When the talisman and the flying knife collided, they canceled each other out, which surprised Lin Yuan. Before he could take out another talisman, Zhou Yuanwei turned around and threw several flying knives at him. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows but quickly used the void step to dodge. Seeing Lin Yuan's agile movements, Zhou Yuanwei turned and ran again. Lin Yuan felt he had gathered enough information and immediately took out 6 flying swords from his storage bag. He brought his fingers together, reciting a few incantations, and then pointed at the 6 flying swords. The previously quiet 6 flying swords suddenly buzzed loudly, emitting a golden glow. 5 small swords surrounded the main sword, and all the spiritual energy was infused into the main sword, making its blade even sharper and giving off an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, and under the control of his fingers, the 6 flying swords shot towards Zhou Yuanwei with a cold gleam. Zhou Yuanwei's face changed dramatically, and a golden talisman appeared in his hand, instantly wrapping his entire body in golden light. However, when the sword light collided with the light shield, the shield only held for a few moments before being pierced by the sword light. Zhou Yuanwei's expression changed as the sword light penetrated his thigh, sending him flying into a small ditch. Lin Yuan retracted the mother and child 5 elements sword and slowly walked towards the ditch. Suddenly, he saw a blood-red light emanating from where Zhou Yuanwei had fallen. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and activated the mother and child 5 elements sword again, causing 6 sword lights to reappear. Just as Lin Yuan was gathering spiritual energy, Zhou Yuanhuai's figure slowly emerged from the ditch. He raised one hand above his head, and a ghostly nail emanating blood-red spiritual energy floated above his hand. Although Lin Yuan was at some distance from the ghostly nail, he could still clearly feel that the powerful spiritual energy it emitted was far beyond that of his mother and child five elements sword. Could it be a top-grade magical weapon? Realizing this, Lin Yuan felt a chill in his heart and immediately shot out the mother and child five elements sword to interrupt Zhou Yuanhuai's spellcasting. However, just as he shot out the sword, Zhou Yuanhuai also shot the ghostly nail towards Lin Yuan. The ghostly nail and the mother and child five elements sword collided. In just one exchange, the mother and child five elements sword was knocked away, and the ghostly nail shot straight towards Lin Yuan's heart. Its speed so fast that he couldn't defend against it. The ghostly nail directly struck Lin Yuan's heart without any reaction from him. With a clang, a crisp sound echoed as if metal had collided, and Lin Yuan was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood and crashing heavily to the ground. Hee kid. You're still too green to fight me. Zhou Yuanhuai revealed a sinister grin, but the pain in his thigh made him grimace. Damn it. I actually got hurt by such a small fry. If it weren't for my diminished cultivation after seizing this body, how could I be injured by a mere qi refining stage brat? Zhou Yuanhuai retrieved the ghostly nail, which transformed into a blood-red talisman and was stored in his storage bag. He took out a vial of medicine and sprinkled it on his thigh, intending to tear off his clothing to bandage the wound. However, just as he was busy tending to his injury, Lin Yuan's fingers twitched, and then he suddenly opened his eyes, sprang up, and hurled a dozen talismans at Zhou Yuanhuai. The talismans transformed into fireballs that shot toward Zhou Yuanhuai. Zhou Yuanhuai was instantly horrified. He had not expected the other party to survive. He clearly saw his ghostly nail talisman strike the opponent's vital spot. In a panic, he endured the pain from his wound and tried to evade, but there were simply too many fireballs. After a series of explosions, Zhou Yuanhuai was burned beyond recognition, sprawled helplessly on the ground. Just as he managed to stand up, a flying sword appeared behind him, and the sword light flashed, directly piercing through his chest. Zhou Yuanhuai looked at the blood hole in his chest with disbelief. Impossible. How could I die here? With eyes full of unwillingness, he collapsed to the ground. Lin Yuan covered his chest, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glanced at his heart. Fortunately, at the last moment, he summoned the 9 turns universe cauldron to block the fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have been the one dead here. He felt a bit scared just thinking about it. Lin Yuan looked at Zhou Yuanhuai's corpse and felt it was still not safe. So he directly controlled the mother and child five elements sword to behead Zhou Yuanhuai and sever his limbs before feeling reassured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly walked to Zhou Yuanhuai's body, gently moving his palm toward the storage bag, causing it to fly into his hand. Lin Yuan checked it and found dozens of spirit stones, a small flag, 2 jade slips, and a blood-red talisman inside. Lin Yuan first took out the blood-red talisman, which depicted a ghostly nail. Naturally, this was the ghostly nail that had almost sent Lin Yuan to his demise. A talisman treasure, I didn't expect such a thing. It seems this person must have been a Foundation establishment cultivator before seizing this body. When Zhou Yuanhuai was talking to himself earlier, Lin Yuan had also heard it while lying on the ground, and he had suspected something. Now, seeing the talisman treasure, he felt even more certain. Such treasures were rarely found among ordinary qi refining stage cultivators. Lin Yuan directly stored the ghostly nail talisman in his own storage bag, and then took out the 2 jade slips. One slip contained a technique called Thousand Ghosts Technique, while the other was Concealment Technique. The Thousand Ghosts Technique was a ghostly method, and Lin Yuan simply flipped through it. The Concealment Technique was a method to conceal one's aura, used for hiding and evading tracking. Lin Yuan was also very interested in these 2 techniques, and similarly stored them in his own storage bag. Finally, there were the Spirit Stones and the Soul Summoning Flag. Lu Jiangfei and Li Xiaofeng had both seen the Soul Summoning Flag with their own eyes, so he couldn't possibly keep it for himself. As for the Spirit Stones, it was better to take them out and discuss what to do. Cough cough. Lin Yuan coughed a couple of times. Although the previous attack hadn't claimed his life, it had caused internal injuries. He took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills from his storage bag and swallowed one of each, slightly adjusting his breathing. After he had recuperated somewhat, he turned back to look for his senior brothers. After a while, Lin Yuan discovered that there was still fighting going on in the distance. He was slightly taken aback to find that although Zhou Yuanhuai was dead, the 2 evil spirits had not disappeared. Lin Yuan then realized that these evil spirits seemed to be controlled by the soul summoning flag. As long as the flag didn't absorb them or they weren't killed directly, they wouldn't vanish. As Lin Yuan approached, he was surprised to see that his senior brother Lu was desperately stalling the two evil spirits, while Li Xiaofeng floated in the air, holding a red talisman that emitted powerful spiritual energy. Another talisman treasure? Chapter 17. Harvest. Casual cultivator visits the market. Lin Yuan was very familiar with this scene. He had just narrowly escaped death here. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, the talisman finally transformed into a red flame disc. Senior brother, it's ready. Step back and let me handle them. Upon hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, Lu Jiangfei glanced back and quickly retreated several dozen steps. Just as Lu Jiangfei took cover behind Li Xiaofeng, the flame disc above Li Xiaofeng immediately shot out fireballs, which were far more powerful than the fireball technique and fireball talismans. One by one, the fireballs instantly burned the two evil spirits, causing them to wail in agony as the black energy surrounding them diminished. However, Li Xiaofeng in the air also turned pale due to the rapid consumption of spiritual energy from the talisman, and he began to breathe heavily. Seeing this, Lin Yuan decided not to watch any longer and rushed out. He waved the soul summoning flag, directly absorbing the two evil spirits into the small flag. This scene surprised both Lu Jiangfei and Li Xiaofeng, but when they saw it was Lin Yuan, they relaxed. Li Xiaofeng retracted the talisman, and the flame disc transformed back into a talisman, slowly descending. Junior brother Lin, what happened to that demon? Lu Jiangfei stepped forward and asked anxiously. Senior brother, don't worry, he has already been slain. His magical tools and storage bag are right here. After speaking, Lin Yuan showed the soul summoning flag and storage bag to the two. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the two finally felt relieved, but Li Xiaofeng soon frowned again, glancing at the bloodstain on Lin Yuan's chest. Junior brother Lin, you're injured? Seeing Li Xiaofeng's gaze, Lin Yuan looked down and realized it was blood from when he had been struck by the ghostly nail, which had stained his shirt. He reached out to touch the bloodstain. It's nothing serious. I was accidentally injured during the battle. I adjusted my breathing for a bit, and I'm much better now. Junior brother Lin, this should be your first time fighting someone, right? Be sure to be more careful next time. Got it, senior brother. Lin Yuan nodded, and he could see that the two genuinely cared for him. Junior brother Lin, let us go take a look at that demon's corpse. Okay, the three of them, under Lin Yuan's guidance, arrived at Zhou Yuanwai's corpse. Looking at the dismembered body, the two only frowned in disgust and didn't look any longer. Junior brother Lin, you did very well. Among the three of us in this trial, you performed the best. When we return to the sect, I will definitely ask the sect master to commend you. Senior brother, you're being too kind. I need to thank you and junior brother, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do all this alone. I feel that the greatest credit goes to senior brother Lu. Yes, I think so too. Li Xiaofeng agreed as well. After some polite exchanges, they began discussing the next steps. When Lin Yuan took out the storage bag and soul summoning flag and asked how to handle them, Lu Jiangfei, being the most senior and highest in cultivation among the three, naturally took on the role of decision-maker. After pondering for a while, Lu Jiangfei suddenly spoke. Here's the thing, junior brother Lin, junior brother Li, the soul summoning flag, as far as I know, belongs to ghostly cultivators. This matter is serious, and I hope you both can keep it confidential. It's probably not that simple. So I will take responsibility for its safekeeping until I return to the sect and hand it over to the sect master for handling. As for these spirit stones, the two junior brothers have put in a lot of effort, and according to the sect's rules, we can completely divide them equally. As the senior brother, I won't fight with my junior brothers over them. I lost a bit, totaling 50 spirit stones, so the two junior brothers can split them. Hearing that Lu Jiangfei actually didn't want a single spirit stone, Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng were a bit surprised, but seeing Lu Jiangfei's sincere expression, they felt he wasn't just being polite. However, the three still exchanged pleasantries, as Lin Yuan valued social niceties quite a bit. For some reason, Lu Jiangfei was very insistent on this matter, and in the end, he only symbolically took 2 spirit stones, leaving Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng each with 24 spirit stones. After distributing the items, the three decided not to disturb the common people of the county any further. Lu Jiangfei used a fireball technique to directly incinerate the corpse of Zhou Yuanwai, and after handling the matter, the three left Qingyi County, marking the end of their trial. Lin Yuan's biggest realization this time was indeed what Lu Jiangfei had told him before, that the dangers of going down the mountain to undergo trials were real. This duel left a deep impression on him, but when he looked at his storage bag and thought of the talismans and techniques inside, he felt quite pleased. Indeed, danger and treasures coexist. 5 days later, the three appeared in a bustling marketplace, which was not on their way back to the sect. Rather, they had taken a detour to get there. Just after leaving Qingyi County, Li Xiaofeng had mentioned a place where cultivators were currently gathering in large numbers. This marketplace was jointly organized by several immortal families, attracting many lone cultivators, disciples from various sects, and professional merchants. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan and Lu Jiangfei became interested. As there was no time limit on sect trials, so the three decided to visit. Along the way, Li Xiaofeng explained the rules of the marketplace in detail, such as no fighting and no use of flying artifacts. During their conversation, Lin Yuan learned that Li Xiaofeng came from an immortal family, though her family was in decline. With only 2 foundation-building cultivators left, and only she among her peers possessing a spiritual root. This also clarified Lin Yuan's earlier confusion about why Li Xiaofeng had talismans. Once they entered the lively marketplace, the three separated to pursue their own interests, agreeing to meet at the entrance before dark. Lin Yuan wandered around, observing the stalls of lone cultivators. He stopped at one stall and picked up a technique book. Changchun Gong. It seemed quite ordinary with no special features. Lin Yuan casually put the technique back and looked at a few other books, all of which were the most basic spells he had already learned in the sect, offering him no help. His gaze then fell on a relatively large map, which he picked up. This map caught his attention because it was more detailed than any map he had seen before, marking dozens of neighboring countries and clearly annotating various terrains, roads, and even the locations of immortal families and sections. Fellow Taoist, this map was meticulously summarized by me after traveling through various countries and comparing their maps and my observations. I can guarantee you won't find a more detailed or comprehensive map in this marketplace. Lin Yuan examined it and felt the seller wasn't exaggerating. The map was indeed rare. How much is this map? Fellow Taoist, it only costs 1 spirit stone. 1 spirit stone? Lin Yuan frowned slightly, thinking it was a bit expensive. Fellow Taoist, this is the result of my years of effort traveling across countries, and I'm also including this encyclopedia of miscellaneous rumors and information from various places I've summarized. Surely that's worth it. Let me take a look. Lin Yuan took the book and flipped through it, finding many things he had never heard of before. After a quick glance, he felt it was satisfactory. Okay, I'll take it. Chapter 18. Trading Pills for Goods, Alchemy Furnace. In fragmented map on parchment, Lin Yuan took a spirit stone from his storage bag and tossed it to the vendor, then picked up the map and book and left. As he walked, he looked at the newly bought map and realized that there were so many countries surrounding his own. The Zhao country he was in was merely a small nation on the map, while to the north, there was a large country called Dan country, which occupied about a third of the Sichuan continent, standing out prominently. While flipping through the encyclopedia, he was surprised to discover a familiar item, the soul summoning banner. According to the book, this soul summoning banner was a unique artifact from a sect called Guiyun sect, which was a powerful demonic sect. Looking at the map, he found that the Guiyun sect was not too far from his own Wanjian sect. Could the person he encountered a few days ago be a cultivator from Guiyun sect? Lin Yuan thought to himself, 15 spirit stones? Why don't you just rob someone? A sudden voice interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts. He looked up to see a buyer arguing with a seller at a stall. This is a foundation building alchemy furnace. 15 spirit stones is already very cheap, and I told you, if you don't have that many spirit stones, you can also offer me 2 bottles of satisfactory cultivation enhancing pills. Are you joking? Cultivation enhancing pills? Even disciples from sects and members of immortal families might not have those, and most people here are lone cultivators. Who would have them? Even if they did, they wouldn't exchange them for something so precious. They'd keep them for themselves. That's your problem then. If you don't have them, stop complaining here. 8 spirit stones, that's my highest offer. No way, the lowest is 15 spirit stones. I'm already selling it at a low price. Take it or leave it. The vendor's face was filled with impatience as he waved the buyer away. If you're not selling, then don't. What's so great about it? The buyer, unable to get what he wanted, left in frustration. Lin Yuan, seeing the two arguing over an alchemy furnace, became interested, as he was in need of one himself. So he walked over. Lin Yuan first looked at the vendor, a middle-aged man at the 6th level of qi refinement, with a stern expression. But judging from his clothing and conversation, he seemed to be a lone cultivator as well. When Lin Yuan approached, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Because Lin Yuan was wearing sect robes, he could be seen as different from others, and in the middle-aged man's mind, cultivators from sects or immortal families generally had a higher status than lone cultivators. Fellow Taoist, feel free to take a look at what you need. The middle-aged man waved away his previous impatience and greeted Lin Yuan warmly. Lin Yuan calmly surveyed the stall, and his gaze fell on the alchemy furnace. Fellow Taoist, this is a furnace from one of my ancestors who was a foundation-building cultivator. Its quality is absolutely guaranteed. If it weren't for my lack of knowledge in alchemy and urgent need for spirit stones and pills, I wouldn't be selling it. Lin Yuan remained silent, merely nodding. He picked up the alchemy furnace and examined it closely. To be honest, the vendor was not lying. This furnace was indeed worth more than 15 spirit stones, as he had seen similar ones with Elder Wang before, but the one before him was even larger and appeared to be of better quality. I heard you say it costs 15 spirit stones? Lin Yuan asked. Yes, the lowest is 15 spirit stones, but if you have any cultivation-enhancing pills, that would be even better. Just 2 bottles that satisfy me would suffice. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan reached into his storage bag and took out 2 small bottles. How about these 2? Lin Yuan handed over the 2 small bottles, which contained the Huang Yuan Dan and the Shisui Dan he had concocted. The stall owner took the small bottle, opened it, and smelled it. Suddenly, his expression changed. This pill? The stall owner's face showed a look of surprise. Is there something wrong with this pill? No. It's just that this is the first time I've seen a pill with such abundant spiritual energy. The moment the stall owner opened the bottle, the quality of the pill far exceeded his expectations. If these 2 bottles of pills were sold, even at 20 spirit stones each, they would likely be snatched up. However, Lin Yuan was unaware of the stall owner's thoughts. These pills were made from century-old spiritual herbs cultivated in his small cauldron. To him, century-old spiritual herbs were just ordinary items, but for these Qi refinement period loose cultivators, they were rare and sought-after materials. Since there is no problem, I'll take my leave. Lin Yuan put the alchemy furnace into his storage bag and intended to leave. Wait, friend, please stay. The stall owner hurriedly called out to Lin Yuan. Is there anything else? Friend, I'm wondering if you have more of these pills. I'm willing to exchange for equivalent spirit stones. You want to buy my pills? Lin Yuan asked in confusion. Yes, to be honest, I can tell at a glance that you come from an extraordinary background. Perhaps a disciple of an elder from a large sect? Lin Yuan did not deny it, just watching the other party. The stall owner continued. I've been stuck at the 6th level of Qi refinement for several years with no signs of breaking through. So I want to buy the pills you have. As long as the price is reasonable, I'll take as many as you have. Forget it. These were given to me by my master, and it's already good enough to take out 2 bottles. I have no intention of selling more. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, feeling that he had attracted some attention and wanted to leave quickly. Wait, friend, I have something you might be interested in. Oh, what is it? The stall owner's words caught Lin Yuan's attention again. The stall owner looked around mysteriously and then took out a piece of yellow parchment. The parchment looked about palm-sized, and perhaps due to age, the yellow was very deep, and it appeared to be a fragment, likely part of a complete piece of parchment. Friend, this was something I found years ago in a cultivator's tomb. When I discovered it, I felt this piece of parchment was unusual. It could either be a technique or a treasure map. However, I have not been able to uncover its secrets for so many years. How about I exchange it for your pills? Can I take a look? Lin Yuan asked, extending his hand. The stall owner hesitated for a moment and replied, All right, I trust you. He then carefully handed it over. Lin Yuan took the parchment and examined it closely, but he did not find anything special. Besides its shape resembling some treasure fragment mentioned by storytellers, it appeared to be an ordinary item. It did not react at all when he infused it with spiritual energy. Brother, you're not trying to fool me, are you? No matter how you look at it, this is just an ordinary item. You didn't make this up to create some mystery, did you? Lin Yuan said with some disdain. Friend, cultivators do not deceive other cultivators. This is truly a treasure that I obtained after great hardship. Lin Yuan looked closely again, but still could not see any difference. Please take another careful look, friend. The stall owner's expression was a bit anxious, as if afraid Lin Yuan would not find it appealing. Lin Yuan observed the stall owner's expression and casually asked, How do you want to trade? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, the stall owner chuckled and said, I'm not greedy. I just want 6 more of those pills from earlier. Goodbye. Chapter 19. Leaving the market, killing for treasure. Lin Yuan put down the parchment and turned to leave. Wait, friend, for bottles, just 4 bottles, 2 bottles. Seeing Lin Yuan leaving, the stall owner hurriedly shouted. When the stall owner called out for 2 bottles, Lin Yuan finally stopped, turned around, and returned to the stall. 2 bottles, just 2 bottles. Lin Yuan held up 2 fingers. All right, just 2 bottles. The stall owner gritted his teeth. Showing a somewhat pained expression, Lin Yuan sighed, took out 2 small bottles, placed them on the stall, then picked up the parchment and put it into his storage bag as he left. After obtaining the parchment, Lin Yuan did not look at it much and continued to search for what he needed. However, after passing many stalls without finding anything, he discovered a pavilion. Lin Yuan looked up at the pavilion. The words Fortune Pavilion were hung at the entrance. This was the largest shop he had found nearby. He paused at the entrance and then walked straight in. There were many people buying things inside the pavilion, and all kinds of magical tools, talismans, and pills were available, making it quite comprehensive. Lin Yuan approached a counter where a man wearing a hat stood. The man was not very tall, but gave a shrewd impression. Good sir, is there anything you need? Our Fortune Pavilion has a complete range of items. I want to buy some magical tools and talismans. Magical tools and talismans. Are they for attack or defense? Defense type. I also need tools that can trap enemies. If there are good ones that help with escape, I'd like to see those as well. All right, no problem. The man immediately went to the back and brought out several boxes, placing them in front of Lin Yuan and opening them one by one. Sir, this is the turtle shell shield, made from the shell of a first-grade top-tier demon beast. The iron shell turtle, it has very strong defense. This is a pair of greenwood rings, a mid-tier top-grade magical tool from the wood attribute, capable of unexpectedly trapping an enemy's hands. This is the thunder smoke pearl, a total of 24 pieces. Although its lethality is not great, the smoke it releases can obstruct a person's senses, making it a tool for disrupting enemies. And these 2 talismans, the Sky Flying Talisman and the Golden Shield Talisman, are both advanced low-level talismans. As for their functions, I believe the names are self-explanatory. Lastly, this box contains a piece of gold essence, which can only be refined by a core formation stage cultivator. No matter what magical tool you make, as long as you add this small piece of gold essence, it will at least be a top-grade magical tool. After the man's explanation, Lin Yuan's gaze finally landed on the last small piece of gold essence, about the size of a finger. How is it, sir? Are you satisfied? Lin Yuan nodded. It's decent. Then what does the customer plan to use for payment? Our store is quite open. You can use spirit stones for settlement or various rare treasures, but they must be items we need. Can pills be used? Pills are acceptable, but preferably those that our store does not already have or those that can help improve cultivation. Lin Yuan took out a small bottle from his storage bag and sent it flying towards the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took the bottle and opened it, revealing a golden pill lying quietly inside. What is this pill? The shopkeeper showed a hint of surprise. This is a golden money pill. It's a very rare pill. Consuming it during the chi refinement stage can directly promote 1 level of cultivation, and consuming it during the foundation establishment stage can save years of hard work. Moreover, the most important aspect of this pill is that it can purify the spiritual energy of cultivators practicing gold attribute techniques, accelerating their cultivation speed. All right, I'll take it. But your golden money pill, while good, seems to be a bit lacking, after all. Before the shopkeeper could finish, Lin Yuan took out 2 more bottles of pills from his storage bag, plus these 2 bottles of yellow origin pills and cleansing marrow pills. Deal. The shopkeeper decisively accepted the pills. Lin Yuan waved his hand and put everything into his storage bag. After making his purchases, Lin Yuan did not linger and walked out. However, at that moment, 2 people in the shop who were buying things had their eyes fixed on him, and they silently followed him. Lin Yuan walked out of the store, meandering through different streets without any particular destination for what felt like an eternity. By the time dusk arrived, he finally reached an exit. Lin Yuan stepped out alone and immediately began to shapeshift at full speed. He leaped through the forest quickly, but after he had traveled for several dozen miles at full speed, he finally landed on a thick branch. Fellow Taoists, since you've been following me since I left the Fortune Pavilion, shouldn't you come out and meet me now? Lin Yuan spoke suddenly to a seemingly empty spot behind him. Not long after his words fell, 2 figures indeed emerged from behind 2 trees. Fellow Taoist is very cautious. My brother and I have been quite careful, yet we didn't expect to be discovered right after leaving the pavilion. One of the men, dressed in a scholar's robe and looking refined, spoke with a smile, while the other was burly, with bare arms that displayed a clear scar. Lin Yuan had already scanned the 2 with his divine sense. Both were at the 5th level of chi refining, comparable to him. What does my fellow Taoist want after following me for so long? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, looking at the two. Nothing much. I saw that fellow Taoist was generous in his actions and carried precious elixirs, so my brother and I would like to ask for 2 elixirs. The scholar, still smiling, spoke, but his words were clear threats, attempting to rob Lin Yuan of his elixirs. Ask for them. Such a nice way to put it. Why be so hypocritical? You just want to rob me, don't you? Lin Yuan sneered upon hearing this, his face filled with disdain. If that is how my fellow Taoist thinks, then there is nothing I can do. I wonder if my fellow Taoist can fulfill my brother and I's wish, consider it a way to avert disaster. This statement was a blatant threat, and Lin Yuan's expression turned serious as he glared at the two, a hint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. It seems my fellow Taoist does not intend to heed my advice. Seeing Lin Yuan's gaze, the scholar's expression also turned icy. Brother, why waste words with him? You and I can just take him down, and everything he has will be ours. Since my younger brother has said so, fellow Taoist. Don't blame us for taking advantage of our numbers. After saying this, both men took out their magical artifacts. The scholar produced an iron fan, while the burly man wielded an iron rod, both of which were mid-grade artifacts. Haha, it seems we are the ones taking advantage of our numbers. Lin Yuan smiled, looking at the two with a mocking gaze. The moment they heard Lin Yuan's words, their expressions changed, but before they could react, 2 flying swords shot toward them from either side. Not good. Chapter 20, Battle of Magic. Kill them. The two suddenly turned around. The scholar saw the flying swords and opened the iron fan to block them, forming a wall of chi in front of him. With a flick of his arm, he redirected the flying sword, sending it flying away. However, the burly man wasn't so lucky, in his haste to defend. Although he altered the trajectory of the flying sword slightly, it still grazed his shoulder, leaving a horrific gash. Ah! The burly man screamed, falling from the tree while clutching his bleeding shoulder. Little brother. The scholar hurriedly jumped down to support the burly man, looking back in fear. Suddenly, 2 figures jumped out from behind, retracting the flying swords. These 2 were, of course, Lu Jiangfei and Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng fixed his gaze on the scholar, the one who had attempted the sneak attack, but due to differences in cultivation, he hadn't succeeded and was blocked by the scholar. He had anticipated this, but seeing it happen was still frustrating. The one who had sneak attacked the burly man was Lu Jiangfei, with his cultivation suppressed and the burly man unprepared. He was naturally injured badly. The flying swords they used were infused with spiritual energy, and the burly man's injuries were worse than they appeared, blood streaming continuously. The scholar immediately fed the burly man a medicinal pill, then turned his gaze to the 3. At this moment, Lin Yuan and his companions surrounded the 2 from 3 different directions. I didn't expect to miscalculate today. I should have anticipated that you would have companions. I didn't expect there to be a 6th level chi refining cultivator among you. Fellow Taoists, you admit defeat today. I wonder if you could spare my brother and me. I am willing to compensate you 3. Compensate? You think too highly of yourself, wanting to kill and rob. And now when you're trapped, you think compensation will suffice? Do you take us for fools? Lu Jiangfei glared coldly at him. Since you are unwilling to spare us, then you shall die? The scholar's expression darkened, and he launched 2 red spheres toward Lu Jiangfei and Lin Yuan. Both men's expressions changed, but they reacted quickly. Lu Jiangfei took out a blue shield, while Lin Yuan produced the golden shield talisman he had just bought, his body instantly enveloped in golden light. Bang! Bang! 2 loud crashes sounded in front of the 2. Lu Jiangfei stumbled back a few steps while Lin Yuan remained unmoved, the high-grade talisman providing formidable defense. Seeing his attack fail, the scholar immediately grabbed the burly man and flew into the air. Li Xiaofeng, who had not been affected, took a few steps back during the explosion. When he saw the 2 trying to escape, he immediately controlled the flying sword to shoot at them and also pulled out a thumb-sized metal ball from his storage bag, shooting it at them as well. The scholar saw the flying sword coming and quickly raised the iron fan to defend, successfully blocking the attack. However, the silent little iron ball pierced through his chi shield and struck his waist. The scholar felt a sharp pain and, with a change in expression, fell from the air, the little iron ball returning to Li Xiaofeng's hand. How do you have a superior grade artifact? The scholar looked at Li Xiaofeng in disbelief after landing. He had thought that as long as he could briefly restrain the 2 higher-level cultivators, a mere 3rd-level chi refining Li Xiaofeng would pose no threat. But he hadn't expected the other side to have a superior grade artifact, which pierced through his protective spiritual light. You don't need to know that. Li Xiaofeng sneered. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Lu Jiangfei had already made their move. The two had lost their best chance to escape. Lin Yuan's expression darkened, and a pair of wooden rings appeared in his hands, shooting toward the scholar. Big brother, be careful. Unexpectedly, the burly man spotted Lin Yuan's movement and directly stood in front of the scholar. The green wooden rings meant to bind the scholar ended up trapping the burly man instead. The two green wooden rings tightened around the burly man's wrists, forcing his hands open as he struggled in vain. Damn it, damn it. The burly man desperately tried to break free, but no matter how strong he was, it was futile. Lu Jiangfei, seeing that his attack had failed, also controlled the flying sword to shoot at the scholar. The scholar, noticing this, quickly took precautions and flew out the iron fan, which collided with the flying sword, resulting in a stalemate. Then the scholar cast another spell, causing his spiritual energy to surge, and two more magical artifacts flew out, attacking Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng remained unfazed, launching a small ball to counter the incoming magical artifacts, and the two artifacts collided without determining a victor. Similarly, Lin Yuan used the mother and son 5-element sword, shooting a combined 6-pointed sword light toward the scholar. The scholar was fighting against 3 opponents and appeared quite strained. Now, if the 3 could just wear him down, it wouldn't be long before the scholar would exhaust his spiritual energy. Come out of that magic tool quickly, or I won't be able to hold on any longer. The man in Confucian robes shouted angrily at the burly man. All right, the burly man said, and with a flick of his mind, he controlled the rod-shaped magic tool to strike fiercely at the side of the green wood ring. Ah! Another scream of agony rang out, and it was the burly man who let out the cry, as he had just smashed his wrist bone with the rod. The greenwood ring was a wood attribute magic tool, inherently soft, making the rod and hammer-shaped tools ineffective against it, resulting in him shattering his own hand instead. Lin Yuan, witnessing this scene, didn't want to give the other party a chance and immediately sent dozens of fireball talismans flying. The two opponents had no chance to defend themselves. After the flames exploded, they were left charred and in a pitiful state, with 2 flying swords piercing through them. The duo, who had originally intended to rob others, never expected to be killed by the combined efforts of 3. Lin Yuan slowly approached, reached out to grab the 2 storage bags, and they appeared in his hands. After rummaging through them, he realized they were quite shabby. Together, the 2 had less than 10 spirit stones, and there were hardly any mid-grade magic tools. Senior Brother Lu, Junior Brother Li, thanks to your help this time. Although these aren't worth much, I still want to express my gratitude by giving them to you, Lin Yuan said, handing over everything without keeping anything for himself. Junior Brother Lin, you're being too polite. We are all fellow disciples. No need for such formalities, said Senior Brother Lu. Yes, Junior Brother Lin, we're all fellow disciples. It's just a small favor. No need to mention thanks, added Junior Brother Li. I know the brotherhood between you two, but gratitude is still necessary. Just listen to me this time and accept it, Lin Yuan insisted, forcibly pushing the items into their hands before they could refuse, leaving them both helplessly amused. The reason Lin Yuan acted this way was that he truly didn't need these items, and secondly, it was about social etiquette. The cultivation world was not just about fighting, but also about understanding human relationships. However, Junior Brother Lin, you really need to be careful next time. Such incidents are not rare in the cultivation world. Luckily, you discovered it early and sent us a sound transmission talisman. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known, said Senior Brother Lu. Yes, I heard my father mention it before. He experienced similar situations several times back in the day, Junior Brother Li added. This time, I was indeed careless, being new and inexperienced. I appreciate the reminders from both of you. I will definitely be more cautious in the future. All right, since Junior Brother understands, let's hurry back and deal with the bodies, Senior Brother Lu said, glancing at the 2 corpses on the ground. Okay, the 2 nodded in agreement. Chapter 21. A year, outer sect competition. A few days later, the 3 returned to the sect. After returning, Senior Brother Lu went alone to report the trial results to the sect leader, while Lin Yuan and Junior Brother Li each returned to their own residences. When Lin Yuan returned to the herb garden, he did not see Elder Wang and did not know where he had gone. However, the herbs in the yard were growing well, indicating that he hadn't been gone for long. After inspecting the yard, Lin Yuan returned to his room and fell asleep immediately. He had been quite exhausted during this period. Whether it was initially catching ghosts or the subsequent journey, he hadn't had a good sleep, So upon returning, he decided to make up for it. From evening until noon the next day, he slept soundly, only waking up when the sunlight shone on his face. At noon, Lin Yuan stretched, washed up briefly, and stepped outside, where he saw a bag and a sound transmission talisman on the stone table in the yard. Picking them up, he realized they were from senior brother Lu last night. The bag contained several spirit stones, a reward for their successful trial, along with some praise from the sect leader for their performance. Lin Yuan glanced at it and didn't pay much attention, opening the bag to find 3 spirit stones inside. It seemed he would have money to buy talisman paper for a while. As spring passed and autumn came, time flew by, and over a year had gone by. During this time, Lin Yuan lived quite comfortably, spending his days either tending to the herb garden or going out to exchange cultivation insights with his fellow disciples. After the last trial, he formed a friendship with senior brother Lu and junior brother Li. Whenever they gathered, Lin Yuan would share some herbs from the garden with them. Although the herbs were not particularly old, they were indeed helpful for cultivation, and the two were very happy to accept them. This also drew the 3 closer together, sharing good news with Lin Yuan. During this time, Lin Yuan also visited his village companion, Wu Yong, who had become a 5th-layer qi refiner and learned excellent refining skills in the sect, earning considerable recognition. However, he had yet to see another village companion, Xiang Linfei. Since being accepted into the inner sect, Xiang Linfei had gained the favor of the Grand Elder, and Lin Yuan's understanding of him was based on rumors, such as being taken as a true disciple by the Grand Elder and being groomed as a successor, as well as breaking through to the 8th layer of qi refining in just a few years. It was well known that the 6th and 7th layers of qi refining were critical thresholds. Many people were stuck at the 6th layer and unable to advance, including the loose cultivator who had sold Lin Yuan the alchemy furnace and the sheepskin scroll. Over the past year, Lin Yuan also saw this same issue with senior brother Lu, highlighting just how exceptional Xiang Linfei's cultivation talent was among their peers. One day, Lin Yuan was sitting in his room when Elder Wang, seated next to him, took a sip of tea. What? An outer sect competition? It's in 3 months? Lin Yuan asked, looking puzzled at the paper in his hand. Yes, this is a competition held every 3 years by the sect. 3 years ago, your cultivation was too low, so no one informed you. Now that your cultivation is decent, you should give it a try, Elder Wang explained. But I haven't prepared at all, Lin Yuan protested. You still have 3 months to get ready. That's plenty of time, Elder Wang replied. Well, that's true, but Lin Yuan said, feeling a bit troubled about his cultivation level. Don't worry. In the outer sect competition, inner sect disciples don't participate, and the highest cultivation among outer sect disciples is only the 6th layer of qi refining. What are you afraid of? Elder Wang assured him. Oh right. That does seem to be the case, Lin Yuan acknowledged. Elder Wang stirred the tea leaves in his cup and continued, actually, this outer sect competition is also a test for the disciples. As you know, there are 2 ways to enter the inner sect. One is having a good spiritual root with exceptional cultivation talent, and the other is breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refining. If you perform well in this competition, the sect will give you more support. I see. Lin Yuan nodded in understanding. Moreover, I see the rewards for this competition are quite good. Check the back for the prizes awarded based on rankings. Lin Yuan flipped the promotional paper over and indeed found that the top 5 places had rewards, including mid-grade top-tier magic tools, high-level talismans, and pills. However, these did not particularly attract Lin Yuan. What caught his interest the most was the last prize, the 7-star grass. The prize includes 7-star grass, Lin Yuan exclaimed. 7-star grass is a material for making high-grade talisman paper, but it is relatively rare and not easy to cultivate, which is why high-grade talisman paper is so expensive, and why talisman makers are scarce. Previously, Lin Yuan had practiced making talismans using low-grade paper and rarely used mid-grade paper. So he had only produced beginner low-level talismans and had never made a mid-level talisman. However, if he could obtain this 7-star grass and cultivate it in his small cauldron, he would have a continuous supply of talisman paper for practice. Oh, that. The 7 stars grass was accidentally obtained by the sect leader during a recent training session outside. However, the sect leader is not very interested in talisman making, and one 7 stars grass can only produce a few talisman papers, so it was put out as a reward. If you like it, go ahead and participate. As long as you place in the top 5, I doubt anyone will compete with you for this 7 stars grass. Alright, Elder Wang, I will participate in this competition. Good. Then you can represent our 100 herb garden. Use the remaining time to cultivate well, Don't embarrass me. Also, take this pill recipe. I see you seem to be quite interested in mundane martial arts. The bone forging pill can help strengthen your bones and muscles. Although cultivators primarily focus on improving their cultivation level, I've always believed that to go further, body refinement is also essential. Hearing Elder Wang's words, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. He had long thought about cultivating both body and mind, but he hadn't had the opportunity. Thank you, Elder Wang. I will definitely cultivate diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. Elder Wang nodded in satisfaction and then changed the subject. By the way, I just remembered something. You should tidy up your room well. It seems like you haven't organized it since you moved in here, right? Lin Yuan scratched his head and realized that it was indeed true. He had been too busy every day, not having time, and when he first arrived, he had to focus on cultivation and taking care of the herb garden, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now you're much less busy than before. So tidy up properly. Don't be so messy. I'm going to enter seclusion for a while, and it might take a bit longer. So don't let me see you like this when I come out. Okay, I will follow the elders' teachings. I will tidy up right away. That is more like it. Take good care of the herb garden while I'm gone. I'm leaving now. After Elder Wang finished speaking, he stood up and left, not giving any further instructions. After so many years, he had long been assured of Lin Yuan's abilities. Farewell, Elder Wang. With Elder Wang gone, Lin Yuan sighed, picked up a broom, and walked back to his room. He looked around the entire room. Actually, it's not too bad. It's not that messy. In the next hour and a half, Lin Yuan swept the floor while organizing his belongings. Finally, he opened a box and was momentarily stunned when he saw what was inside. He then remembered that these were the bedding, clothes, and many daily necessities that his family had prepared for him when he first joined the sect. However, since he joined the sect, he had been using the supplies distributed by the sect, so these items had been left untouched. Over time, he had almost forgotten about them. He took everything out, and when he hugged the quilt and placed it on the bed, a yellow package fell out. Lin Yuan saw the package on the ground, picked it up, brushed off the dust on it, and examined it. He then remembered that this seemed to be something his grandfather had given him when he left home. It seemed he had never opened it since receiving it, and didn't he know what was inside. Lin Yuan unwrapped the package, and what came into view was a round iron plate. It was engraved with all sorts of strange runes and patterns. Now that Lin Yuan had gained a lot of knowledge during his cultivation, he felt at first glance that it looked like an array plate. The array plate was divided into 5 areas around the center, each with a pattern representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It seemed to be a 5-element array. Lin Yuan recalled what his grandfather had said about saving someone when he was a wandering doctor in his early years, and that person had given him this as thanks. Could that person be an array cultivator? Lin Yuan muttered to himself as he picked up the array plate. There were 2 more items underneath it. When he saw the next 2 items, he confirmed his guess, as there were 2 books beneath the array plate. One was titled 10,000 Methods of 5-Element Arrays, and the other was Insights on Arrays. After seeing these 2 books, Lin Yuan was first surprised and then delighted. He couldn't wait to open 10,000 Methods of 5-Element Arrays, which contained records of various arrays. There were illusion arrays, killing arrays, defensive arrays, and so on. He even found the array from the array plate mentioned earlier. The array on the plate was called the 5-Element Sword Array, a mid-level array from 10,000 Methods of 5-Element Arrays. This array belonged to the category of killing arrays. The 5 areas indeed represented the 5 elements, but this array had to be used in conjunction with 5 elemental swords. The higher the level of the 5-element sword, the greater the power, and consequently, the power of the array would also increase, though there was a limit. However, according to the description of this array, it had once slain a core formation stage cultivator, which left Lin Yuan both shocked and somewhat skeptical. A core formation stage cultivator was a legendary existence for him at present. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Sword Sect was a core formation stage cultivator, but Lin Yuan had never seen this Grand Elder. The core formation stage could be considered the strongest existence in their 10,000 Sword Sect. Lin Yuan was not seeking to slay a core formation stage cultivator. He would consider it a treasure if this array could withstand a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Lin Yuan stored the array book and the insights on arrays into his storage bag, picked up the array plate, and began to study it. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Yuan exerted great effort to buy 5 array flags from the sect, as very few in the 10,000 Sword Sect practiced arrays since everyone was focused on sword cultivation. It cost him quite a bit of spirit stones and medicinal pills to gather these flags. A complete array required 25 flags and 5 swords of different attributes. But given the current conditions, Lin Yuan could only experiment with 5 flags and 1 metal attribute mother and son 5-element sword. In an empty space behind the 100 herb garden, Lin Yuan recited the incantation, and the 5 array flags flew out and planted themselves in the ground. At the same time, he controlled the array plate. And a semicircular array with a radius of 10 feet slowly rose. Lin Yuan moved his fingers, and the mother and son 5-element swords circled around him before finally pointing down at the array plate, floating in the gold element area of the array. Suddenly, dozens of identical mother and son 5-element swords appeared in the array. With a movement of his mind, the dozens of flying swords in the array changed according to his thoughts, sometimes aligning in a row like a long snake, and other times swirling like a tornado. Finally, the dozens of flying swords merged into one, transforming into a giant mother and son 5-element sword that slashed at the void, producing a series of whooshing sounds. At this moment, Lin Yuan was studying the array book while observing the array. He had basically understood the control method of the 5-element sword array, and its power and intricate variations truly amazed him. To test its power, he deliberately released a large rock from the array, which normally required him to exert all his strength to cut through with a flying sword. Now, with a gentle swing of the giant mother and son sword, the sword light easily sliced the rock in half. Lin Yuan studied from noon until evening, and only when the sun set did he put the array away. Although this array was good, it took too much time to set up and was not suitable for sudden battles. It was more suited for ambushes. Lin Yuan spent a quarter of an hour setting up this 1/5 of the array, so he wondered how long it would take to set up the complete array. After returning to his room, Lin Yuan picked up the array book along with the insights on arrays and began studying how to shorten the setup time. 3 months quickly passed, and there were only 3 days left until the outer sect competition. During these 3 months, Lin Yuan successfully broke through to the 6th layer of qi refining, accumulating over a year's worth of progress. At the same time, the previously stagnant 9 revolutions qi transformation technique also broke through to the 1st layer when he advanced his cultivation. Looking at the cultivation technique he had practiced for so many years finally breaking through, Lin Yuan couldn't help but shed tears of joy. If he hadn't broken through now, he would have started to doubt whether he should continue cultivating this technique. After Lin Yuan broke through to the 1st layer of the 9 transformations of the universe technique, he not only felt that the spiritual energy within him had become much more abundant, but he also comprehended many elemental escape techniques. He found that the most useful among them were the fire escape technique, water escape technique, wood escape technique, and earth escape technique. The fireball technique goes without saying, while the water, wood, and earth escape techniques are very practical for saving one's life. The water escape technique allows one to hide in water for a month without needing to breathe. The wood escape technique enables one to merge their body with a tree and completely cut off external breath, making it difficult even for foundation establishment stage cultivators to detect. And the earth escape technique is, of course, the skill to burrow underground, a superb escape method. Among these escape techniques, Lin Yuan focused primarily on the earth and wood escape techniques. After all, the water escape technique is somewhat impractical in the Zhao Kingdom, where lakes are scarce. In the dense forest, suddenly, an arm stretched out from a sturdy tree. Anyone nearby would surely be startled by this scene. Following the arm, half of a body appeared from the trunk, followed by a head and legs. This person was, of course, Lin Yuan, who was practicing the wood escape technique. Soon, Lin Yuan emerged completely from the tree trunk and brushed off the dust from his body. The combination of the earth escape technique with the wood escape technique was indeed quite effective. This morning, Lin Yuan had trained in the earth escape technique, burrowing underground for over 10 miles, directly escaping from the sect, and then he used the wood escape technique to merge into the tree trunk before emerging. Chapter 23 Inner Sect Disciple Xiang Linfei. The competition begins finally. The day of the outer sect competition arrived, and many disciples gathered at the martial arts platform. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the venue, he saw many familiar faces, the first of which was of course Lu Jiangfei, Brother Lu. Brother Lu, you are here so early. Lin Yuan walked over to greet him. It's you, junior brother Lin. It's been a few months since we last met, and your cultivation has improved again. I'm really envious. Lu Jiangfei looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. He could tell that Lin Yuan had reached the 6th level of qi refining, just like him. Brother, you're joking. You've been at the 6th level for over 2 years now. I'm sure you'll break through to the 7th level soon. While I just broke through and still have a long way to go, Lin Yuan shook his head with a smile. Junior brother Lin, you're being modest. Your cultivation talent is far better than mine. You'll probably surpass me in no time. Don't forget about your brother then, Lu Jiangfei said. Brother Lu. Please don't joke, Lin Yuan replied with a wry smile. Although Lu Jiangfei felt a bit jealous of Lin Yuan's cultivation speed, their relationship was indeed good, and Lin Yuan would often give him pills, so he felt that if Lin Yuan could obtain more resources, he would be able to get plenty of help due to their relationship. Moreover, Lin Yuan's childhood friend was the currently popular Xiang Linfei, which made Lu Jiangfei very friendly towards him. Before long, another person joined them. Brothers, long time no see. Lin Yuan and Lu Jiangfei turned to see another familiar face. Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng was carrying a treasure sword on his back and was wearing the same Taoist robe as the two of them. However, during the past year and a half, Li Xiaofeng had grown taller and was now about the same height as them. His previously youthful face had also become more defined. And most importantly, his cultivation had broken through from the 3rd level of qi refining to the 5th level. Oh, it's Junior Brother Li. I didn't expect you to break through to the 5th level so quickly, Lin Yuan and Lu Jiangfei exclaimed in surprise. Just lucky, plus my family sent me a pill. And I closed myself off for 3 months in hard training before finally breaking through to the 5th level. I hope I didn't make you two brothers laugh. Li Xiaofeng replied. If we are talking about cultivation talent among us, Junior Brother Li is definitely the best, Lin Yuan praised, shifting the focus of the three onto Li Xiaofeng. Yes. Lu Jiangfei chuckled and nodded in agreement, feeling that he had become the least impressive of the three. Brother Lin, please don't joke. My cultivation relies entirely on family support. I'm really embarrassed. I admire both of you brothers who rely solely on your own efforts. Li Xiaofeng said humbly. After reminiscing for a while, Lin Yuan looked into the crowd but did not see Wu Yong. He had been busy with his training and Han Ti inquired. Could it be that Wu Yong wasn't participating in the competition? The disciples fell silent. Suddenly, a man dressed in inner sect disciple clothing and at the 8th level of qi refining appeared on the high platform. Lin Yuan immediately recognized him as his childhood friend Xiang Linfei. However, Xiang Linfei had undergone a significant transformation. His appearance had changed greatly, and his aura was incomparable. He spoke to the many fellow disciples with confidence and composure, giving off an air of immense self-assurance. Hello, fellow brothers and sisters. I am inner sect disciple Xiang Linfei. You should all know that this outer sect competition is also an opportunity to select inner sect disciples. I am honored to represent the inner sect disciples to speak, and I hope everyone can showcase their strength and join the inner sect. Upon hearing Xiang Linfei's speech, the disciples below stirred again, discussing among themselves. So he is Xiang Linfei, the most talented disciple of the sect. His aura is indeed different. I heard he joined the sect only 5 or 6 years ago and has already broken through to the 8th level of qi refining. His future is limitless. 5 or 6 years to break through to the 8th level. Is that true? You don't know since you joined late. I saw him get selected for the inner sect with my own eyes. That's really impressive. Li Xiaofeng was also amazed by Xiang Linfei's talent as he listened to the crowd below. Just as Xiang Linfei was speaking on the platform, 3 figures in the distance flew over on 3 flying swords. The 3 figures landed on the high platform, and upon seeing them, Xiang Linfei bowed respectfully. Greetings, Sect Master. Elder Hu, Elder Wang. The crowd below also bowed in unison. Greetings, Sect Master, Elder Hu, Elder Wang. Lin Yuan recognized the 3 figures. He was familiar with the Sect Master as a disciple, though not closely, but he had often heard the Sect Master impart teachings. Elder Hu was the one who tested his spiritual root when he entered the sect, but he hadn't seen him much since then. The most surprising was Elder Wang, whom he was most familiar with, the elder from the herb garden he had spent the most time with. He hadn't expected him to participate as a judge, and he had never mentioned it to Lin Yuan beforehand. The sect master jumped down from the flying sword, turned to face everyone, and raised his hand slightly. Disciples, no need for excessive formalities. All of you can raise your heads. Everyone raised their heads, and Lin Yuan looked at the 3 elders. Elder Hu and Elder Wang were at the mid-foundation establishment stage, while the sect master was at the late foundation establishment stage. The presence of these 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators signified the importance placed on this competition. Linfei, explain the competition rules, the sect master ordered. Yes, sect master. Xiang Linfei bowed and addressed the crowd. The rules for this competition are very simple. Defeat your opponent using your own strength, but no serious injuries are allowed. and absolutely no killing is permitted. Other than that, there are no further restrictions. Is everyone clear? The sect master asked. Disciples are clear. Since everyone understands, we can start the competition. First, we will draw lots. Then, 2 disciples brought out 2 large bamboo tubes containing dozens of numbered tokens, and everyone began to draw their numbers. Before long, Lin Yuan drew his number, which was marked with a red pen and was 5. Brother Lin, what number did you get? Li Xiaofeng walked over to ask. Red 5, and you? I got blue 33, Li Xiaofeng replied, showing his token. I'm red 60. Our numbers are quite spaced apart. It seems we 1T have a high chance of meeting each other. This is good. It saves us from mutual consumption. However, I do hope to have a match with the 2 senior brothers before entering the top 5. Li Xiaofeng chuckled. While the 3 were chatting, the red and blue teams first, second, and third members had already taken the stage, and due to the large number of participants, 3 arenas were competing simultaneously. The 3 of them shifted their focus back to the arena match. Lin Yuan's spiritual sense swept over, noting 3 disciples at the 4th level of Qi refinement. 1 at the 5th level, 1 at the 6th level, and surprisingly, 1 at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, likely just there to join the fun. The battle began. Chapter 24. The match begins. Enemies meet with extra hatred. The first round started simultaneously, with the head of the Wanjian sect practicing swordsmanship. So the 6 in the first match each took out their swords. After a few rounds, the disciples at the 5th and 6th levels of Qi refinement defeated their opponents, while the disciples at the 3rd and 4th levels continued their fight. Surprisingly, the disciple at the 3rd level had a top-grade magical artifact, and due to the artifact's level, the 4th level disciple was completely overwhelmed and ultimately lost. The first match ended, and the defeated disciples looked somewhat dejected, while the victorious ones were very pleased. In the second match, it was Lin Yuan's turn to take the stage, and his opponent was a disciple at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Based on cultivation level, Lin Yuan's victory was basically assured, and indeed it turned out that way. When he first stepped onto the stage, his opponent's face fell upon seeing Lin Yuan's cultivation, and he himself was not optimistic about the battle. As the fight began, both displayed their swords, with Lin Yuan's sword light being more fierce. Additionally, since Lin Yuan was also combining it with the mundane martial art sky-breaking sword technique, his opponent quickly fell into defeat, and Lin Yuan won very easily. After stepping down from the stage, Lin Yuan's senior brother congratulated him on his first victory. Congratulations, Lin Shitty. The 3 exchanged a few words. And then it was time for Li Xiaofeng to compete. Li Xiaofeng faced an opponent of the same cultivation level, but with his rich resources and high-grade magical artifacts. He also achieved victory. Lastly, senior brother Lu, being a seasoned disciple, found the first match not difficult at all. However, one person caught Lin Yuan's attention. A tall disciple with slightly dark skin used a high-grade magical artifact to defeat his opponent. This disciple was at the 5th level of Qi refinement and struck quickly, basically defeating his opponent in seconds. However, that was not the reason Lin Yuan noticed him. What truly caught his attention was Li Xiaofeng's expression towards this person, filled with anger and hostility, which puzzled Lin Yuan. When that person stepped down, he even glanced towards Li Xiaofeng's position, his gaze equally unfriendly. Li Shitty, do you know him? Oh, I do. There are some grievances, things from the past. Li Xiaofeng's eyes returned to normal upon hearing the question. His expression forced to appear calm, seemingly unwilling to discuss the matter. Lin Yuan saw he did not want to elaborate and did not press further, waiting for the next match. The first round ended. Half of the disciples were eliminated, and the second round began. In the second round, Lin Yuan's luck was not as good. He encountered another disciple at the 6th level of Qi refinement, who had shown impressive strength in the previous matches. The 2 took the stage, bowed to each other, and when the referee called for the start, they both simultaneously tapped their storage bags, and 2 flying swords shot out, entangling together in a fierce duel. At this moment, they tested each other, but because Lin Yuan had learned top-tier mundane martial arts, his sword technique was sharp, and his opponent quickly fell into a passive position. When the opponent realized he could not gain the upper hand in the swordplay, he took out 3 talismans from his storage bag and threw them at Lin Yuan, turning into 3 fireballs. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. The last thing he feared was someone competing with him in talismans. He tapped his storage bag again and pulled out a dozen talismans, throwing them back. Seeing this scene, not only was his opponent surprised, but the disciples below were also astonished. Each fireball talisman was worth a spirit stone, and he casually threw out over a dozen spirit stones. The 3 fireballs certainly could not withstand the barrage of over a dozen fireballs, leading to a violent explosion and several fireballs shooting out. Lin Yuan's opponent secretly cried out in distress, producing a shield to block in front of him, while simultaneously conjuring a spiritual energy shield to protect his entire body. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded, and a figure stumbled out from the explosion. Although he managed to withstand the attack, he was considerably drained and nearly lost his footing. Seeing that the opponent had not been blown off the stage, Lin Yuan produced another dozen talismans. Seeing the talismans in his hand, the opponent's heart sank completely. This was too extravagant. Wait, senior brother, your cultivation is profound. I'm not your opponent, I concede. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, retracted the talismans, and cupped his hands in salute. I concede. He walked down the stage at a leisurely pace. In the second round, the victor was Lin Yuan. Following that, one by one, the battles continued until only 40 disciples remained. In this round, Li Xiaofeng faced a man he had a significant conflict with. In the third round, Li Xiaofeng battled Shi Wenchang. When the two met on stage, they were filled with animosity, even skipping the customary greeting. Lin Yuan watched from below. Although he was quite far away, he could still feel the killing intent between the two, really unsure what grievances they had. As the match began, both drew their magical artifacts and fought fiercely, with the battle being evenly matched. Although Li Xiaofeng's cultivation was slightly lower than Shi Wenchang's, he did not fall behind at all. The battle attracted applause from the crowd. But as the rounds continued, the gap began to widen, and Shi Wenchang's advantages started to show. With a magical artifact in the form of an iron rod, Shi Wenchang forced Li Xiaofeng to retreat step by step. Just when he was being suppressed, suddenly, Li Xiaofeng produced a small iron ball inscribed with runes from his hand. Li Xiaofeng unleashed the small iron ball with all his spiritual energy. This was the top-grade magical artifact he had previously tried to rob from Lin Yuan's scattering shield. Seeing the small iron ball, Shi Wenchang quickly retreated, but it was already too late. He could not evade it. Just as the small iron ball was about to hit him, a red shield suddenly rose around Shi Wenchang. Defense talisman. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. You've fallen for it. Shi Wenchang grinned cunningly, swinging the iron rod and smashing it down fiercely towards Li Xiaofeng. Li Xiaofeng hastily placed his sword in front of him, and the iron rod struck the iron sword. Li Xiaofeng was sent flying back several dozen steps, feeling a sweetness in his throat. Shi Wenchang withdrew the iron rod and let out a triumphant laugh. Li Xiaofeng, you are far from my match. You were bullied by me as a child, and you'll still be bullied as an adult. You are destined to never rise again in this life. As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat, incredibly arrogant. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan and Lu Jiangfei couldn't help but feel anger rising within them. Lin Yuan, upon seeing Shi Wenchang's smug face, felt an urge to go up and slap him. His provocation was indeed effective. It seemed Li Xiaofeng recalled something, his anger flaring up even more, and he tapped his storage bag to produce a talisman treasure. Li Xiaofeng raised the talisman treasure, fiery spiritual energy slowly rising. The disciples below displayed various emotions upon seeing the look in Li Xiaofeng's eyes. Some were envious, some jealous, some greedy, and some afraid. Even the sect leader, elders, and Xiang Linfei all changed expression slightly. The disciples from wealthy families indeed had extraordinary worth. They even brought out talisman treasures. Elder Hu sighed. Talisman treasures were something even they, at the foundation establishment stage, were quite envious of. Xiang Lini glanced at Elder Hu, then turned to look at Li Xiaofeng's talisman treasure, his eyes revealing a hint of envy. Although he was an inner sect disciple, he had never received a talisman treasure, at most just a high-quality magic weapon, which was a gift from his master. Coming from a poor background, he was still at a disadvantage compared to the disciples from cultivation families. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Yuan, who felt a bit scared and unconsciously touched his storage bag. He thought to himself that he must not let anyone know about his talisman treasure. Li Xiaofeng came from a prestigious family, and many people looked at him with greedy eyes. If he revealed it, he might really attract others' murderous intent for the treasure. The lesson from the last time had taught him a lesson. Just as Li Xiaofeng activated the talisman treasure, Shi Wenchang only sneered coldly and took out a talisman treasure from his own storage bag. The two talisman treasures faced off. Chapter 25, Talisman Treasure Duel. Friends meet again. Shi Wenchang also raised his talisman treasure, infusing it with blue spiritual energy. Under the gaze of many people, Li Xiaofeng's talisman treasure transformed into a fiery red disc, while Shi Wenchang's turned into a blue iron hammer. Both talisman treasures displayed astonishing spiritual energy under their respective activations. Li Xiaofeng's fiery disc condensed into a massive fireball and shot toward Shi Wenchang, while Shi Wenchang summoned his hammer. The two collided, releasing a tremendous impact that caused the disciples below to stagger back 2 steps. At this moment, both of them were merely Qi refining stage cultivators, and activating the talisman treasures consumed a significant amount of their energy. The duel between the 2 talisman treasures lasted only a brief moment, and both of their faces turned pale from the immense expenditure. Li Xiaofeng, unable to withstand at first due to his cultivation level, spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown back to the ground. Seeing his defeat, Shi Wenchang, in a fit of rage, directly activated his talisman treasure and smashed it towards Li Xiaofeng. This scene shocked everyone present. Even the sect leader and elders on stage were taken aback. Their expressions changed. However, at that moment, a figure rushed onto the stage, and 2 shields appeared in front of Li Xiaofeng. One was a turtle shell shield, and the other a golden spiritual energy shield. However, under the powerful might of the talisman treasure, the turtle shell shield shattered after holding for a moment. And when it fell onto the golden shield, Shi Wenchang could not sustain the talisman for long, so the force did not break through the defense. In that brief moment of resistance, the sect leader timely intervened and jumped onto the stage. Stop! The sect leader extended his hand and directly took back the talisman treasure. Shi Wenchang was pushed back a dozen steps by the residual force. You cannot let a sect competition result in death. How dare you openly violate this? The sect leader coldly snorted and glared fiercely at Shi Wenchang. Upon seeing the sect leader's gaze, Shi Wenchang instantly cowered, his eyes darting as he thought of how to defend himself. I was just careless, my mana was overexhausted, and I couldn't stop. It wasn't intentional. Do you still dare to argue? Do you think we old fellows are blind? It was clearly intentional. Someone, take him down. The sect leader shouted angrily. Wait. At this moment, Elder Hu stopped him. What is it, Elder Hu? Do you have something to say? Hee, sect leader brother, although Shi Wenchang is at fault. Perhaps he was truly careless just now. After all, it is normal for someone at his level to make mistakes when activating a talisman treasure. Let us just let him off this time. Elder Hu's words surprised everyone. Even the sect leader looked at him with a puzzled expression. Sect leader brother, can we talk privately? Without waiting for the sect leader to ask further, Elder Hu pulled him aside. Elder Wang, seeing this scene, furrowed his brows but didn't say much. After all, although he was an elder observing the competition, he was only there to make up the numbers and didn't want to interfere too much, with only Lin Yuan being of some concern to him. It was Lin Yuan who had helped Li Xiaofeng withstand the attack. Seeing Shi Wenchang wanting to go for a lethal strike, he had acted out of friendship, taking out the turtle spirit shield and the high-level golden shield talisman to block the attack. At that moment, Li Xiaofeng had already fainted, and Lin Yuan was checking his pulse for diagnosis. Elder Wang slowly walked over to Lin Yuan. How is it? Is your friend okay? Lin Yuan shook his head. It's nothing serious, just overexertion of mana. He might be unconscious for a few days, but after some recovery, he should be fine. Elder Wang nodded and slowly transmitted a voice to Lin Yuan. Since your friend is fine, no matter what decision the sect leader makes later, don't get involved unless it's too outrageous. After all, it's better to avoid trouble. Hearing Elder Wang's reminder, Lin Yuan felt a bit unfair, but he knew Elder Wang was looking out for him, so he nodded in agreement. After a while, the sect leader and Elder Hu returned. The sect leader had a complex expression but still made a surprising decision. Shi Wenchang was punished to face the wall for 3 months and find a year's worth of spirit stones. As for Li Xiaofeng, no one paid him much attention. They only had someone take him away for care. Lin Yuan also went unnoticed. The sect leader merely stated that the competition would continue, and Lin Yuan wisely exited the stage. Lin Yuan let out a long breath. The reason behind Elder Hu's words that led the sect leader to make such a decision had little to do with him. But the glance Shi Wenchang shot at him in the end made him feel a sense of vigilance. In the subsequent matches, Lin Yuan successfully entered the top 5, thanks to his talismans, magic weapons, and his increasingly profound mana due to the 9 transformations of the universe technique. Lin Yuan ranked 4th. And during the final selection of treasures, none of the top 3 chose the 7-star grass. They all opted for magic weapons, talismans, and elixirs. Lin Yuan, however, got his wish and obtained the 7-star grass. The competition lasted until evening. After receiving his prize and finishing his turn, Lin Yuan left. On the way back to the 100 Herb Garden, a voice called out to him. Lin Yuan. Hearing the voice, Lin Yuan turned around to see a familiar face, Xiang Lini, a childhood friend from his village. Lini, it's you. Lin Yuan smiled unconsciously upon seeing him. Lin Yuan, long time no see. How have you been in the outer sect? Xiang Lini smiled back. Pretty good, thanks to you. I remember when I was assigned to the steward. You told Brother Lu that you hoped he could take care of me, which is how I ended up in the 100 Herb Garden. Elder Wang treats me very well. Xiang Lini smiled slightly. It was nothing, but Elder Hu really misjudged you back then, saying your talent was lacking. I think you have better talent than most disciples. Haha, I can't compare to you. You're the genius, right? Hee hee, don't make fun of me. I just got lucky. The two friends chatted until late. As Xiang Lini, being an inner sect disciple, couldn't he stay in the outer sect for too long and had to return the next day. Today he was particularly talkative. Xiang Lini shared that ever since he joined the inner sect, he had been training every day. The Grand Elder had high hopes for him. And while his days were quite boring, he was very grateful to the Grand Elder. Without the Grand Elder's guidance, he might still be just an ordinary farmer. Looking at the moonlight, Lin Yuan also sighed. Indeed, time flies. In the blink of an eye, he had been in the sect for nearly 6 years, transforming from an ignorant child into a true cultivator, and he had made good friends. This life was indeed better than he had imagined. The two also talked about Wu Yong. Xiang Lini mentioned that he had seen Wu Yong during this visit. Wu Yong was obsessed with refining tools and had become exceptionally skilled. He claimed to be able to refine top-level magic weapons now. Lin Yuan was shocked to hear this. A top-tier magic weapon was something even foundation-building cultivators yearned for. It was said that Elder Wang only had one top-tier magic weapon. All right, I need to go now. Xiang Linfei suddenly stood up. You're leaving so soon? Can't you stay a little longer? No, it's already late at night. Okay, take care. Once I enter the inner sect, I'll come find you. All right, I'll be waiting for you. The two exchanged smiles, and as Xiang Linfei left, Lin Yuan turned and returned to the herbal garden. Chapter 26. Visiting Wu Yong. Crafting a superior magic weapon. Lin Yuan pushed open the door to the herbal garden and saw Elder Wang sitting inside, carefully examining a book in one hand while sipping tea with the other. Elder Wang, you haven't rested yet? Lin Yuan politely asked as he closed the door. Cultivators don't need to sleep often, especially as they age. How was your chat with that little friend of yours? Pretty good. It's been many years, and there have been many changes. Xiang Linfei's talent is indeed enviable. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly, not surprised that Elder Wang knew this. Elder Wang nodded and then brought up the competition from earlier that day. Did you wonder why the first-place disciple committed a serious crime, but the sect leader didn't punish him severely? Lin Yuan stroked his chin and replied, I can guess a bit. I feel it should be related to the family behind him. After all, I know Junior Brother Li also comes from a cultivation family. Disciples from ordinary families wouldn't dare act like that. It must be a feud between the two families, and the sect has to take that into account. Elder Wang nodded in agreement, revealing a look of approval. You're right. That disciple indeed comes from a cultivation family, but if that were the only reason, there wouldn't have been such a strong reaction today. Ultimately, the sect has other matters that rely on this disciple's family, which is why they acted this way. I'm telling you this to emphasize that in the cultivation world, one must not only look at strength, but also understand human relationships. What you did today wasn't wrong, but next time you must think carefully before acting. Provoking the wrong person could lead to a bloody lesson. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I will remember it. Lin Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude. Elder Wang was indeed right. He had acted impulsively today. However, seeing Li Xiaofeng in trouble, he couldn't help himself. And hearing Elder Wang's admonishment reminded him to be more cautious. Good, as long as you remember. I've seen your hard work in cultivation over the years. It's not easy for someone with your 5 elements spiritual root to reach this point. Keep it up. Lin Yuan scratched his head and smiled foolishly. I still have to thank you for teaching me alchemy. Otherwise, I might still be stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining. These Huang Yuan pills and Shisui pills have such good effects? I really didn't expect that. Elder Wang shook his head but didn't ask further. The two continued to chat briefly before Lin Yuan returned to his room to sleep. The next day, Lin Yuan woke up early and found that Elder Wang had already left. He continued to care for the medicinal herbs before returning to his room. He entered the small cauldron, planted the 7 stars grass inside, watered it with a ladle of spiritual water, and then exited. While chatting with Xiang Linfei yesterday, one thing caught his attention. Wu Yong could actually forge superior magic weapons now, which made him think of something. During his last purchase of magic weapons, He had obtained a piece of gold essence forged by a core formation cultivator. After acquiring the gold essence, he had been gathering materials for crafting superior magic weapons, aiming to forge a high-quality metallic sword-type magic weapon. He had everything prepared except for a capable craftsman. So he planned to find Wu Yong to see if he could help. At noon, Lin Yuan arrived at Wu Yong's place, the crafting pavilion. Of course, he didn't come empty-handed. He brought spiritual fruits from the spiritual trees of the herbal garden, along with some other gifts. The two greeted each other warmly. As soon as Lin Yuan walked in, Wu Yong, who was reading a crafting manual, spotted him and immediately invited him over enthusiastically. They chatted happily, and Lin Yuan, knowing Wu Yong well, brought fruits that he loved to eat. While eating and talking, Lin Yuan asked, "Wu Yong, why didn't you participate in the outer sect competition yesterday? It was quite lively, and I even saw Xiang Lin Fei." "Really? But I wasn't interested. The magic weapons and talismans up there aren't much use to me. My ambition is to become a craftsman, so there's no need to participate in competitions," Wu Yong replied while munching on the spiritual fruit. "What's your current level of crafting?" Lin Yuan asked tentatively. Wu Yong glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then leaned closer and whispered, "I'm telling you, no bragging. But my crafting level can now easily produce superior magic weapons. Is that true? You're not joking with me, are you?" Lin Yuan was astonished by Wu Yong's response. "Of course it's true. I just lack the materials to craft superior magic weapons. Otherwise, I could even forge top-tier weapons," Wu Yong replied proudly. "Impressive. I didn't expect your crafting talent to be this remarkable." Lin Yuan gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Wu Yong was very pleased with the praise from his friend. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he showed a hesitant expression, pondering how to approach Wu Yong. Wu Yong immediately noticed and asked, "Lin Yuan, do you have something to say?" Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, I have a favor to ask you. Just say it. We're brothers, no need to be polite. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help," Wu Yong encouraged. "Well, since you say so, I'll be straightforward. I want you to help me craft a magic weapon. I've prepared the materials and spirit stones." "Oh, that's all. I thought it was something big. That's too easy." "No problem. Leave it to me," Wu Yong said casually. "Let me show you the materials I've prepared." Lin Yuan nodded and took out the materials from his storage bag, one by one, placing them in front of Wu Yong. When Wu Yong saw the materials Lin Yuan brought out, he was astonished, as they were all top-tier materials. Superior Xian iron, crystal stones, and a sizable piece of gold essence. "I want to forge a metal-type sword magic weapon. The higher the level, the better. If you can really craft a top-tier magic weapon, that would be fantastic," Lin Yuan instructed after taking out the materials. "Lin Yuan, where did you get all these top-quality materials? Even I rarely see these things," Wu Yong exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. "I exchanged them for pills while performing sect missions. Also, I have 2 bottles of pills here that should help you," Lin Yuan said, handing over 2 bottles of pills to Wu Yong. Wu Yong accepted the pills without hesitation, opened one, and sniffed it. "Good pills. Don't worry. I won't waste any of the materials you gave me. I will definitely forge the best magic weapon." "Great. Then I'll thank you in advance." "You don't need to thank me for this." After discussing these matters, the two chatted a bit more before Wu Yong eagerly began to study how to best craft the materials. Lin Yuan, seeing Wu Yong fully immersed in his crafting research, decided not to disturb him, but stayed nearby to watch and appreciate the crafting techniques. Chapter 27. Insights on Refining Tools. Li Xiaofeng's invitation. Watching Wu Yong's method of refining tools, Lin Yuan, as an outsider, could only see the surface and did not understand the significance of the process. After observing for a while, he casually picked up a nearby book. To his surprise, it was a book on insights into tool refining, and it was compiled by Wu Yong himself, documenting his knowledge and experiences accumulated over many years. Lin Yuan was unaware that this book had received praise even from the elder who taught Wu Yong, who claimed that Wu Yong was a once-in-a-century talent in tool refining and intended to recommend him for entry into the inner sect in no time. After reading the explanations in the book, Lin Yuan finally understood the meaning behind everything Wu Yong had done earlier. He picked up the book and said to Wu Yong, "Wu Yong, can I borrow this notebook to make a copy?" Wu Yong did not even lift his head and simply replied, "That's my old summary notes. If you like it, take it. It's useless to me now. The most valuable things are in my mind." Lin Yuan was delighted upon hearing this. "Thanks. Then I'll head back. If there's anything, you can send me a sound transmission talisman." "All right," Wu Yong replied, without raising his head, fully focused on refining tools. Lin Yuan left the tool refining pavilion and returned to the herb garden. For the next 2 months, Lin Yuan lived a normal life, cultivating, nurturing herbs, and refining pills. During this period, he cultivated over 20 50-year-old 7-star grasses from the seeds obtained from the original plant, and from those 20, he acquired more than 100 seeds to replant and cultivate. By noon, he had enough materials for refining talisman paper, and he used the initial 7-star grass to create over 100 high-quality talisman papers. These talisman papers proved to be very useful. Originally, he could barely manage to produce one successful talisman, but now, using the high-quality paper for low-level talismans, he had never failed. However, he still did not have the ability to draw mid-level talismans. More than a month later, Lin Yuan went down the mountain to gather medicinal herbs. While researching a few newly purchased pill formulas, he found that some herbs were not available in the herb garden. After inquiring, he learned that some herbs could only be found down the mountain, so Lin Yuan shouldered his basket and began his old profession. After collecting dozens of different herbs, he planned to head back, but just a few steps later, he encountered Li Xiaofeng. "Senior brother Lin," Li Xiaofeng exclaimed happily upon seeing Lin Yuan, running straight over. "Hey, junior brother Li, what brings you here?" "Today I originally went to the herb garden to find senior brother, but I couldn't locate you. Later, I heard you went down the mountain to gather herbs, so I came to find you," Li Xiaofeng said politely, addressing Lin Yuan as senior brother repeatedly. "I see. Junior brother Li, is there something you need from me?" The two chatted as they walked. "I'm here to thank senior brother Lin. I heard that at the outer sect competition, it was you who helped block a fatal blow for me at a critical moment. And you even lost an expensive magical artifact because of it. I am immensely grateful." "Ah, it's nothing special. It's what I should do. For others, it's one thing. But for you, junior brother Li, I certainly couldn't stand by and watch," Lin Yuan said lightly. However, to be honest, he was still quite distressed over the loss of that turtle shell artifact. After all, it was a mid-level artifact, and he realized that most of those at the first level of chi refining only had low-level artifacts, so having a mid-level one was quite rare. "Senior brother Lin is so righteous. I can't thank you enough. I've been recovering from my injuries, and didn't get the chance to express my gratitude sooner." As Li Xiaofeng spoke, he fumbled around and took out a storage bag. "Senior brother, this is a small token of appreciation from my family for you, and I hope you will accept it." "Ah, you really don't have to. We are all fellow disciples, and besides, you and I are close friends. There's no need for this." Lin Yuan smiled and pushed the spirit stones back. "Senior brother, I remember the last time when the three of us took down the rogue cultivator for the treasure. You said that even brothers should keep clear accounts. Not to mention that last time when I helped you, you also gave me spirit stones and magical artifacts. Why is it that this time when I want to thank you, you refuse to accept?" Hearing Li Xiaofeng's words, Lin Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "All right. Since junior brother insists, what can I say? I will accept it." Li Xiaofeng was overjoyed to hear this and immediately handed over the spirit stones. Lin Yuan took the storage bag and looked inside, surprised to find over 300 spirit stones. This left him somewhat astonished. After all these years of joining the sect, he had only received a bit over 100 spirit stones, while Li Xiaofeng, with a single gesture, had given him more than 300. It seemed that although Li Xiaofeng claimed his family was in decline, they still had some foundation. Indeed, a family of cultivators was not something they could compare to. Seeing Lin Yuan accept the spirit stones, Li Xiaofeng smiled, and the two continued chatting about mundane matters and insights into cultivation. When they had talked for a while, Li Xiaofeng suddenly asked about the cultivation families. "Senior brother Lin, do you have any understanding of cultivation families?" "Well, I don't know much. Just that cultivation families have been cultivating for generations and possess abundant resources. Some can even rival a cultivation sect." "Yes, you're right. I've briefly mentioned it before. My Li family is a cultivation family. However, in my generation, there's only one cultivator, so the family wants me to join the Wanjian sect. One reason is for cultivation, and the other is to help me make some friends in the cultivation world. You understand, right?" Lin Yuan nodded, understanding. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths to take. That's right. My father told me when I left home that if I could make trustworthy friends, I should hopefully recommend them to the family. "Senior brother, since we are both young, I want to beat around the bush. I want to know if you would be interested in becoming a guest elder of our Li family." "Guest elder?" "Yes, although my Li family isn't a big family. We have a history of several hundred years of cultivation, and our ancestors have produced golden core period cultivators, so we do have some foundation. If senior brother Lin is willing to become a guest elder of our Li family, the family will provide you with 100 spirit stones every year. And some cultivation resources can also be made available for your use. This, Li Xiaofeng's words clearly caught Lin Yuan off guard, and he was unprepared for this. Senior brother, I know it's a bit hasty to bring this up so soon, but the Li family really needs talents like you. If you have any other conditions, feel free to mention them. Anything the Li family has, we will definitely provide. Junior brother Li, you really think highly of me. I'm just a chi refining disciple and a pseudo-spiritual root at that, with terrible aptitude. What qualifications do I have to be a guest elder? Senior brother, although you are currently a chi refining disciple, I have a good eye for people. Lin Yuan's talent is actually not bad. It's not impossible for you to establish a foundation in the future. Do you think our Li family is unworthy? Junior brother, please don't joke. I'm not even thinking about establishing a foundation right now. I certainly don't look down on your family. It's just that I really can't answer right now. Can I think about it? Li Xiaofeng slapped his forehead. It's my fault for being too anxious. I should let senior brother think about it more. I see you both don't seem to have time to consider it now. At that moment, an unkind voice came from ahead. Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng immediately furrowed their brows, placing their hands on their storage bags, their guard up. Who is it? Li Xiaofeng looked ahead warily, while Lin Yuan scanned with his divine sense and saw 3 figures, one of whom he recognized. It was Shi Wenchang, who had tried to kill Li Xiaofeng during their competition. It's him, Lin Yuan murmured softly, and sure enough, 3 people appeared not far ahead. Shi Wenchang, what are you doing here? Li Xiaofeng's eyes were very vigilant. I feel like you're asking knowingly. Last time you were lucky and managed to escape. But this time I'm here to settle the score, Shi Wenchang said, stepping forward with the 2 people beside him. Lin Yuan and Li Xiaofeng scanned with their spiritual senses and found that the 2 were both 6th-level Qi refining stage cultivators, and their attire and appearance did not belong to any sect's disciples. Shi Wenchang, do you really want to make a move here? Why not? This is no longer the sect. Even if I kill you here, no one would know. Have you forgotten about me? Shi Wenchang's gaze turned to Lin Yuan. Oh, you're here too. If it weren't for you ruining my plans last time, I wouldn't have to trouble myself this time. I have 2 choices for you now. First, become my subordinate and join us. As long as you take the medicine I give you, I can let you go and forget the past. Second, you can die here like him. Which do you choose? Shi Wenchang spoke arrogantly, clearly not putting Lin Yuan in his eyes. A glint of unusual color flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. In his heart, the person before him had silently been marked with a symbol of certain death. Li Xiaofeng also glanced at Shi Wenchang, his expression showing that he thought he was an idiot. Shi Wenchang's intelligence was truly concerning, being so arrogant and obviously provoking Lin Yuan into a confrontation. However, Li Xiaofeng, I can also give you a way out. Just let us of the Shi family use your Li family's spirit washing pool, and I won't kill you today. Finally exposing your intentions, right? The reason your Shi family has been targeting us Li family all these years is to covet our spirit washing pool. But I can tell you clearly, we will never let the spirit washing pool fall into your hands. Even if our Li family is gone, we will destroy the spirit washing pool beforehand and won't let you get it. Stubborn. Shi Wenchang was filled with killing intent, and at that moment, he looked at Lin Yuan. Have you made your decision? Do you want to die or become my subordinate? Lin Yuan smiled slightly. I neither want to die nor become your subordinate, so I choose the third option, to kill you. Shi Wenchang's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, You're seeking death. You too. Take care of him for me. I can handle Li Xiaofeng alone. Yes, young master. The 2 answered in unison and rushed towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan retreated directly, planning to find a new battlefield. The 2 pursued relentlessly, leaving only Li Xiaofeng and Shi Wenchang behind. Lin Yuan attached a flying sky talisman and flew into the air. The 2 couldn't catch up with his speed. However, Lin Yuan didn't fly too fast. He just wanted to lure them in. If he escaped alone, Li Xiaofeng would be in danger. When he reached a dense forest, Lin Yuan felt it was about time. He took out the mother and child 5 elements sword and unleashed its sword light, shooting it fiercely at the 2 behind him. The 2 saw this and quickly drew their knives to defend. The flying sword entangled with them, but Lin Yuan, facing 2 opponents, still found himself at a disadvantage. Lin Yuan immediately took out a gold shield talisman, forming a golden light shield around himself. One of the attackers, unwilling to engage in a struggle with Lin Yuan's mother and child 5-element sword, charged at him from the side with a slash. Lin Yuan did not dare to be negligent and immediately threw over a dozen fireball talismans at the opponent. The opponent was startled by the number of fireball talismans and quickly retreated. The dozen fireball talismans exploded simultaneously, and the man was forced back by the shockwave. When the explosion subsided, the two looked toward Lin Yuan's original position, only to find that he had vanished. They heightened their vigilance, scanning the surroundings back to back, but saw no trace. They opened their spiritual senses to search, but found nothing. After a while, since Lin Yuan still hadn't appeared, they assumed he had escaped and decided to head back. However, just as they took a step, one man's foot suddenly encountered an arm that emerged from the ground. Caught off guard, he was directly pulled into the soil. "Be careful," the other shouted, intending to grab the man's arm. But as soon as he reached out, 2 purple beads were thrown out from the ground. Both men were alarmed, thinking they were powerful explosive beads. The other man, disregarding the one being pulled underground, immediately retreated. Just as he took a step back, the purple beads exploded, but instead of causing massive destruction, they released a thick smoke. These were the thunder smoke beads Lin Yuan had purchased. From within the smoke, a person jumped out, coughing violently, clearly suffering from the smoke, even though he hadn't been directly hit. "Stop coughing, come help me," the man trapped by the greenwood ring shouted at the other. The other glanced at the man trapped by the greenwood ring, intending to check on him. However, at that moment, a strange blood light appeared behind him. "Watch out behind you," the trapped man yelled in warning. But the blood light moved too quickly by the time the warned man reacted and turned to evade. His body had just started to move when a streak of blood light pierced through his heart. The man looked down at the fist-sized blood hole in his chest. Disbelief etched on his face, but he had no time to think further as his eyes lost their vitality. The man who was trapped witnessed his companion being killed and immediately went mad. Filled with fear, with his companion dead, he knew he was no match alone. He summoned all his spiritual energy, and a small knife appeared from his storage bag, the only mid-tier magical weapon he possessed. He summoned it and slashed at his wrist. The knife struck the greenwood ring without causing any damage. In a panic, he even thought of cutting off his hand to escape, but before he could act, the ghost head nail pierced through his heart directly. The man felt no pain and fell to the ground. Lin Yuan jumped down, retracting the ghost head nail and greenwood ring with a wave of his hand. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, he collected their storage bags and incinerated the bodies with the fireball technique. After doing all this, his eyes turned toward a certain direction. Chapter 29, Killing Sherman Chong. Obtaining a magical treasure, the Golden Order sword emerges. On the other side, Li Xiaofeng and Sherman Chong were still entangled, but like in their previous contest, Li Xiaofeng was being pressured and remained in a defensive state due to his cultivation level. "Is this all you can do? Have you really learned nothing new over the years?" Sherman Chong taunted as he closed in step by step. Li Xiaofeng jumped back forcefully, taking out 2 talismans from his storage bag and throwing them at Sherman Chong. The 2 talismans transformed into 2 spirit swords. Flying sword talisman, a mere trick. Sherman Chong also took out 2 talismans and threw them, which turned into 2 ice spikes. The ice spikes and spirit swords collided, both equally matched, turning into nothingness. The 2 resumed their use of the flying swords, and as they clashed, sparks flew, continuously dancing in the air. Sherman Chong seemed to lose patience. He knew that the longer the fight dragged on, the worse it would be for him. If someone else showed up, it would be even more troublesome. He directly applied a shield talisman to himself, and then took out a blue talisman from his storage bag. Li Xiaofeng recognized it at a glance. It was his talisman treasure, the meteor hammer. "Li Xiaofeng, how about we settle this with one move?" After saying this, he threw the talisman into the air, infusing it with blue spirit energy, and it transformed into a blue iron hammer. Seeing this, Li Xiaofeng was not at all polite. He also applied a defensive talisman to himself, took out a black iron small shield, and finally retrieved his talisman treasure, the flame disc. He threw the flame disc into the air, infusing it with red spirit energy, and it transformed into a large red disc. Both were trying their best to activate their talisman treasures. This time, Li Xiaofeng secretly took out a red spirit pearl, wanting to maximize the power of his talisman treasures. Both activated their treasures successfully at the same time, and Sherman Chong's meteor hammer smashed towards Li Xiaofeng first. Li Xiaofeng did not back down. The entire flame disc, filled with scorching flames, crashed forward. The hammer and disc collided, and the tremendous power made both of them feel a sweet taste in their throats. Sherman Chong did not expect Li Xiaofeng to be able to activate his talisman treasure's power so strongly, which made him even angrier. and he infused even more spirit energy into it. Li Xiaofeng was gasping for breath. He was almost at the end of his strength. Even though he had spirit stones to recover, the gap in their strength was still insurmountable, and his face gradually turned pale. Shi Wenchang also noticed that Li Xiaofeng could not hold on much longer and immediately increased his mana output. This time he was determined to defeat him. Just as the two were at a critical moment in their duel, a red blood shadow shot out from behind Shi Wenchang, a scene both of them failed to notice. The blood shadow directly penetrated Shi Wenchang's shield. The originally strong shield talisman was pierced through as if it were made of paper. With a poof, a spray of blood erupted. Shi Wenchang looked at the fist-sized blood hole in his chest in disbelief. At that moment, he was not only bleeding profusely from his chest, but also had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? He uttered with his last bit of strength. Li Xiaofeng was stunned at this sight. The two talisman treasures lost their power due to the meteor hammer and reverted back to their talisman forms. The flame disc emitted a huge, scorching fireball that struck Shi Wenchang's corpse, instantly burning it to cinders, slowly disappearing from sight. Li Xiaofeng retracted his talisman treasures, fell to the ground, and fainted. Lin Yuan rushed over, checked on Li Xiaofeng, and took his wrist to feel his pulse. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just excessive spirit energy consumption, combined with his earlier injuries, that caused him to faint. Lin Yuan stood up, his eyes falling on the blue talisman treasure nearby. He reached out and picked it up. A talisman treasure. Looks like my luck is good. Lin Yuan was very pleased with the talisman treasure he obtained. He then reached out and drew in the storage bag that had fallen to the ground after Shi Wenchang's death. This time he did not look closely and directly stored it away. He carried Li Xiaofeng and ran in a certain direction. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xiaofeng hid in a cave, and Lin Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Li Xiaofeng groggily sat up in the cave and saw a sound transmission talisman left beside him. He immediately recognized it was Lin Yuan's message, which warned him that their killing of Shi Wenchang might raise suspicions, advising Li Xiaofeng to be cautious and to avoid drawing attention. After reading the words on the talisman, Li Xiaofeng destroyed it and walked out of the cave. Upon returning to the Wanjian sect, Lin Yuan did not go back to the herb garden, but directly headed to Wu Yong's forging hall. He had asked Wu Yong to forge a magical artifact for him 2 months ago and wondered how it had turned out. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the forging hall, he saw golden light radiating from the forging room. He hurried inside to find that it was a golden long sword in Wu Yong's hand emitting spiritual light. Lin Yuan, you arrived just in time. Look at this magical artifact I forged. It's my most successful work. Wu Yong boasted excitedly, holding the golden long sword, his face beaming with joy. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel an immense joy as well, surprised at how fortunate he was to arrive just as the artifact was completed. Let me see. Wu Yong handed the sword to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the sword and waved it a few times. Can I go out and try it? Of course. Lin Yuan walked outside, where he saw several targets not far away, specifically designed for testing magical artifacts, made from specially forged black iron, extremely hard. Despite numerous slash marks on them, not a single one had been cut through. Lin Yuan tossed the golden sword into the air, and with a flick of his finger, a golden light flashed as he pointed at the sword. The golden sword formed a connection with Lin Yuan, who used his sword control technique to make the sword hover above his head. After a few spins, Lin Yuan pointed at the golden sword again, pouring golden spiritual energy into it. The already brilliant sword sparkled even more, becoming exceptionally eye-catching. He controlled the flying sword to spin a few times before shooting it towards one of the targets. With a flash of sword light, the golden sword struck the target, and with a loud bang, the seemingly extremely hard target was instantly shattered into pieces. This is way too sharp, Lin Yuan exclaimed. This is the result of my research and experiments over the past 2 months, using gold attribute spirit stones to infuse gold attribute spiritual energy. And I even added sharpness runes. Based on my judgment, this sword would be considered a top-tier artifact among the best. Lin Yuan retracted the golden sword, feeling that Wu Yong's description was not exaggerated at all. Does this sword have a name? Lin Yuan asked. I previously named it the Golden Order Sword. Golden Order Sword. Nice name. Thank you. Wu Yong, you've really been a great help this time. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for your materials, I wouldn't have known I could forge such a good magical artifact. Wu Yong maintained his excited expression. Lin Yuan nodded and didn't say much. Instead, he asked about another matter. Lin Yuan suddenly didn't know how to address the girl. as it seemed he had never called a girl by her name before. The girl was quite clever and immediately noticed Lin Yuan's hesitation, quickly speaking up. "You can call me Hong Ling, all right. Hong Ling, I have a question to ask you." "What question?" "Go ahead," the girl said, putting down the neatly folded clothes in her hands. "Has anything unnatural or strange ever happened at that lake in your village?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's question, the girl was slightly taken aback, her expression suddenly changing as if she had heard something terrifying. "Why do you ask that?" Her voice trembled a bit. Seeing the girl's reaction, Lin Yuan became even more certain of his judgment. That lake had a problem. "Just now, while I was wandering around the village, I saw 2 green lights on the surface of the lake, and it felt unnatural, so I wanted to ask if you know what it was." The girl was immediately startled, hurriedly closing the door, then grabbing Lin Yuan's hand and asking, "When did you see that?" "Just a moment ago, when I was coming back. I glanced at the lake in the distance and saw them." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's answer, the girl gasped sharply. Lin Yuan asked again, "What exactly is going on? Tell me." The girl nervously sat down on a chair and began to narrate. "In our village, there is a legend. It is said that a little boy once played by the lake, but accidentally fell in and drowned. Later, for some reason, the boy's spirit refused to enter hell and remained in the water. Eventually, this boy transformed into a water ghost, but the villagers call him the Lake Fairy." "Lake Fairy?" Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. "Not the fox fairy. It's a spirit of the water," she clarified. "Oh, I see," Lin Yuan said, enlightened. "They say this lake fairy has a green face with sharp teeth, a pointed mouth, and monkey-like features, covered in green fish scales, with a tongue that can stretch 6 inches. It can run on water as if it were solid ground and enjoys eating human brains." As she spoke, the girl shivered, hugging her shoulders and showing a look of fear. Lin Yuan's expression darkened, and he sighed inwardly, as expected. "What else do you know?" "I also heard that this lake fairy appears every 20 years, and before it shows up, the village must sacrifice an unmarried girl. Otherwise, the lake fairy will appear and punish everyone in the village." After hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes revealed disgust. "Now that I think about it, the last time the village elders mentioned the lake fairy's appearance was almost 20 years ago. Could it be that the lake fairy has really appeared?" "What lake fairy? It's just a man-eating water monster. How could you call such a creature a fairy?" Lin Yuan scoffed. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the lake fairy hear you." The girl scolded, hitting Lin Yuan lightly, her face turning even more terrified. "This lake fairy is very powerful. It can hear everything you say." "All right, I understand. You should go back and get some sleep." Lin Yuan suddenly changed the subject. The girl didn't catch on right away, but still stood up. "Don't go out at night next time. What if you encounter the lake fairy again? Even if you don't believe it's a fairy, it's still a monster, and you're no match for it. Take care of yourself." Finally, Hong Ling said this in a gentle tone. "I understand. I will be careful." Lin Yuan nodded. "Okay, then you should rest early." After the girl left the room, Lin Yuan placed a talisman on the door to prevent anyone from accidentally intruding. He didn't dwell on the matter of the water monster anymore, sitting on the Kong to continue refining the cold energy within his body. A night passed, and for Lin Yuan, a cultivator, staying up all night was commonplace. He also gained quite a bit of spiritual energy from refining the cold energy, leaving him feeling energetic. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and Lin Yuan reached out to take back the talisman on the door, jumped down from the bed, and opened the door. What came into view was, of course, Hong Ling. It was just dawn, and for these farmers, it was time to go work in the fields. "I made some food, come eat." "Okay." After eating, everyone picked up their farming tools and went to work in the fields, and Lin Yuan naturally followed suit. By this time, some people were already harvesting crops in the fields. The girl greeted people from the same village, and when the villagers saw Lin Yuan, they all began to inquire about him. Hong Ling only vaguely mentioned a few things, as she didn't know Lin Yuan too well either. She had asked him before, but Lin Yuan hadn't given a direct answer, so she didn't press him. Not long after everyone started working in the fields, a young man rushed over in a panic. "Not good, village head, it's bad. The Lao Wu family, the Lao Wu family." The hurried young man ran to a field, breathlessly reporting to an old man who looked around 70. "What happened, Lucy? Why are you so flustered?" "It's bad. The Lao Wu family, the Lao Wu family." "Slow down, what happened?" "Everyone in the Lao Wu family is dead." "Ah." The village head was taken aback, unable to react. Lin Yuan immediately looked in a certain direction, his eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. Hong Ling and her brother were also stunned, and Hong Ling seemed to realize something. "Village head, You should go check it out. Tell me what happened. The village head asked as he walked. I went to the Lao Wu family this morning to call him to work in the fields, and when I entered, I saw. I'll go take a look. Lin Yuan said to Hong Ling. I'll go with you. Me too. Let's go. The three of them followed along. At the entrance of a house, dozens of people were gathered, murmuring, but their faces showed a mix of fear, confusion, and tension. The village head is here. Clear the way. Village head, you've come. Hurry and go inside to take a look. Don't rush. Let me go in and see. Walking into the yard, they saw a headless female corpse lying in the center, with a headless child's corpse beside it. A pool of blood had already congealed, looking particularly horrifying. Some people with weaker stomachs had even vomited up their breakfast. The village head was also shocked upon seeing this, and when he entered the house, he saw a headless male corpse slumped over a table, with several dishes and a jug of wine in front of it, all covered in dried blood. The village head stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground, but was fortunately supported by someone nearby. Village head, it's the lake fairy, it's the lake fairy. The village head suddenly became incoherent, muttering nonstop. Chapter 36. The water ghost appears. First encounter. At this moment, Hong Ling also asked about the situation and felt a similar tremor of fear in her heart. After a while, a man helped the village chief out, who was still mumbling, clearly shaken. What happened to the village chief? Someone asked outside the gate. I don't know. He changed after seeing the corpse inside, came the reply. Let's take the village chief back first and seal this courtyard. No one is allowed to enter until the village chief makes a decision. No one opposed this, and everyone began to act. Are you okay? Lin Yuan approached and asked the girl, who also looked somewhat dazed. Sister, what's wrong? The boy beside her asked with concern. And no, it's nothing, Hong Ling stammered in reply. Let's go back first, Lin Yuan said, glancing at the courtyard. Okay, the girl nodded, and the three of them walked back. Back at Hong Ling's house, Lin Yuan quietly placed over a dozen talismans around the courtyard and the house to protect the siblings. These talismans were imbued with special spells to conceal them. To ordinary cultivators, they were simple spells that could be easily seen through, but for mortals, they were sufficient. To be safe, he also placed 2 talismans on the siblings to ward off evil spirits. After arranging everything for them, he advised them not to go out for the next few days and left alone. He arrived at the lake where he had discovered the water ghost the day before. According to the villagers, this lake was called Hunting Wave Lake. He walked around the lake for a while, but it was vast, and after half a day, he hadn't even made it halfway around. During this time, he continuously used his spiritual sense to probe the water. His spiritual sense was limited, able to penetrate only about 2 zhang into the lake, and the water was very murky. After searching for a long time, he found very few fish in the lake and no other discoveries. Lin Yuan looked at the surface of the water, not daring to act recklessly. His cultivation was currently impaired, and he had used most of his spiritual energy to contain the cold air within him. Now, he could only exert the power of the 3rd layer of qi refining, and he didn't dare to act without knowing the strength of the water ghost. Fortunately, he had prepared many talismans, and with the formations and talisman treasures, if he really encountered the water ghost, even if he couldn't kill it, escaping wouldn't be a problem. His purpose for probing here wasn't to eliminate the water ghost. He didn't have that responsibility. He just wanted to gauge the monster's strength and whether it posed a threat to him. If it turned out to be an opponent he couldn't defeat, he would take the siblings out of the village without hesitation. Now, with a death in the village, everyone was in a state of panic, and the village had become much quieter. It was supposed to be a time for farming, but Lin Yuan didn't see a single person around, likely because everyone was discussing countermeasures with the village chief. While Lin Yuan was probing the lake, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The cold air within him flared up again, and he clutched his chest, revealing a pained expression. Why now? Lin Yuan knelt on one leg, both hands pressed against his chest, using his spiritual energy to suppress the cold air. At that moment, bubbles suddenly rose from the lake, and a green object floated to the surface. Lin Yuan, too weak to divert his attention, had no awareness of what was in the water. The object in the water slowly moved towards Lin Yuan without making a sound. Lin Yuan didn't understand why this flare-up of cold air was more severe than any previous one. Suppressing it was extremely difficult. When the thing in the water was less than 3 zhang away from him, it revealed half of its head. Resembling a green-skinned monster with tusks and what looked like fish fins on its head, its eyes gleaming with a green light and a fierce expression. When it was less than 3 zhang away from Lin Yuan, it finally stopped hiding and leapt out of the water, soaring over 2 zhang high and splashing water everywhere. The commotion naturally caught Lin Yuan's attention. The appearance of the water monster surprised him. He had seen its description in books during his cultivation, but seeing it in person was still shocking. After jumping into the air, the water ghost opened its bloody maw, revealing its fangs and extending its ugly claws towards Lin Yuan, clearly intent on swallowing him whole. At this point, Lin Yuan couldn't care about suppressing the cold air anymore. He quickly pulled out 5 fireball talismans from his storage bag and threw them at the water monster. The 5 fireball talismans transformed into 5 fireballs that shot directly at the water ghost. The water ghost clearly hadn't anticipated this, with no chance to dodge in midair. It crossed its arms over its chest and took the 5 fireballs head-on. With a series of explosions, the water ghost was blasted away and fell back into the water. Lin Yuan, however, spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Having been injured by the cold air, he instantly felt weak. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed 2 pills and struggled to stand as he made his way back to Hong Ling's house. Just as he reached the doorstep, he collapsed onto the ground and lost consciousness. Days later, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and saw a familiar environment. He was lying on Hong Ling's bed. He sat up and checked his body, discovering that the cold air that had been suppressed within him had decreased by half, and his strength had returned to the 5th layer of qi refining. Feeling all of this, Lin Yuan was very happy. The cold air no longer posed any substantial harm to him, and with enough time, he could gradually refine it all. After checking his body, he realized that there was no one at home. Hong Ling and her brother were nowhere to be found. Lin Yuan stepped outside and saw the desolate village. He first went to check Hunting Wave Lake, where the water monster lived, and found several dilapidated strange structures he hadn't seen before, which looked like something used for sacrifices. Just as he was puzzled, a little boy holding a spear ran over. When they saw each other, both were momentarily stunned. Lin Yuan immediately recognized this as Hong Ling's brother. The boy was both surprised and delighted to see Lin Yuan, and tears streamed down his cheeks. "What's wrong, Xiaohao? Why do you have a spear? Where's your sister?" The boy suddenly began to cry. "Big brother, please save my sister." Chapter 37. The Sacrifice Girl. Upon hearing the boy's words, Lin Yuan immediately furrowed his brow. What exactly happened? The boy cried as he recounted everything that had happened while Lin Yuan was unconscious. It turned out that on the day Lin Yuan collapsed at the door, Hong Ling and her brother's father had returned. He had gone to a town several dozen li away with several young men from the village to buy necessities that the village couldn't produce. Upon returning, he heard about the water ghost harming people and hurried home, where he discovered Lin Yuan. When Hong Ling saw this, she called out to her brother and learned about Lin Yuan's situation, carrying him inside. Hong Ling's father was a simple and kind-hearted man. Knowing that the siblings had helped Lin Yuan, he was not angry but rather grateful. However, soon after, more people in the village fell victim, and the fear among the villagers escalated. They insisted on resolving the issue immediately, proposing to sacrifice a girl as a solution. Several young people in the village felt this was absurd, but they were outnumbered by most of the villagers, especially the elders. And even the village chief strongly urged that a sacrifice be made immediately. After discussion, the final choice for the sacrifice was Hong Ling. The boy and his father naturally could not agree, and his father even caused a commotion at the village meeting, ultimately being locked up by the villagers. He even threatened Hong Ling and her brother, saying that if they did not agree, he would sacrifice their father along with them. Hong Ling had no choice but to agree to sacrifice herself. The boy came here to eliminate the water ghost and rescue his sister and father, but unexpectedly ran into Lin Yuan. Hearing all of this, Lin Yuan was extremely angry. He could not believe the villagers in this village could be so ignorant and reveal such an ugly side of themselves, threatening a young girl for their own benefit. At this point, he could no longer contain his anger. "Where's your sister?" "In the village's ancestral hall. They plan to send my sister to the lake spirit after the sacrifice. Come with me. We need to save your sister." "Wait, big brother. Let's save my dad first. Otherwise, even if we rescue my sister, they will still threaten her with my dad." Lin Yuan thought for a moment and felt what he said made sense. "Where's your dad locked up?" "In the village chief's cellar." "Let me there." "Okay." Under the boy's guidance, they arrived at the village chief's house and saw 3 middle-aged men chatting at the cellar door. "Do you think the lake spirit will settle down after this sacrifice?" "It should. I heard it was done this way before. But what a pity. Hong Ling is the prettiest girl in our village, and she's being offered to the lake spirit. What's the use of being pretty? The most important thing is to keep the lake spirit from causing trouble, or we will all die." Right, you're right. Just as they were talking, a young man kicked open the door angrily. Who? The three middle-aged men were startled and saw a stranger walk in. Who are you? Seeing this, the three called out to Lin Yuan, simultaneously picking up nearby weapons. The one who charged in was Lin Yuan, who had clearly heard their conversation through his divine sense and had no mood to waste words with them. He directly took out 3 talismans and threw them out. The talismans stuck to the 3 men, rendering them immobile. Let's go. The boy was stunned by this scene and looked at Lin Yuan, suddenly exclaiming, You can use magic. You're a celestial master? You know about celestial masters? Lin Yuan casually asked while walking. I heard the villagers talk about them before, but I've never seen one. Some said they've seen them in the town outside. Lin Yuan did not respond, arriving at the cellar, opening the door, and taking out a talisman. The talisman transformed into a fireball, but this talisman was used for lighting, not for attack. The flame floated in like a firefly, and after a while, when it did not extinguish, he felt relieved. Wait for me outside. Okay. The boy nodded. Lin Yuan jumped in directly and soon came up carrying a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. Dad, what happened to you? The boy immediately hugged the man and shouted. He is fine, just unconscious. I gave him a pill. He should wake up in no time. Lin Yuan turned his attention to the 3 men who had been immobilized by the binding talisman, sending 3 streams of golden light into their bodies before retracting the talismans. Once the talismans were retracted, the 3 men immediately regained their ability to move and knelt on the ground upon seeing Lin Yuan. Celestial Master, we didn't know you were here. We offended you. Please spare us. The 3 kept bowing and begging for mercy. You 3, I am very angry. I should have killed you to vent my anger, but I see you are not the masterminds. I just infused 3 streams of power into you. And if I activate it, you will explode and die. Please spare us, Celestial Master. It wasn't us who locked him up. It was the village chief's order. We were just responsible for guarding him. Now you will do one thing for me, and if you do it well, I will spare you and retract my power. If you dare to have any ill intentions, I will activate it immediately. Whatever you command, Celestial Master, we will definitely do it. Take this man back to his home. Okay, we will take him back now. The 3 bowed a few times, then helped the man and took him out. You might as well go home first. I can handle the rest myself, Lin Yuan said to the boy. I want to go with you to save my sister. All right, then let us go. At this time, outside the ancestral hall, nearly all the villagers had gathered. 3 oddly dressed individuals, looking like shamans, were performing rituals inside the hall. A woman dressed in bright red, with painted lips, sat in the center of the ancestral hall, looking like a bride about to be married. However, her face showed no joy, only despair, and her eyes were filled with confusion. No one knew what she was thinking. This girl was, of course, Hong Ling, and at this moment, she was not about to get married, but was to be sacrificed to the lake spirit. During the ceremony, a shaman dressed in clothes resembling those of a wild man was fiddling with a strange small drum, mumbling incantations, and dancing in an incomprehensible manner. The time has come. Present the sacrifice to the lake spirit. Suddenly, the shaman's dance stopped, and he spoke a line at the center of the ancestral hall. Hearing the shaman's words, a woman beside Hong Ling helped her up, and Hong Ling stood up like a soulless being, like a walking corpse. Her hands were tightly clenched, her nails digging into her flesh, and she muttered a few names under her breath. Dad, Xiaohao Lin Yuan, where are you? Chapter 38, Ancestral Hall. The battle with the water monster. As the auspicious hour arrived, the sacrifice was to be made. With a voice echoing, Hong Ling was invited out. However, during the ceremony, a voice came from outside the door. Big brother, my sister is inside. 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. A young man who looked about 17 or 18 and a 6 or 7-year-old boy. The villagers recognized the boy as Hong Ling's younger brother, and the young man was naturally Lin Yuan, but the villagers did not recognize him and only regarded him as a helper brought by the boy, not taking him seriously. Xiaohao Lin Yuan. Upon seeing them, Hong Ling immediately shouted, as if she had found a lifeline. Sis, we're here to save you. The boy shouted to Hong Ling. The village chief saw the 2 and signaled to the people beside him. A nearby middle-aged man immediately understood. Capture those 2. The middle-aged man commanded several others. Hearing this, they immediately took action, as they could not allow 2 people to disrupt the sacrifice. A dozen villagers rushed towards Lin Yuan and the boy, each showing unfriendly expressions, including a familiar face, Pai San, who was looking at him with a scheming grin. Big brother, The boy grabbed Lin Yuan's sleeve upon seeing so many people. Seeing this scene, Hong Ling's expression changed. With so many people, how could Lin Yuan and the boy possibly handle them? So she shouted to them, Lin Yuan, Xiao Hao, you should leave quickly. Hearing Hong Ling's shout, the middle-aged man who gave the orders changed his expression and shouted again, don't let them escape. Quickly catch them. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, feeling that this group of villagers was truly hopeless. Just as the group approached him, an unexpected change occurred. On the roof of the ancestral hall lay a green monster, which was, of course, the water ghost. Hong Ling, be careful behind you, Lin Yuan shouted at the roof that had betrayed him. However, his action did not convince those who wanted to catch him. They thought he was trying to distract them to make a run for it. Do you think we would believe you? I'll teach you a lesson, you outsider, Paisen said, but before he could finish, a scream came from behind him. At the same time, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Paisen was slightly taken aback and turned to look behind him, witnessing a scene he would never forget. A green monster with a blue face and sharp teeth bit off the head of a woman who was watching the commotion. And before that, a man had already met a tragic end. The crowd was stunned and frightened, and amidst the shock, they scattered in all directions. Paisen was equally terrified. After a scream, he rolled and crawled out towards the door. At that moment, Lin Yuan stood beside Hong Ling, wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her along, as her body was covered in goosebumps. Quick, Xiao Hao, come sit by me. Lin Yuan called out to the boy in the distance while pulling Hong Ling along. This voice caught the attention of the water monster, which abandoned the corpse in its grasp and lunged towards Lin Yuan. Looking for death, Lin Yuan snorted coldly, and 3 fireball talismans appeared in his palm, which he threw at the water monster. The 3 fireballs shot towards the monster, which was extremely agile and managed to dodge them with a few twists, spitting out green liquid at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan clapped his storage bag, and a talisman appeared in his hand, instantly surrounding himself, Hong Ling, and the boy in a golden protective barrier. The green liquid hit the surface of the barrier, but was blocked outside, landing on the ground with a hissing sound. Lin Yuan glanced at the green poison, frowning slightly. It was indeed corrosive. The water monster was clearly taken aback by this scene, not expecting Lin Yuan to have such abilities, and was momentarily at a loss. Lin Yuan did not give it time to react. He clapped his storage bag again, and a golden flying sword flew out. The golden sword glowed brilliantly, and even though the water monster did not understand what it was, its face changed upon seeing the flying sword, instinctively knowing that it was not something it could confront. Lin Yuan pointed 2 fingers at the golden sword, his fingers shining with golden light, casting the sword's radiance from the sword control technique, which was even more powerful than the sword itself. Seeing this, the water monster immediately tried to escape over the wall, but Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold, and a golden sword ray slashed out, cutting through the stone wall as if it were paper. The water monster felt a chill run down its spine and instinctively sidestepped. The sword ray that could have split its body in half only severed one of its arms. The water monster let out a painful and horrendous scream before fleeing in a panic. Lin Yuan had seen all of this through his divine sense, but unfortunately, he did not manage to kill it with a single sword strike. He waved his hand to collect everything back into his storage bag. Turning around, he saw that Hong Ling and Xiao Hao were looking at him with shocked expressions. He merely smiled slightly and said to them, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Hong Ling bit her lip and asked Lin Yuan, "Are you a celestial master?" "Sort of. This isn't the place for discussions." "Let's go," Lin Yuan casually replied, shifting the topic. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's identity as a cultivator, Hong Ling did not show much surprise. Instead, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, though it vanished almost instantly as she followed Lin Yuan and the boy out. Along the way, the boy kept chattering and asking Lin Yuan questions, mostly about cultivators. In the eyes of mortals, cultivators are a very mysterious and respected profession, even more so than their emperor. They had only heard that only those of high status could interact with cultivators, and ordinary villagers like them might never encounter one in their lifetime, naturally making them incredibly curious. As for Hong Ling, she followed behind the two, not walking alongside them. Her hands were gripping her nails, and her expression was complex as if she was lost in thought. When they reached the entrance, Xiao Hao stepped forward to open the door while Lin Yuan turned to glance at the girl. "Hong Ling, ah." The girl lifted her head at the sound of Lin Yuan's voice, coming back to her senses from her thoughts. "What's wrong? You seemed a bit down the whole way. Were you scared just now?" "No, it's just a bit." Hong Ling initially shook her head to deny it, but then seemed to remember something and confirmed Lin Yuan's words. Don't worry, with me here, that water monster definitely won't dare come over. If it does, next time I'll definitely slay it, Lin Yuan said confidently. He was certain that if he encountered it again, he would not show any mercy. Hong Ling merely nodded without saying much. The three of them entered the courtyard and found the three men who had been guarding Hong Ling's father in the center. Chapter 39. The Green Lake Water Ghost. The Green Water Pearl. As soon as the three saw Lin Yuan walk in, they immediately knelt on the ground. Hong Ling, seeing this scene, was somewhat at a loss and hid behind Lin Yuan. Celestial Master, we have already brought Brother Zhou Tai over as you instructed. Please spare our lives, the three middle-aged men said, bowing their heads. The boy walked over and spoke to the three with an elevated tone. You bullied my sister and my father. Let me tell you, that water monster was injured by my brother. He is really amazing and could wipe you out with just a flick of his finger. Upon hearing the boy's words, the three exchanged glances, even more shocked. Not expecting that the lake deity they spoke of was so easily defeated by this celestial master in front of them. They immediately bowed their heads again. Celestial Master, your power is boundless. We were only threatened by the lake deity and acted under the village chief's orders. We didn't mean it. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, not wanting to hear them say much more, and coldly commanded, if I find out again that you are causing trouble for this family, I won't be so polite. Yes, Celestial Master, we absolutely won't. Lin Yuan stretched out a hand and drew a strand of golden spiritual power back from the three. The three felt it immediately and expressed their gratitude once again. Go. Hearing this, the three felt as if they had received a great pardon and immediately ran out. Go check on your father. The siblings walked inside and saw their father lying on the bed. They rushed over. Dad, wake up. At the call of the siblings, their father finally slowly opened his eyes and saw his two children. Hong Ling, Xiaohao, you two are okay. Dad, we are fine. That's great. I'm sorry. Dad couldn't protect you. The family embraced each other, overwhelmed with joy. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan felt a bit comforted and also recalled his own family. He had originally planned to go home to see them after completing this mission, but his plans had been disrupted. Dad, it was thanks to my brother that we rescued my sister. He is a Celestial Master. Celestial Master? After the three people embraced, the father asked them how they escaped. The boy explained it to him and also learned about Lin Yuan's identity as a cultivator. When Zhou Tai saw Lin Yuan, he immediately got off the bed and knelt on the ground. Thank you, Immortal Master, for saving our family. Lin Yuan stood at the door, a bit surprised to see Zhou Tai kneeling. You don't have to thank me. If it weren't for Hong Ling saving me earlier, I might not be standing in front of you now. I am also repaying Hong Ling's kindness. Lin Yuan reached out his hand and used a spell to pull Zhou Tai up. I still want to thank you, Immortal Master. If it weren't for you, our family of three would probably never be reunited. After this, whatever you need, I will do my best to fulfill. Seeing Zhou Tai's demeanor, Lin Yuan sighed. You just woke up, so it's best to rest well. Don't go out for the next few days. I will set up some prohibitions outside the house, so no one can enter. Just stay at home. Yes, Immortal Master, I will follow your arrangements, Zhou Tai replied respectfully. Lin Yuan glanced at Hong Ling and walked out. Hong Ling said to her father and brother, Xiaohao, you keep an eye on Dad. I'll go out for a bit. Okay. The boy nodded. Hong Ling ran straight outside. When she reached the courtyard, she saw Lin Yuan casting spells, sending out several talismans that stuck to the walls in all directions. All right. Before I only set up a barrier to ward off evil spirits, but now I am casting a spell that even humans can't enter. You can rest assured. The spell he cast before was just a basic barrier, which could be easily lifted by a cultivator, but it was sufficient for ordinary mortals. Are you leaving? Hong Ling's eyes revealed a reluctant expression, and there were even tears welling up. Leave? Where would I go? My injuries haven't healed yet. How could I leave now? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Hong Ling was slightly taken aback, but immediately smiled. So you're not leaving. There are still many things unresolved. How could I leave? The spells I cast are just for safety. That's great. I was worried, I thought. You thought that if my identity was exposed, I would leave, right? Lin Yuan smiled and asked. Hong Ling nodded. Lin Yuan just smiled at her thoughts. He could understand her feelings because he had thought the same way before becoming a cultivator. Cultivators are elusive and would leave if their identity was exposed. All right, stop thinking about it. I want to be leaving for now, but I need to go out for a bit to check on that water monster. You stay at home and don't go out. Okay. Hong Ling obediently nodded. Then be careful. I'll wait for you to come back for dinner. All right. After saying that, Lin Yuan walked out the door. Seeing Lin Yuan leave, Hong Ling felt a bit lost, but had no choice. She just stood at the door watching his departing figure. When Lin Yuan returned to the back of the ancestral hall, he saw an arm left by the water monster. The blood from the water monster was green and contained poison. Lin Yuan took out a small bottle and used a spell to suck the monster's blood into the bottle, then burned the remaining flesh. After putting the blood into his storage bag, Lin Yuan's gaze turned back to the lake. When he reached the edge of the lake, he saw a spot on the shore with a few drops of green blood, clearly indicating that the water monster had returned to the lake. Lin Yuan felt a bit of a headache. His cultivation level was not high enough to probe the lake's bottom. If the water monster was on the shore, he was confident he could slay it in a few moves. However, after this encounter, he felt that the water monster would not easily come ashore again, which troubled him. The reason Lin Yuan wanted to find this water monster was not solely because it had attacked him. A significant reason was that the water monster resembled a type of water ghost he had seen in the scriptures of the 10,000 Swords sect, called the Baihu water ghost. This water ghost was dark green, had fish fins on its back, a blue face with sharp teeth, and poisonous blood. These characteristics matched the water monster perfectly. Additionally, the water monster had two treasures within it. One was the monster's poison sac, which could be used to create a type of poison called Qingwen Zhang, a deadly substance that could catch cultivators off guard during battles. Its power was immense, and even a Foundation establishment cultivator would find it hard to eliminate if contaminated. The second was that if the water monster survived for a long time, it might produce a Baishui pearl within its body. This was a pearl that could absorb spiritual energy, somewhat like a demon beast's inner core, but different. If he waited and refined it, he could inject the cold air from it into the Baishui pill, and then combine it with several other herbs to easily concoct a pill that could help him break through his cultivation. These two treasures were his main reasons for wanting to slay the water monster. Chapter 40. The girl's thoughts. Lin Yuan checked the lakeside several times and found nothing but the green blood. He had no other discoveries. In a moment of desperation, Lin Yuan jumped into the air, took out 7 or 8 talismans, and threw them into the lake. Boom, boom, boom. Several explosions sounded, and water splashed everywhere as he landed back on the ground. After the splashes, the lake's surface returned to calm, showing no signs of change. Lin Yuan laughed at himself. How could the water monster be so easily forced out? He felt that he wouldn't be able to draw it out for a while, so he decided to leave and think of a long-term plan. He returned to the entrance of Hong Ling's house, where smoke was rising, and a delicious aroma of food wafted towards him. Although he was a cultivator, he hadn't reached the level of abstaining from food, so he was also unable to resist this tempting smell. Lin Yuan walked in and saw Hong Ling cooking over the fire. It smells so good. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say as he entered. Upon seeing Lin Yuan return, Hong Ling immediately broke into a radiant smile. It'll be ready soon. You can rest for a bit. Lin Yuan walked over to Hong Ling and sat down on a nearby stool. You worked hard today. Were you scared by what happened earlier? A little, but it's fine now. With you here, I'm not afraid of anything, Hong Ling said, a hint of blush appearing on her cheeks. I will handle this matter. Upon hearing this, Hong Ling seemed to think of something, hesitated for a moment, and showed a look of wanting to say something, but holding back. Lin Yuan noticed her expression and asked, Do you have something to say? Is it true that all cultivators pursue a life without desires? How could that be? If cultivating is about having no desires, then what's the point of cultivating? Cultivators pursue the Tao, techniques, longevity. There are many things they seek. That's not what I meant. I meant to ask if cultivators' partners are also cultivators. Partners? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say, it's fine, Hong Ling said, her cheeks flushing slightly, nervously adding a few sticks of firewood to the stove. The rest nothing I can't say. Cultivators do have dual cultivation partners, but I haven't encountered it and don't understand it. However, since they are dual cultivation partners, they must both be cultivators. Then how can one become a cultivator? Hong Ling asked eagerly. Do you want to become a cultivator? I was just asking, Hong Ling replied vaguely. You need to have a spiritual root. Only those with a spiritual root can cultivate. However, among mortals, those with a spiritual root are extremely rare. At this point, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that in his hometown, there were actually 3 people with spiritual roots, which was indeed fortunate. How can one know if they have a spiritual root? Hong Ling asked expectantly. Lin Yuan looked at her. What's wrong? Did I ask something I shouldn't have? No. You want to know? Just stretch out your arm. Okay. Hong Ling stretched out her arm in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan directly grasped her wrist, and Hong Ling's body trembled, instantly turning her face red to the roots of her ears. But Lin Yuan didn't see any of this. He closed his eyes tightly, a trace of spiritual energy flowing from his fingertips. After a while, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. "How is it?" Hong Ling asked nervously. Lin Yuan shook his head, regrettably saying, "You don't have a spiritual root." Upon hearing this, a strong sense of disappointment surged in her heart. Although she forced a calm expression on her face, Lin Yuan could still see through it. Actually, not having a spiritual root isn't a big deal. Cultivators live on the edge of life and death, in a plain, ordinary life might be better. Lin Yuan comforted her. "Then why do you cultivate?" Hong Ling suddenly asked. Lin Yuan was taken aback by her question. But after a brief moment of thought, his gaze gradually became resolute. "Maybe it's faith." Seeing Lin Yuan's expression, the girl seemed to understand something and let out a soft laugh. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I was just asking casually. You seem so serious. Anyway, the food is ready. Let us eat." "All right, I'll help you." Lin Yuan picked up the dishes and walked into the house. Although Lin Yuan was a cultivator, he still retained some habits of an ordinary person. Watching Lin Yuan's back, Hong Ling, who had just been smiling, felt a wave of disappointment again. But it was just a fleeting moment. Inside the house, Zhou Tai was startled to see Lin Yuan helping out and immediately took the things from Lin Yuan with great respect. In his eyes, what could make a celestial master do work? Celestial masters are high and mighty, not involved in the mundane world. Lin Yuan sighed helplessly, not saying much. Zhou Tai's father's attitude toward him made him uncomfortable, but it would only be for this period. Once he killed the water monster and obtained what he wanted, he would leave. During this meal, Zhou Tai ate timidly. Lin Yuan's respectful demeanor made him feel a bit uneasy. Lin Yuan simply ate a little and returned to his own room to close the door and began to meditate and cultivate. "Daughter, you've really done a great thing this time, saving a celestial master. The Zhou family is bound to rise." Hearing her father's words, Hong Ling didn't feel particularly happy. Instead, she hoped that Lin Yuan was not a celestial master. Even if he were a vagabond or a beggar, it would be better than being a celestial master. "Sis, you don't seem happy," her younger brother said while picking at his food. "You eat your food and don't interfere." Hong Ling gave him a light tap on the back of his head. "Daughter, do you have something on your mind?" her father asked with concern. "It's nothing, Dad. You don't have to worry. I'm full. I'll go out for some fresh air and come back to wash the dishes later." After saying this, Hong Ling put down her chopsticks and walked out directly. Her father called out, and seeing his daughter walk out the door, he seemed to notice something and just sighed. Back in the house, Lin Yuan continued to refine the cold air in his body, wrapping more of his magical power around it, then forcing all the cold air to one spot. He wasn't in a hurry to refine the cold air. He wanted to inject it into the Bai Shui pearl after obtaining it, refining it to help him break through his cultivation all at once. Right now, the most important thing was to increase the magical power suppressing the cold air to ensure it wouldn't flare up again. After doing all this, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, took out a stack of yellow talisman papers and a talisman brush from his storage bag. It seems it's time to draw some talismans to deal with the water monster. He continued to take out the talisman encyclopedia and began to infuse his entire being into the drawing process. Outside in the courtyard, at night, the moon was particularly round. Hong Ling sat alone on a stool, looking down, holding a wooden stick in her hand, aimlessly drawing something on the ground. "Daughter, do you have something on your mind?" Suddenly, a voice appeared beside her. Hong Ling hurriedly wiped her eyes. "Dad, why are you here? I'm your father. I know what you're thinking. However, some things are beyond the reach of ordinary people like us. The most important thing in life is to have self-awareness." Hong Ling looked at her father with tear-filled eyes. "Is there really no possibility?" Chapter 41. Lin Yuan's punishment. "Daughter, I've been through more than 40 years, experienced many things. You know, there are differences between people. Some differences cannot be bridged by effort or desire. Some differences are like a high mountain. No matter how hard you climb, you cannot see the end. That is a sense of helplessness when facing an absolute gap. I've been to towns, seen the wealthy families there, and heard their stories. Some things and some people we cannot obtain." Looking at her father's eyes, Hong Ling saw a sense of weariness. It seemed there were many stories in his eyes. "All right, Dad, I understand. I will think it through. Yes, rest early. Don't stay up too late. Also, although Lin the Celestial Master casts spells in the courtyard, you still need to be careful." "I understand." Her father patted Hong Ling on the shoulder and then left. In the house, Lin Yuan had long stopped writing, and his eyes were also lost in thought. Perhaps this is a difficulty that cultivators must overcome. Lin Yuan shook his head, casting aside distractions, and continued to draw talismans. The next morning, Lin Yuan had spent the entire night drawing talismans, and there were already more than a dozen new talismans on the table. Hong Ling was cooking as usual. When she stepped out of the courtyard and opened the door, she was stunned by the scene before her. Kneeling at the entrance of her house were hundreds of people, middle-aged men, women, and children. Basically, everyone from the village had come. Hong Ling was taken aback. "What are you doing?" she asked in terror. "Hong Ling, we were wrong before. We had to do that for the sake of everyone in the village. Please, we beg you to ask the Celestial Master to save the villagers." The one leading was the village chief. After they had fled yesterday, some had seen Lin Yuan casting spells and realized his identity as a cultivator. They had discussed for a long time and ultimately decided that everyone should come to the entrance to plead with Lin Yuan. They knew that this might not be effective, but there was no other way. Yesterday's scene had made them feel that the lake's spirit they spoke of would not let them go. And only by asking the Celestial Master to eliminate it completely would they not miss this opportunity. Seeing the crowd, Hong Ling felt very angry. She was not a saint and had not forgotten how the villagers had forced her with her father and brother before. "Go back, I don't have that ability. Hong Ling, we truly know we were wrong. Our foolishness has hurt you. Please, for the sake of being from the same village, beg the Celestial Master." Now, only you can persuade the Celestial Master. After all, you also live in the village. If that monster continues to run rampant, your family might also be harmed in the future. The village chief's words were not wrong. Lin Yuan could not stay forever. If one day Lin Yuan left, they would lose their protection, and Hong Ling began to hesitate. "Hong Ling, come back." At this moment, a young man's voice came from inside the house. The voice was not loud, but it felt different from what an ordinary person would say. It could be clearly heard by everyone through the wall. "Celestial Master, Celestial Master. Yesterday we, ordinary mortals, did not recognize your identity and offended you. Please forgive us, Celestial Master." The village chief led the way, bowing to the ground. And the crowd behind him followed suit, bowing down. "You don't know me, and I don't care about the collisions or anything like that. However, I find it utterly selfish and foolish of you to treat monsters like these as lake deities, even forcing young girls to make sacrifices. It's truly despicable. Master, please forgive us. We acted out of confusion. We will definitely correct our ways and never commit such foolish and selfish acts again." "Humph." A dignified voice sounded. "Then you will kneel here as punishment. Do not rise without my command. We will obey the master's orders." Thus, everyone knelt at the door, and Hong Ling looked at these people without a shred of pity and left directly. After 2 or 3 hours, at the hottest time of noon, everyone was drenched in sweat. By evening, everyone's legs were sore, and their faces were pale from discomfort, yet no one dared to rise. The next morning, after a day and night, many people were too weak to stand, and some children could barely endure it. Hong Ling saw all this and felt a pang of compassion. Although the villagers who had forced her were indeed hateful, she couldn't bear to see the children suffer. Can you let those children get up first? After all, they are still young and haven't done anything." Hong Ling hesitantly asked outside Lin Yuan's room. "Do as you think is right," Lin Yuan replied. "Okay." Hearing the voice, Hong Ling smiled and ran out. The master said that children under 16 can get up and leave. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Everyone expressed their gratitude. Many younger children stood up, but among them was a sly man, Pai San, who glanced sneakily in the direction of the house and slowly tried to rise. Just as he managed to stand up a little, a familiar figure, Pai San, a talisman, suddenly flew out from the house, transforming into a small sword that emitted a dazzling light, flying straight towards the top of Pai San's head, descending from above. Pai San was instantly terrified, his face turning pale. "Master, spare me. I won't dare again." The golden small sword stopped just an inch above his head. "Move again, and your head will relocate." "I won't dare again. I won't dare again." Pai San immediately knelt upright, no longer daring to make any sly moves. As the saying goes, to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. With him as an example, others who had any ill intentions no longer dared to think of them. Kneeling obediently on the ground, Sursamrite, Hong Ling's brother, seeing Pai San's embarrassed state, couldn't help but mutter. In the past, Pai San had harassed his sister countless times, and when he was young, he couldn't do anything about it. But now, Lin Yuan had easily subdued him, causing him to admire Lin Yuan even more. Thus, it continued until the third day, when most people could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Inside the house, Lin Yuan let out a long breath, with a pile of talismans laid out in front of him. Finally done. These talismans should be enough to deal with that water monster. He stood up, waved his hand to put all the talismans into his storage bag, and used his divine sense to see outside through the wall. Many people were exhausted, some had fainted from hunger, and were too weak to move. Lin Yuan looked at these people without an ounce of pity. If he didn't impose some punishment, they wouldn't remember, and might even commit the same acts again in the future. Master, some people outside have fainted. Considering that some of them didn't participate, could you let them go this time? To Lin Yuan's surprise, Hong Ling's father actually pleaded for them. They kidnapped you and forced your daughter. Don't you hate them? Lin Yuan's voice came from inside the house. At that moment, Father Zhou stood outside, respectfully bowing with cupped hands, replying to the master, saying I don't hate them would be a lie, but I can't just watch them die one by one at my doorstep. Let them go this time. I will punish them later. Since you pleaded for them, I will give you face. Let them rise. Thank you, Master. Chapter 42. Exterminate the Water Monster. Breakthrough Qi Training, Level 7. Hong Ling's father stepped outside and looked at the many villagers. I just pleaded with the master. He said he will spare you this time. You may rise. Hearing Zhou Tai's words, the pained faces of the villagers revealed a hint of smiles. Thank you, Brother Zhou. We were wrong before. I apologize on behalf of everyone in the village. The leading village chief said weakly, his eyes filled with gratitude. All right, get up. Zhou Tai only said expressionlessly. Thank you. Thank you. The villagers behind the village chief struggled to stand up. This time, I've given you a slight punishment. If you offend again next time, it won't be so simple. Lin Yuan's voice came from inside the house. We will remember the master's punishment and will never dare to offend again. The village chief respectfully replied with cupped hands. Brother Zhou, I don't know if the master can agree to help us eliminate that man-eating monster. The village chief stepped forward and asked. As for the water monster, I have my own plans. You all go back. I won't allow you to leave until I call for you. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Before Zhou Tai could respond, Lin Yuan's voice sounded again. Yes, master, we will return immediately. Upon hearing the command, everyone limped back. The next morning, Lin Yuan stepped out of the room, gave a few instructions to Hong Ling and the others, and went to the lakeside. He looked at the calm lake, took out 2 talismans, recited a few incantations, and was instantly enveloped in a water shield. This was the water avoidance talisman he had researched over the past few days, which could help him avoid water when he submerged, as well as provide protection. He then stuck a few more talismans on himself, took out the Golden Order sword, prepared everything, and jumped directly into the water. Protected by the layer of water shield, he slowly descended. The surface of the lake appeared shallow, but as he sank, he realized it was actually 2 or 3 zhang deep. Lin Yuan landed at the bottom of the lake, released his divine sense, knowing that he wouldn't have the advantage in underwater combat. However, he dared to come down for 2 reasons. 1. He had discovered during their 2 previous battles that the water monster was not very strong. 2. He had already severed one of its arms in the last encounter, leaving it severely injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to dive. Lin Yuan also knew some water escape techniques and swam underwater. Suddenly, his divine sense detected a water hole ahead. He activated the sword light of the Golden Order sword and used the sword control technique to send the flying sword forward. In just a short moment, the calm water surface suddenly splashed as a green figure was shot out by a water column, followed closely by a figure jumping out of the water. The green figure fell to the ground motionless, a clear knife mark on its neck. The other figure looked at the green figure on the ground and produced a talisman from his hand, which transformed into a small sword that flew out and sliced through the green figure's abdomen, causing it to be thrown back, exposing its innards. This green figure was, of course, the water monster from the lake, and the figure was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used the sword control technique to kill the water monster hiding in the cave, which had just reacted, and slashed its throat with the sword light, ending its life. Lin Yuan then tossed it aside. After dissecting the water monster's abdomen, he obtained its poison sac and the water bead, storing them in 2 jade bottles. As for the remaining corpse, he thought for a moment and decided to bring it back to the village, gathering all the villagers. Lin Yuan placed the corpse on a high platform, with villagers standing below. Come, look, this is the lake deity you have always feared. Lin Yuan used a wooden stick to lift the water monster up so they could see it more clearly. This was no lake spirit, it was a monster. A villager suddenly said this. Only then did the villagers truly see the true face of the lake's spirit they had revered. It's true, this is just a water monster. And there are records of such monsters in my sect. You were foolish enough to want to sacrifice a living person, no matter how many people this water monster eats. It will never be satisfied. Immortal Master, thank you for eliminating this disaster for us, the villagers said in gratitude, kneeling again under the village chief's lead. Lin Yuan simply replied a few words and left the scene. He had no interest in receiving their worship. After returning to Hongling's home, he told her family that he would be in seclusion for a while and asked them not to disturb him, stating that he wouldn't need food. Then he locked himself in his room. 7 days passed without a sound from the room. During these 7 days, the village chief brought many offerings on behalf of the villagers to show their appreciation to Lin Yuan, but they were all blocked by Hongling's father. After conveying Lin Yuan's original words to them, they naturally didn't dare to say anything more and simply left the offerings at Hongling's home. On the 8th day, Lin Yuan was meditating on his bed with an alchemy furnace in front of him. Floating in front of the furnace were beads the size of longan, alternating in blue and green. These were pills he had refined by combining several hundred-year-old medicinal herbs and infusing the cold energy from his body into the Baishui pearl. Lin Yuan slowly withdrew his magical power and opened his eyes. He had finally completed it. He took the pill from the furnace. It felt cool to the touch. Under the adjustment of the herbs, the cold energy was neutralized and transformed into pure spiritual energy. He swallowed it, and in an instant, a vast amount of spiritual energy filled his entire body. He quickly controlled the energy to circulate through his meridians, absorbing it. After 2 hours, he slowly opened his eyes, having finally broken through to the 7th layer of qi refining. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Originally, if he relied solely on Huang Yuan Dan and Qi Sui Dan, it would take at least 2 to 3 years to break through to the 7th layer, and if he were unlucky, it could take 4 to 5 years. However, now, with the help of the pure cold energy in his body and the effects of the Baishui pearl, he had broken through in just a few months. Truly a blessing in disguise. Lin Yuan looked outside. It was around dusk. He pushed open the door and walked out. Finding the room empty, but seeing smoke rising from the yard, he walked into the yard and saw Hongling cooking over a fire. "You're out?" Hongling stood up immediately when she saw Lin Yuan, brushing off the dust from her hands and clothes. Lin Yuan glanced at the food she was preparing. Thinking Lin Yuan was hungry, Hongling quickly said, "It'll be ready soon. My father and Xiao Hao went out to work in the fields. If you're hungry, you can eat first." Lin Yuan smiled and shook his head. "Do you have time? Let's go for a walk." "Just the two of us?" Hongling asked, puzzled. "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded. "Wait a minute." Hearing this, Hongling felt a bit pleased. She extinguished the fire, leaving just the residual heat. "All right, let's go." The two walked side by side in one direction. Hongling kept her head down, nervously fiddling with her hands. "How long has it been since you saved me from the river?" Lin Yuan asked. Hongling paused for a moment before answering. "It's been over 2 months. 2 months is quite a long time. To be honest, I'm really grateful to you for taking care of me during this time. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived to this day." "Don't say that. You saved me too. If it weren't for you, I might have been eaten by that monster long ago." "That's true. We saved each other." "Yes," Hongling nodded. Lin Yuan stopped and turned to look at Hongling. "Hongling, there's a saying that all good things must come to an end. I'm about to leave." Hearing this, Hongling's heart dropped. Although she had known this day would come eventually, she didn't expect it to arrive so soon. You're leaving so soon? Aren't you going to rest a bit longer? Is your injury healed?" Hongling asked 3 questions in a row. "My injury has healed during these days of seclusion. I've been out of my sect for over 5 months now. It's time for me to go back." Upon hearing this, disappointment filled Hongling's eyes, and she suddenly didn't know what to say. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a small voice. Can you stay a little longer?" Although her voice was very soft, Lin Yuan's hearing was exceptional, and he heard her clearly. Lin Yuan hesitated, not wanting to refuse this girl who had saved his life. At that moment, both fell into silence. Hongling looked up, her eyes slightly red, and this time her voice was louder. "Can you stay a bit longer?" Seeing Hongling's gaze, her delicate and beautiful face, along with her pitiful expression, softened Lin Yuan's heart. He was not a heartless person. "All right, then I'll stay a little longer to consolidate my cultivation." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's answer, Hongling's previously worried face brightened, revealing a beautiful smile. She stepped forward and hugged Lin Yuan. "That's great." Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his face turning red to the roots of his ears. It was the first time he had been hugged by a girl. leaving him a bit flustered. He raised his head, but quickly looked down again. We should go back. You don't want the food to burn. Oh, okay. Hongling hurriedly released Lin Yuan, stepping back a few paces, her face flushed and daring not to look at him. She had acted on impulse and now felt nervous just thinking about it. I'll go back and check, she said, quickly running back. Lin Yuan watched Hongling's retreating figure. It was the first time he felt his heart flutter, and it was also his first taste of love. After that, Hongling didn't dare to look at Lin Yuan during the entire dinner. Her father noticed something was off, but didn't mention it, and the meal ended in an awkward atmosphere. Lin Yuan returned to his room alone. After dinner, Hongling washed the dishes and hurried to call Lin Yuan out. That night, the two sat on the roof watching the stars, chatting about many things. Lin Yuan shared stories about learning medicine from his grandfather when he was young and his cultivation experiences, though he didn't reveal any important details, not even the name of his sect. They talked late into the night until Hongling, feeling sleepy, suggested they end the conversation. The next morning, Hongling prepared breakfast as usual and called Lin Yuan to eat. However, after knocking a few times on the door and getting no response, she gently pushed the door open, which opened on its own. Lin Yuan was not in the room. Only a letter and a small bottle were left on the bedside. Hongling grabbed the letter and the bottle and ran outside, but she could no longer see Lin Yuan's figure. She opened the letter. Hongling. Saying goodbye in this way might be the most appropriate. I really couldn't bear to say farewell to you in person. I'm very grateful for your care during this time. But I can no longer stay. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. This is the elixir I refined. Taking it can extend your life. There are 3 in total, for you and your family. I wish you happiness and health in the future, and for your family to be safe. She didn't know how many times she read it, only to feel 2 drops of tears fall onto the letter. She stood at the door for a long time without leaving. In a town dozens of miles away, a man wearing a black linen robe sat in a tea house, carrying a package on his back, sipping tea. The man's eyes were dim, lost in thought. Sir, your tea. Oh, thank you. Lin Yuan took the tea and had a sip, his mind echoing his own words to himself. The sooner you experience emotional tribulations, the sooner you can move on, lest you fall deeper later. Lin Yuan drank a few more sips, pushed his thoughts aside, and rested for half an hour before continuing his journey. To ensure a safe passage, he had been disguising himself as an ordinary person, traveling with a merchant caravan, fearful of being discovered by rogue cultivators who might rob him again. At this moment, the technique he received for concealing his aura served him well. He masked all his cultivation energy. According to the technique, unless someone was much stronger than him or had an exceptionally powerful consciousness, it was nearly impossible for them to detect his identity as a cultivator. After 3 months of travel, he finally arrived at the town closest to his home village. He bid farewell to the caravan and walked alone for over 10 miles along the mountain roads back to the village. Upon reaching the village, he did not go home, but instead climbed a small hill not far from his house, gazing at his home from afar. Due to his cultivation practices, he could see clearly from a great distance. He had been away from home for 6 or 7 years, leaving as an 11-year-old child. And now he was about to become an adult. His grandfather's hair had grown increasingly white, yet he continued to plant and gather herbs, treating the villagers. Though he had grown too old to go up the mountain, now only gathering herbs at the foot of the mountain. His parents, when he left home, had black hair, but now they also had sparse white strands. His younger brother, who was still in swaddling clothes when he left, had now grown into a 6 or 7-year-old child, and his grandfather had already started teaching him to read and write. Watching all of this, Lin Yuan sometimes wore a beaming smile and sometimes shed sorrowful tears, and he sat on the hill for 2 days and 2 nights. By the 3rd night, as the night deepened and everyone fell asleep, Lin Yuan quietly walked into the yard, looking at the familiar surroundings. He crouched down to touch the herbs growing on the ground, and then walked to the wooden rack where herbs were drying, memories flooding back to him. He remembered grinding herbs, planting, and gathering them with his grandfather when he was young. However, everything changed after he entered the world of cultivation. He had to sever ties with the mundane world. This time he returned to let go of his final attachments. He sat on the stool in the yard for a long time, a very long time, until the next morning. Lin Wuwei woke up early and walked into the yard to check his herbs. He saw 2 small bottles on the stone table. Curiously, he picked one up, opened the cap, and a fragrant scent made him shudder, feeling instantly refreshed. Suddenly, he thought of something, capped the bottle, and ran out, looking around for something. Yuaner. He called out a dozen times, but received no response. Feeling disappointed as he returned to the stone table and sat on the stool. Suddenly, he stood up again and touched the stool. It was still warm. He looked up towards the direction out of the village. Yuan, he really came back. Chapter 44. Changes in the sect. Foundation establishment stage. Cultivator. 2 days later, in a town not far from the Wandering Sword sect, Lin Yuan finally revealed a joyful smile upon seeing the familiar town. Cautiously and anxiously, he had finally returned. At this time, Lin Yuan entered another tea house. The hot summer made him parched, and the waiter served him a pot of cold tea, which he gulped down in one go, feeling very refreshed. Hey, did you hear about the strange thing recently? What strange thing? Just as Lin Yuan was drinking tea, he noticed 2 people nearby talking. Peeking over, he was surprised to see that they were both cultivators, appearing to be at the 3rd level of qi refinement, somewhat like 2 rogue cultivators. Do you know about a mountain not far from here? Yeah, I think it's called Chui Lin Mountain. I heard there are some cultivation sects on the mountain, called Wandering Sword Sect. I heard a friend mention it before. Yes, that's the Wandering Sword Sect. Hearing them discuss his sect, Lin Yuan perked up his ears to listen to their conversation. Since they were quite far from him and did not suspect his identity as a cultivator, they continued without care. I heard that the Wandering Sword Sect was annihilated overnight a few months ago. What? Annihilated? One of them exclaimed in shock. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Sorry, but how is that possible? I heard that the Wandering Sword Sect was quite good locally and had a high-level cultivator in the core formation stage station there. How could they be annihilated? Who knows? They probably offended some major force they shouldn't have. I only found out about it 3 months later. Some rogue cultivators heard about the local sect and wanted to try their luck at joining, but when they arrived, it was all in ruins, with no one left. If that's true, that's such a pity. I used to hear that this sect had a good reputation, often sending disciples out to help mortals deal with demon and ghost troubles. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Who says otherwise? At this moment, Lin Yuan's hand trembled uncontrollably. His eyes filled with terror, and suddenly, he dropped the bowl on the ground. Sir, what happened? The waiter rushed over after hearing the sound of the bowl breaking. Oh, it's nothing, I have to go. Lin Yuan, with trembling hands, took out a few coins from his bundle and placed them on the table. All right, sir. We welcome you again next time. Lin Yuan hid his hands in his sleeves, clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. As soon as he stepped out, he ran in a certain direction, breathing heavily. Impossible. This can't be happening. While running, Lin Yuan muttered to himself, and after leaving the town, he immediately applied a flying talisman to his body, not caring about anything else, and rushed towards the sect with all his might. After an hour of flying at full speed, he arrived at the foot of the sect's mountain. He took a few steps in midair and ascended the steps, only to see the gate in ruins. The plaque with Wandering Sword Sect had been shattered into pieces, and there were obvious holes in the sect's walls, as if it had endured a fierce battle. He covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound, and quickly hid behind a nearby large tree to avoid detection. He forced himself to calm down. There were still many things unclear, and he couldn't act recklessly. He swallowed a calming pill, his trembling body gradually stabilizing, and his mind raced. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out 5 formation flags from his storage bag, immediately setting them at the sect's entrance. After setting up the formation and hiding it, he summoned 5 or 6 defensive spells, taking out golden shield talismans. With one hand gripping the golden sword medallion and the other holding 5 fireball talismans, Lin Yuan stealthily entered the sect's courtyard. The once familiar buildings were now dilapidated, suggesting that a fierce battle had taken place throughout the sect. However, he found it very suspicious that there were no traces of blood. It was common for cultivators to be injured in battles, so how could it be so clean? Only occasionally could he see some damaged magical artifacts on the ground. He cautiously crept closer, suddenly hearing voices of conversation. He leaned against the wall, carefully peeking out to see. Only 2 monks dressed in black robes could be seen, standing in front of a fallen monk, speaking with smug expressions. Uncle Juan, your cultivation is truly getting more impressive. Just a simple wave of your hand, and you've extinguished this person. I truly admire you, Master Nephew. A man in his 20s, with an ordinary appearance but a strange black mark on his forehead, was respectfully flattering a short, bald, old man. The old man appeared calm, but there was a hint of sternness in his brows, resembling a vulture with a hooked nose and sunken eye sockets, holding a red wooden cane that gave off a chilling vibe. A mere 6th-layer qi refining disciple, how much effort could it take to deal with him? Just a snap of the fingers. However, the sect leader was right. There are indeed quite a few fish that slip through the net in the 10,000 Sword sect. You handle the body, and we'll continue to ambush the next unlucky one. Yes, uncle. The Qi refining disciple immediately bowed respectfully, crouched down, and removed the storage bag from the fallen monk, a proud smile on his face as he dragged the corpse away. When he lifted the corpse, Lin Yuan recognized the face, which shocked him immensely. It was his most familiar senior brother Lu. He hadn't expected that senior brother Lu had fallen victim before him. Although Lin Yuan was shocked, he did not lose his composure and carefully took 2 steps back, intending to escape. Just as he took 2 steps, a sound of a stone hitting the ground suddenly erupted beside him. "Who is there?" A cold voice rang out. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, realizing the severity of the situation. Without hesitation, he immediately used a flying talisman and the void stepped to dash toward the door. "Humph, Junior, you want to run after being discovered?" The Foundation establishment old man snorted coldly, pointing his cane at the ground and directly leaping after him. The Qi Refining Jr. also dropped the corpse and ran out. The Foundation establishment elder's flying speed was evidently much faster than Lin Yuan's, and in no time he caught up. The cane shot out a black skull towards Lin Yuan. When the skull hit Lin Yuan, his protective shield manifested, blocking the attack. However, due to the impact, Lin Yuan stumbled and nearly fell. But he managed to run out of the sect's main gate. Hey, a Qi Refining kid actually has a low-level high-tier talisman. That's truly rare. The Foundation establishment elder landed on the ground and looked at Lin Yuan, who was less than 5 zhang away, giving him a once-over with eyes flickering uncertainly, soon revealing a greedy smile. "Haha, kid, you're quite valuable. With high-tier talismans and top-quality magical tools, you're almost comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator." Lin Yuan swallowed hard, looking at the short old man, realizing that the other party was at the early stage of Foundation establishment. If he fought head-on, he would undoubtedly die. Chapter 45. Battling a Foundation establishment cultivator. The 5-element sword array shows its power at this moment. The Qi Refining Jr. also arrived, and upon seeing Lin Yuan, he wore a half-smiling expression, turning to the Foundation establishment elder and clasping his hands. "Uncle Juan, your foresight is truly remarkable. Just now you said another fish slipped through the net. Humph, stop flattering and deal with it quickly, lest the night grows long and dreams multiply." The Juhan Daoist sneered at Lin Yuan, raising his cane. However, when he saw Lin Yuan's expression, he inwardly cursed, realizing that something was wrong. Because Lin Yuan's fearful expression had vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Lin Yuan clapped his hands, and an enormous change occurred around him. 5 array flags immediately appeared, and a formation sprang up. Lin Yuan jumped back out of the formation, finally letting out a sigh of relief. However, the Juhan Daoist's face turned ashen, clearly agitated. "Junior, you dare to use a formation to plot against me." As he spoke, he moved quickly, leaping to break free from the formation. But when he was less than 2 zhang off the ground, he felt an invisible force bind him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fly any higher. And even trying to move in any direction resulted in being unable to advance, as if an invisible rope was tying him to the center of the formation. The Qi Refining Jr. experienced the same, as he too, after running a certain distance, found he could no longer make any progress despite his efforts. "Junior, you seek death." The Juhan Daoist summoned his cane, which transformed into a huge red skull. The red skull unleashed a blood-red attack towards the formation. However, to the Juhan Daoist's astonishment, his attack merely hit the edge of the formation and dissipated like an egg hitting a stone, leaving the formation unaffected. "What? How is this possible? What kind of formation is this?" The Juhan Daoist displayed an expression of disbelief. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. This formation was indeed powerful. At the same time, his killing intent surged. These two were the culprits who had killed his fellow disciples. Lin Yuan took out an array plate, and with a golden sword flying into the air, he pointed it at the gold attribute area of the array plate, instantly summoning dozens of identical golden swords in the air of the formation. The Juhan Daoist and the Qi Refining Jr. were both shocked at this sight. It was the first time they had seen such a formation. With so many top-quality magical tools, if they attacked together, even a Foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. The dozens of flying swords split into 2 waves, one aimed at the Juhan Daoist and the other at the Qi Refining Jr. The flying swords spun around the two, truly threatening to shred them into pieces. The Juhan Daoist snorted. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he felt proud and thought it impossible for him to lose to a Qi Refining Jr. He immediately summoned the Red Skull to surround himself and cast several defensive spells while producing a magical tool, a small flag, which he waved lightly, causing it to emit swirling black mist. Upon seeing the flag, Lin Yuan immediately recognized it. It was identical to the soul summoning banner he had obtained from the possession cultivator he killed in Qingyi County. The Qi Refining Jr. also took out 2 defensive talismans in that brief moment and produced a magical tool. A green dagger that appeared to be an ordinary mid-tier magical tool, rather unremarkable. Lin Yuan recited the incantation, and the flying swords began their attack. In just one encounter, the Qi Refining Jr.'s 2 layers of shields were immediately pierced. The Qi Refining Jr.'s expression changed drastically, and he pulled out a small shield to protect his chest. Shouting at the Zhuhan Daoist, "Uncle Zhuhan, save me quickly. This formation is too powerful." As soon as he finished speaking, the shield he had just summoned was sliced in half by the flying swords, and he suffered a deep wound on his back. The Zhuhan Daoist merely glanced at his nephew beside him, showing no intention of helping. He was also barely fending off the attack and had no time to save him. In just a moment, the nephew was cut in half at the waist, dying completely. The Zhuhan Daoist gritted his teeth, regretting inwardly. He hadn't expected the formation to be this powerful. He realized he had been careless in chasing after Lin Yuan, and now he was in deep trouble. Lin Yuan dispatched the Qi Refining Jr. and turned his full attention to dealing with the Zhuhan Daoist, controlling the other half of the flying swords to attack him. The Zhuhan Daoist continuously changed his hand seals, infusing blood-red spiritual energy into the Red Skull, which grew even bloodier, opening its massive mouth and roaring wildly, looking quite frenzied. He waved the soul-calling banner in his hand, and the black mist emerging from it grew faster. The red and black defenses stood outside, making it impossible for the flying sword to penetrate. "Fellow Daoist, I think we may have a misunderstanding. Why don't we stop and talk?" The Nine Souls Daoist surprisingly changed his tone and began to negotiate. "You destroyed my sect. What else is there to discuss?" Lin Yuan did not listen to him. "There is indeed a misunderstanding here. The one who destroyed your sect was not me. I was merely here later to clean up the remnants. If you are willing to negotiate, I am willing to compensate for the fright I caused you earlier and let you leave." "Humph, do you take me for a fool? I can still kill you and leave." Lin Yuan coldly snorted. Hearing this, the Nine Souls Daoist's expression gradually darkened, and his tone turned icy. "Little Daoist, you must think carefully. To tell you the truth, I am a cultivator from the Ghost Cloud sect. You must have heard of the Ghost Cloud sect, the #1 sect in the Zhao Kingdom. Killing me means you will have a blood feud with the Ghost Cloud sect. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, my sect will hunt you down relentlessly. Moreover, although your formation is powerful, it won't kill me immediately. My many fellow disciples in the Foundation establishment stage will arrive soon, and at that time, you will have no chance." The Nine Souls Daoist first softened his approach, offering benefits and then threatening Lin Yuan. He believed that an inexperienced Qi refining stage cultivator would definitely be intimidated and compromise. What he said about his fellow disciples returning was purely to scare Lin Yuan. He took on this task of cleaning up the loose ends with only one Qi Refining Jr. to prevent others from taking his benefits. Upon hearing the Nine Souls Daoist's words, Lin Yuan's expression did indeed fall into contemplation, and the speed of the flying swords around the Nine Souls Daoist also slowed down. Seeing this scene, the Nine Souls Daoist felt there was a chance, but he did not dare reduce his defenses at all. "Fellow Daoist, if we cease hostilities, I am willing to swear an oath with my heart demon, ensuring your safe departure and that I will not pursue you or trouble you in the future. I also have a high-grade magic weapon that I am willing to offer as compensation to you. I believe you won't refuse, right? After all, if my fellow disciples arrive, they probably won't be as courteous as I am. I think you wouldn't want to get involved in such a huge trouble. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist. Your words have enlightened me. It seems I need to resolve this matter with you quickly to avoid any changes." After saying this, Lin Yuan's eyes filled with killing intent. Initially, the Nine Souls Daoist felt a sense of pride upon hearing the first half of Lin Yuan's words, believing he had succeeded. However, after hearing the latter half, his expression changed drastically, and he poured more mana into his defenses. Chapter 46, Slaying a Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Ghost Cloud Sect. Lin Yuan executed the spell, and his fingertips emitted a golden light, pointing towards the main body of the Golden Order sword. Instantly, the main body of the Golden Order sword shone brightly, and the sword light flickered around it. This was the most powerful golden sword light from Lin Yuan's cultivation of the sword control technique. The dozens of Golden Order swords in the formation also flickered with sword light, their power greatly enhanced. And the black and red mist that could not be penetrated before was slowly being pushed back under the power of the sword light. Kid, do you want to invoke the Ghost Cloud Sect's eternal pursuit? The Nine Souls Taoist gritted his teeth and desperately held on. If I don't kill you, I would be the one facing a calamity. Enough talk, die? Lin Yuan also increased his mana. The sword light had already penetrated more than half of the Nine Souls Taoist's defenses, and the black and red mist gradually dissipated under the slicing of the golden sword light. Kid, I will fight you to the death. The Nine Souls Taoist bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the soul-calling banner, causing the black mist from the banner to surge violently. A disheveled black ghost crawled out of the banner, letting out a wailing cry. With a command from the Nine Souls Taoist, the ghost immediately began to spin counterclockwise around him, causing the originally radiant golden sword light to dim significantly. The Nine Souls Taoist placed 2 fingers on his chest and began to chant incantations. Suddenly, blood flowed from his nose and the corners of his eyes, and the blood vessels in his eyes looked as if they were about to burst, looking extremely terrifying. Explode! The Nine Souls Taoist shouted in anger. Instantly, the black ghost and the red skeleton exploded, sending a massive shockwave in all directions. Dozens of Golden Order swords were instantly scattered. The subsequent shockwave struck the edge of the formation. Lin Yuan, who was outside the formation, felt a slight tremor and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Ha ha! Break for me! Break this formation! The Nine Souls Taoist spat blood and let out a shrill laugh. Seeing the Nine Souls Taoist's frenzied state, Lin Yuan swallowed hard and looked at the formation, but the worrying scenario did not occur. Waves of ripples formed on the aura barrier of the formation, and all the previous shockwaves were absorbed by the ripples without any signs of damage. How is this possible? How can there be no damage at all? The Nine Souls Taoist shouted in madness and disbelief. Lin Yuan looked at the formation and smiled with satisfaction. This incomplete 5-element sword formation was indeed powerful. No wonder it was said that a complete 5-element sword formation could slay Foundation establishment cultivators. It seemed the formation book was not exaggerating. Lin Yuan had no time to watch the Nine Souls Taoist go mad. If what he said was true and his fellow disciples came, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. He immediately controlled several flying swords in the formation and directed them towards the already depleted Nine Souls Taoist. After a series of piercing sounds, the early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, the Nine Souls Taoist, was pierced through by 5 swords and fell to the ground, dead. Lin Yuan did not hurry to withdraw the formation, but instead walked in, grasped, and pulled the storage bags of the Nine Souls Taoist and his disciple into his hands. Also picking up the ghostly staff and soul-calling banner from the ground, Lin Yuan held 3 storage bags in his hands. The third one was the one that Qi Refining Jr. had taken from his senior brother Liu, but had not yet had time to transfer its contents into his own storage bag. At this moment, Lin Yuan had no intention of looking inside. He simply stored them away, then used 2 fireball talismans to incinerate the 2 corpses. After finishing these tasks, he concealed the formation. Since no one appeared after such an intense battle, it proved that there were indeed no others in the sect. Lin Yuan cautiously returned to the place where he had seen the Qi Refining disciple dragging away senior brother Liu. He found that familiar face, hurriedly squatted down to check, and his eyes revealed a look of disappointment. At this moment, senior brother Liu had completely lost his life. Lin Yuan couldn't help but shed tears. Recalling how much care senior brother Liu had given him since he entered the sect, apart from Elder Wang, he was the one who had shown him the most kindness. Wiping away his tears, Lin Yuan paid his respects to Liu Jiangfei's corpse and turned to leave. Upon returning to the entrance, he retracted the formation flags and directly used the earth escape technique to burrow underground, fleeing in one direction. 5 days later, in a certain area within the Zhao Kingdom, a light drizzle fell from the gray sky, in a place surrounded by mountains. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and towering peaks broke through the clouds. Yet this place gave off an eerie feeling. From the outside, this mountain was surrounded by black clouds year-round, and most of the time, it was shrouded in mist. Some curious mortals who ventured inside never came out again, and later, those who went to search for them also disappeared without a trace. Gradually, everyone began to refer to this place as Ghost Mountain. However, this was merely the name given by mortals. Those who truly knew understood that this was the location of the Zhao Kingdom's #1 sect, the Ghost Cloud sect, situated in the Spirit Vein Mountain known as Xianin Mountain. Guiyun sect, as the name suggests, mostly cultivates ghostly techniques among its disciples. One of the major representatives of the sect is its unique artifact, the Soul Summoning Banner. Although this artifact is of little use to Golden Core stage cultivators, it is very famous among those in the Foundation establishment and Qi refining stages, making it a rare top-tier artifact. On a mountain rich in Yin energy, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator dressed in black flew to the entrance of a great hall on a black circular flying artifact. After retracting the artifact, he hurried inside. Upon reaching the center of the hall, a man dressed in purple robes, heavily made up and more beautiful than a woman, was sitting on a chair above the hall, playfully interacting with 3 graceful maidservants beside him. The man exuded a soft, feminine aura, making it hard to distinguish whether he was male or female at first glance. "Greetings, young master." The effeminate man glanced down at the people and spoke in a somewhat high-pitched voice. "Fan Tao, didn't you go on a mission? Why are you here?" "Young master, it's like this. A few days ago, we performed a blood sacrifice on a sect, right?" "Oh, that small sect called Wanjianmen?" "Yes. What's the matter?" "I personally led the team to destroy it. Is there a problem?" "Well, the blood sacrifice went smoothly, and all the cultivators in the sect perished without a survivor, except for a few Qi refining disciples who were out on missions at the time. We also sent Juhan to wait for them. But today a disciple who went to check found that Juhan and his nephew he brought along have gone missing." "Missing?" The effeminate man frowned. "Yes. The disciple we sent out said he searched everywhere, but couldn't find any trace of Juhan. Could it be that someone got rid of him?" The effeminate man casually remarked, seemingly unconcerned. "That shouldn't be the case. I remember when we exterminated the sect, we accounted for all the Foundation establishment cultivators present, and they were all eliminated by us. Their Golden Core Elder was also captured alive, so it's impossible for any cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage to have escaped. As for those Qi refining disciples, they certainly couldn't kill Juhan." "Then what do you mean?" the effeminate man asked while teasing the maidservants beside him. "According to my investigation, Juhan has been embezzling the spoils of war from the sect recently. He was exposed by some sect cultivators with whom he had grievances, but at that time, the findings were minimal, and he received only a light punishment. Today, I counted again and found that Juhan's embezzlement was more than previously discovered. I suspect he might have fled in fear of being discovered." "Did he embezzle anything important?" "Nothing particularly precious, the most valuable being a top-tier artifact, the Red Fire Sword, and a ghostly technique manual from the sect, along with several other high-quality artifacts." "Humph, a Foundation establishment disciple actually embezzled so many artifacts. It seems the sect's affairs need to be properly managed." "You are right, young master. After I go down, I will immediately check for others like Johan, and once caught, I will not show mercy. Also, should we send sect disciples to capture Johan?" The effeminate man rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. "Let's investigate quietly for now. There are more important matters for the sect recently. We can't be too conspicuous, or it will attract the attention of those forces in Dan country." "Yes, I understand. Young master, is there anything else?" "No. Then you can go." "Yes." After Fan Tao left, the effeminate man's eyes flickered with brilliance. This blood sacrifice cultivation method is indeed powerful. It allows one to enhance their cultivation without hard work, truly captivating. But there are too few cultivators for this blood sacrifice. Chapter 47. Huiyang City. Bountiful harvest 3 months later. Huiyang City, the northernmost city of Zhao country, is the second most prosperous city after the capital. This is because the city is located at the border between Zhao country and Dan country. Dan country is the largest nation on the Zhongshan continent, with countless merchants traveling between the two countries for trade, which brings substantial income to Huiyang City. This city is also a gathering place for cultivators and mortals, making it a mixed bag. The city is quite inclusive. Regardless of what one has done outside, they will not be questioned upon entering, but once inside, one must abide by the city's rules. Although Huiyang City belongs to Zhao country, it is jointly controlled by a cultivation sect from Zhao and one from Dan. There are regulations prohibiting fighting within the city, and more than a dozen Golden Core cultivators are stationed there. Any violations will result in joint pursuit by both factions, making life relatively peaceful for mortals, who generally do not face threats from cultivators. Inside an ordinary and run by mortals, Lin Yuan lay on a bed in a room on the second floor. Both the door and windows were sealed with talismans, preventing ordinary people from entering. He had also prepared several talismans to obstruct spiritual sense probing, sticking them on the surrounding walls. The restrictions he set were only the simplest, and while they would be difficult to resist, if someone used spiritual sense to probe, they would immediately alert him, serving as a warning. For the past 3 months, he had been in a state of flight, not daring to relax for a moment. After leaving Chui Lin Mountain, he followed the map he purchased and fled north to Huiyang City. Since killing that Foundation establishment cultivator, he had been living in fear, worried that another Foundation establishment cultivator would come after him. Fortunately, after such a long time, he had not found anyone searching for him. Reflecting on it, he realized he had left no traces when he departed. He initially fled west for a while before turning north, and he had done his best to be cautious. Even if the other sect discovered that Zhuhan Daoist was missing, they likely would not trace it back to him. Lin Yuan had been staying in this inn for 5 days since arriving in Huiyang City, gathering some basic information about the city. He heard that the sect behind this city was called Wanfa Pavilion, one of the 8 major sects of Dan country, and it was very powerful. Living in this city was relatively safe, and Lin Yuan planned to hide here for a while to avoid the limelight. He sat up from the bed and took out 3 storage bags, the 3 he had obtained from Zhuhan Daoist. He hadn't opened them during this time for fear of being discovered, but now that he felt safe, he wanted to see what was inside. He probed with his spiritual sense and found quite a few treasures inside. Besides the soul-summoning banner and the ghost head staff that he had seen before, there was also a fiery red sword, the Red Fire Sword. This Red Fire Sword was a top-tier artifact, no less than his Golden Order sword, which delighted him even more. With this Red Fire Sword, the power of his 5-element sword array could be further enhanced. However, what surprised him the most was not the Red Fire Sword, but a piece of tattered parchment. He took out the parchment and felt it, then pulled out the parchment he had traded for from a loose cultivator at the market to compare. He found that both pieces were made of the same material, and the patterns and corners could be connected, indicating that this was a complete parchment made of 2 fragments. If he could collect them all, he would have a complete parchment. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart that this parchment could indeed be some treasure, perhaps a mysterious technique or a treasure map. It seemed he had truly stumbled upon a treasure, but he still needed to gather them all, otherwise it would all be in vain. With that thought, he immediately put it away. Continuing his spiritual exploration, he found a book of ghostly techniques inside. He took it out and looked at it. It contained some ghostly cultivation methods of the Ghost Cloud sect. After reading the contents, he felt the techniques were extremely sinister and required energy for cultivation, which he simply couldn't practice. However, he could still learn a few spells from it, such as the control method for the soul-calling banner, a technique called soul confusion, and the method for refining ghost talismans. These did not require energy for cultivation, and he planned to study these spells over the next period. After that, he found several high-grade magical tools and several hundred spirit stones. The Xian Iron Shield and Flying Sword were both quite good, especially the Flying Sword, which was the flying magical tool he had always dreamed of. Its speed was far superior to his Flying Sword talisman. After inspecting the first storage bag, Lin Yuan put it away and began checking the second one. The second bag belonged to his Qi refining stage nephew, containing only 5 or 6 low-grade magical tools and 1 middle-grade magical tool, a palm-sized net-like magical tool that seemed to be used for trapping enemies. After seeing so many top-tier and high-grade magical tools, he lost interest in these and casually stored them away. The third storage bag was Senior Brother Lu's. Seeing this bag made Lin Yuan's expression somewhat dim, but he still directly probed inside with his spiritual sense. To his surprise, there was actually a soul-calling banner inside. He took it out and examined it closely. It was identical to the one belonging to the 9-soul Daoist. This should be the one he had previously obtained from Qingyi County and handed over to Senior Brother Lu, who had said he would give it to the sect leader. He didn't expect Lu to have hidden it for himself. However, Lin Yuan could understand. Who wouldn't be tempted by a top-quality magical tool? He himself had once secretly kept the Ghost Head Nail Talisman. Aside from that, there wasn't much else, and he looked it over briefly before storing it away as well. After putting away everything, he was left with only the Book of Ghostly Techniques and began to carefully comprehend it. Thus, a new face settled in Huiyang City. Yet no one noticed. During this time, Lin Yuan wandered through various markets in the city, continuously purchasing array flags. Huiyang City was indeed extraordinary. Unlike any market he had seen before, the pills, spiritual herbs, and magical tools sold here were far superior. Century-old spiritual herbs and high-grade magical tools were not rare sights here. In less than 3 days, he had collected 20 array flags. And now he only needed 3 more swords to fully deploy the 5-element sword array. When he returned to the inn, he spread out the newly bought map of Huayang City on the table to study it. The city appeared relatively safe at first glance, but it was not absolute. He still thought about quickly improving his strength. After all, one must be strong to forge. The inn was not suitable for cultivation, as it was easy to be disturbed. Through his inquiries over the past few days, he learned that there was a spiritual vein in the eastern district of the city specifically for cultivators to practice. Cultivators could rent caves there using spirit stones, and the caves were categorized based on the richness of spiritual energy into 3 grades. A good spiritual vein would require over 100 spirit stones for a year, while a poor one could be rented for just over 10 spirit stones a year. The price difference indicated that the cultivation effects would be incomparable. He had several dozen spirit stones he had saved, 300 given to him by Li Xiaofeng, and around 800 or 900 spirit stones obtained from the 9-soul Taoist. Renting a high-grade spiritual vein was certainly not an issue. However, with the existence of the small cauldron, he did not need a high-grade spiritual vein to obtain ample spiritual energy. Moreover, as a qi refining stage cultivator who had just come to this place, if he appeared too wealthy, he might easily attract trouble. He still remembered his last experience of being killed for treasures. He ultimately decided to spend a dozen spirit stones to rent an ordinary spiritual vein for cultivation. Chapter 48. Cultivation in the Cave. 3 years' time Lin Yuan arrived at a loft with a plaque reading Wanqiu Building. The entrance was bustling with people, mostly cultivators, with a majority being qi refining stage practitioners and a small portion being foundation building stage cultivators. This loft was naturally a place for renting caves to cultivators. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance and took a few glances. At that moment, he suppressed his cultivation to the 6th layer of qi refining, making it difficult for anyone below the foundation building stage or those who practice special techniques to enhance their spiritual sense to notice him. When the passing cultivators saw him, the foundation building stage ones merely glanced at him without paying him any mind, while some lower-level qi refining cultivators stared a bit longer before quickly getting back to their own business. Lin Yuan observed for a moment before walking inside, where he saw a line of about 7 or 8 people waiting to rent caves. It seemed that quite a number of people rented caves every day, and he joined the line. Soon, it was his turn. The shopkeeper was a plump, kindly middle-aged man with a cultivation level at the 6th layer of qi refining, dressed in a brocade robe. Fellow Taoist, what level of cave are you looking to rent? We have different grades available for you to check. The shopkeeper pointed to a jade slip on the table that recorded the prices for different levels of caves. The lowest grade was level 1, and the highest was level 5. A level 1 cave only required 12 spirit stones for a year, level 2 required 24, level 3 50, level 4 80, and level 5 required 110 spirit stones. The price difference was quite significant. I just need a level 1 cave. Alright, caves must be rented for a minimum of 1 year. How many years would you like to rent? The shopkeeper did not show any displeasure at Lin Yuan renting the cheapest option. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, and then held up 3 fingers. Let's rent for 3 years. Great, that will be 36 spirit stones in total. Here. Lin Yuan took 36 spirit stones from his storage bag and placed them on the counter. The shopkeeper waved his hand to collect them, and then handed Lin Yuan a jade slip and a map. The jade slip is your receipt, and also the key to enter the cave. Keep it safe and don't lose it. If it is lost, you need to apply for a replacement immediately, which also costs 2 spirit stones. This is the map. The marked location is your cave. Lin Yuan took the jade slip and map and gave them a quick look. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I will take my leave. Safe travels. Lin Yuan walked out, following the map to his cave. Huayang City was quite large, and he used a flying talisman for the whole morning before arriving at the eastern city spiritual vein mountain, where he found his cave. He observed the surroundings and noticed that among these low-level caves, each cave was not too far apart, only about 5 or 6 li from each other. The spiritual vein mountain was surrounded by mist, clearly protected by a formation, and each cave had its own restrictions. Although not very advanced, they could prevent some low-level cultivators from sneaking in without the jade slip token. Lin Yuan approached his cave, took out the jade slip, opened the restriction, and walked inside. Upon entering the cave, he found only a few basic living necessities inside: a stone bed, a table and chairs, an empty bookshelf, a pair of wash basins and mirrors, plus 2 inner chambers. There was nothing else. It was simple, but for Lin Yuan, it was nothing to worry about. He affixed more than 10 talismans to the door of the cave, which could sense if anyone approached the entrance, thereby alerting him. After completing this, he entered one of the inner chambers and closed the stone door. The inner chamber was not very large, about 2 zhang in length and width. Lin Yuan patted his storage bag and took out 25 5-colored array flags to set up the 5-element sword array. Because the cave was too small, the array directly covered the entire inner chamber, and then he hid the array flags. The 5 elements array flags are not specifically a defensive formation, but they still have the function of defending against spiritual consciousness probing, and for now, they can only be used in this way. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the formation and summoned the 9 turns Qian Kuan Ding. The bronze small cauldron appeared, and he used earth escape to burrow underground, then entered the space inside the small cauldron. The space inside the cauldron was also a cave abode, but after so many years of Lin Yuan's management, this cave was already well equipped. Upon exiting the cave, the first thing he saw was a spiritual ice spring not far away, with water flowing directly down from the mountain peak into a lake. On the other side of the cave, there was a large area planted with spiritual herbs, most of which were hundreds to thousands of years old. Each spiritual herb emitted a unique aura that made one feel refreshed. Among them, the most important to him was of course the money grass. Under his cultivation, it had already multiplied to 50 or 60 plants, and each one had over 1,000 years of medicinal power. After years of cultivation, he discovered that the medicinal power of spiritual herbs has a limit. Most low-grade spiritual herbs stop growing after 200 to 300 years, while higher-grade herbs like money grass only grow to about 1,200 years before they stop growing, reaching complete maturity. Similarly, Lin Yuan had obtained about 10 seeds from each mature money grass. The reason he had accumulated so many without using them was that the medicinal power of the money grass was excessive. It was actually best suited for foundation-building cultivators. Lin Yuan had previously taken a pill made from money grass and broke through a level in just a few days. At that time, he realized that he could only take it once at the qi refinement stage, as taking more would be harmful rather than beneficial. Moreover, it was a concoction, not a refined pill. If it were a complete money pill, the efficacy could double. The most important aspect of money grass was not only to enhance cultivation, but also to purify metal-type spiritual energy, allowing cultivators practicing metal techniques to cultivate faster. Lin Yuan squatted down to touch the money grass and could only sigh as he left. He couldn't use it for now, so he focused on the spiritual herbs for refining Huang Yuan Dan and Shi Sui Dan. He had long since planted hundreds of spiritual treasures for these 2 types of pills, and he went up to harvest dozens of 100-year-old spiritual herbs, placed them in the cave, and went out to collect dozens more before returning. Looking at the abundant spiritual herbs before him, both Huang Yuan Dan and Shi Sui Dan were useful for cultivators below the 10th level of qi refinement. He vowed to enter seclusion and break through to the 10th level of qi refinement within 3 years, or he wouldn't stop cultivating. And so, spring passed and autumn came. The seasons changed, and 3 years quickly went by. Lin Yuan spent most of his time in the cave cultivating, only going out a few times, mostly to buy materials needed for cultivation or some food. Although he could mostly refine and take pills to avoid eating, he still needed to consume ordinary food every 6 months or so, as he didn't yet have the capability to completely avoid food at his current level. One day, Lin Yuan stepped out of the inner cave and noticed that his rented outer cave had not been tidied up for 3 years. Dust covered the tables, chairs, and bed. He had been eating, living, and cultivating in the small cauldron, hardly using the outer cave at all. Lin Yuan walked to a mirror and looked at his appearance. His originally handsome face had become somewhat scruffy, resembling a vagabond. When was the last time I shaved? I think it was the last time I went out to buy food, almost a year ago. No wonder it's grown so long. It was time to tidy up his appearance. Chapter 49. Lin Yuan exits seclusion. Invited Lin Yuan took out a bathtub from his storage bag, boiled a few pots of hot water, poured it into the bathtub, and added cool water to adjust to a suitable temperature. He took off his clothes and entered the tub. Ah, refreshing. Lin Yuan expressed a comfortable demeanor. This was only the second time he had bathed since entering seclusion, the last time being when he had to wash due to body odor, which was almost a year and a half ago. After finishing his bath, he took out a razor to tidy up his beard and hair, changed into a new set of clothes, and restored his original handsome and elegant image. Much better now, Lin Yuan thought as he looked at himself in the mirror, quite satisfied. If 3 years ago Lin Yuan's face still appeared somewhat youthful, Now it was defined with sharp features, revealing the appearance of an adult man. After feeling satisfied, Lin Yuan exited the cave. 3 years had passed, and his cave residence was nearly up for renewal. If he wanted to stay longer, he needed to go pay for the extension. With a single step, Lin Yuan jumped out. His cultivation had greatly increased. During these 3 years of seclusion, he thought cultivation would be difficult, but it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. He had not encountered any bottlenecks from the 7th to the 10th level of qi refinement. With abundant spirit energy in the small cauldron and the assistance of medicinal pills, he broke through to the 10th level in 2.5 years, which surprised him. However, after breaking through to the 10th level, he did not exit immediately. Instead, he continued to cultivate to reach the perfect 10th level of qi refinement and practiced the second layer of the 9 turns Qian Kuanju, which he hadn't practiced for a long time. Although he did not break through, he felt that his spiritual consciousness and physical qualities had significantly improved, especially in terms of spiritual consciousness, which he felt was now more than twice as strong as before. Now he just needed an opportunity. Once the opportunity came, he could break through to the 11th level of qi refinement. After exiting this time, he did not plan to continue sitting in meditation, as Huang Yuan Dan and Shi Sui Dan had already lost their effectiveness for him, and he needed to look for better pills. Lin Yuan went to the location of Wanqiu building in the center of Huayang City and skillfully renewed his stay for another 2 years. Just as he was about to leave, a strange cultivator called out to him, "Dao friend, please hold on." Lin Yuan turned his head to see a rough-looking man in his 30s with thick eyebrows and big eyes, along with some stubble, walking toward him with a smile. Lin Yuan scanned the man with his spiritual consciousness and found that he was a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement. "Young friend, at such a young age, you have such cultivation. I really envy you. I am Su Xing. May I ask your esteemed name?" The man gave off a rugged vibe, but his words were exceedingly polite. Lin Yuan looked at the smiling man, his expression calm, but he was cautious in his heart. However, he immediately smiled back and clasped his hands in greeting. "Ah, it's Dao friend Su. I've long admired you. My surname is Liu, and my name is Jiang Fei. I wonder what you would like to discuss?" "Discuss?" I wouldn't dare to ask for guidance. To be honest, I see that Dao friend Liu has remarkable cultivation, and I would like to invite you to participate in a matter. I wonder if Dao friend Liu would be interested. "What matter?" "It's like this. My family's head wants to hunt a 2nd-level demon beast, and we are currently looking for several qi refinement cultivators. I was tasked by the family head to find high-level qi refinement cultivators, and I see that your cultivation has reached the 10th level, which perfectly matches what I'm looking for. So I'd like to ask if you are interested in joining. Rest assured, although my Su family is not a prestigious family in Huayang City, we are still a notable family with a good reputation. If you don't believe me, you can inquire. Of course, we will not let you help for free. There will naturally be a generous reward." Lin Yuan hesitated slightly, feeling that he did not know the other person well enough to agree so easily. What if it was a trap? That would be troublesome. Su Xing naturally noticed Lin Yuan's hesitation, as he was not the first cultivator he had sought. "I understand your concerns, Dao friend. After all, if I were stopped on the street, I wouldn't easily trust anyone either. You can listen to the rewards my family head offers, and then consider it." "Oh, what a reward. 3 snow cloud pills." Snow cloud pills. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He was somewhat familiar with this pill. Many pills for improving cultivation during the qi refining stage have a limit, and some low-level pills can only raise one's cultivation to the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. His Huang Yuan pill and Shi Sui pill also have a limit of the 10th level of qi refining. While the snow cloud pill is effective throughout the entire qi refining stage, it can be said that as long as there are enough of them, it can completely elevate his cultivation to the peak of qi refining. This is precisely why he thought about finding higher-level pills. Fellow Taoist, I don't need to elaborate on the effects of the snow cloud pill, right? Those who understand know. I'm not boasting. The allure of the snow cloud pill for us, qi refining practitioners, should be second only to the foundation establishment pill that helps us establish our foundation. The spiritual herbs used to refine the snow cloud pill are relatively rare, and the recipe is extremely expensive. So these 3 snow cloud pills can be considered a very generous reward. Your family's master wants to hunt a 2nd-level demon beast, which is equivalent to a foundation establishment stage beast. I wonder how many cultivators your esteemed master plans to send. "Oh, our plan is to send 20 cultivators at the 6th level of qi refining, 15 at the 7th level, 10 at the 8th level, 5 at the 10th level." and one at the early foundation establishment stage, plus the master himself, who is a peak qi refining cultivator, totaling 52 cultivators. Right now, we still need 3 more cultivators at the 10th level of qi refining. So many cultivators? Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and asked in confusion. Yes, because this second-level demon beast has some first-level demon beasts under it. We invited you to assist that foundation establishment cultivator and the master in restraining the demon beast. The main force will still be that foundation establishment cultivator, so you don't need to worry too much about danger. We have also done thorough calculations before daring to go, and we won't let you fall into danger. Su Xing spoke convincingly, and it seemed there was nothing wrong. He indeed needed some snow cloud pills now. May I ask if you could consider it for a few days before giving your answer? Of course, you can. This is my hand card. If you wish to join, you can take this hand card to the Su residence on Sweetwater Street and mention my name. However, I do need your answer within 5 days, as it may be difficult to gather enough people if too much time passes. All right, since that's the case, I will take my leave for now. Fellow Taoist, take care. Farewell. The two exchanged a bow, and Lin Yuan left directly. Watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, Su Xing continued to stand outside Wanqiu building, looking for cultivators. After Lin Yuan left, he turned a corner and finally returned to a small alley not far from Wanqiu building. He used his divine sense to observe Su Xing for a while and only truly left after finding nothing suspicious. 2 days later, Lin Yuan lay alone in his cave dwelling. Over the past 2 days, he indeed inquired about the Su family and even went to the entrance of the Su residence once. It was indeed as that person said. The Su family was currently looking for cultivators to hunt a second-level demon beast. This was indeed not the first time it had happened, and many families, big and small, in the city had done the same thing. From all aspects, there seemed to be no major issues. Chapter 50. The Su family, a visitor the next day. At the Su family, a middle-aged man sat in the main hall. The man had a square face, looked to be in his 50s, and had a short beard that gave him an air of authority. This was the head of the Su family, Su Chun. Beside him sat an elderly man with a pale complexion and white hair and beard. Elder Bai, have we gathered all the personnel needed for the hunt of the second-level demon beast? We are leaving in 2 days. Master, we have already discussed with the Foundation Establishment Senior, and they have accepted the deposit spirit stones, so there is no problem. Most of the Qi refining stage personnel have been gathered, but we are still short of 2 cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refining. What will we do about the 2 Qi refining 10th level cultivators? Although high-level Qi refining cultivators are not very rare, time is tight, and it will be difficult to find more now. Master, don't worry just yet. Our people are still searching. There are still 2 days left. If it really doesn't work out, our many cultivators can still give it a try. Elder Bai comforted him. Su Chun nodded. But if they really lack 2 cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refining, they might not succeed this time. After all, only cultivators above the 10th level of Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators can be the main force against second-level demon beasts. Just then, a servant rushed in. Master, another cultivator has come outside, claiming to be at the 10th level of Qi refining. He said he specifically came because he heard the family wants to hunt a second-level demon beast. Oh, quickly invite him in. Su Chun was overjoyed upon hearing this. He was just worried about the manpower issue, and now someone had arrived just in time. Su Chun was a 12th level Qi refining cultivator, considered a top-tier existence in the Qi refining stage. If it weren't for the lack of foundation establishment pills and his own talent, he might have already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. The elder Bai beside him was a 10th level Qi refining cultivator and also a member of the hunting team. Both of them were high-level cultivators in the Qi refining stage, but the newcomer was also a high-level Qi refining cultivator, so they naturally did not dare to neglect him. The two stood up and walked out to welcome him. As soon as they stepped out the door, they saw a person dressed in black, wearing a black hat. Walking in, to their surprise, the cultivator was actually at the 10th level of Qi refining. Su Chun and Elder Bai sized up this person. Although the clothing obscured the figure somewhat, their years of experience allowed them to see at a glance that the person was female. However, they did not show any change in expression and greeted her with warm smiles. Su Chun stepped forward and clasped his hands. Fellow Taoist, thank you for coming to my Su residence to help us. I am very grateful. This beside me is Elder Bai from my Su family. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? The woman in black also gave a gentlemanly bow to the two. Head of the Su family, Elder Bai. I have long heard of your names. I am surnamed Lin, and came here after hearing that your esteemed residence needed cultivators to hunt demon beasts. The woman did not hide her gender, and her voice sounded like that of a young woman, likely not over 25 years old. So it's fellow Taoist Lin. As a woman, you have such cultivation at a young age. It truly makes us envious. May I ask what your background is? I don't seem to have heard of any cultivator family with the surname Lin in Huiyang City. I am not from Huiyang City, but a visitor from outside. Just a wandering cultivator. It's not worth mentioning. I see. Su Chun nodded upon hearing this. But he was not so easily convinced that she was just a wandering cultivator. Breaking through to the 10th level of qi refining at such a young age would require exceptional talent. Otherwise, how could an ordinary wandering cultivator cultivate so quickly without resources? However, this was not important. As long as the other party met the requirements, her background was not significant. Oh, I have been rude talking to you outside. Please come inside. We will discuss matters in the main hall. Please, fellow Taoist. Head of the Su family, please. Please. Su Chun and Elder Bai both extended a hand respectfully to invite her in, and the woman in black returned the gesture. The three of them sat down in the main hall. As the head of the family and the highest cultivator present, Su Chun naturally sat in the middle, while Elder Bai and the woman in black took seats on either side. Fellow Taoist Lin, how much do you know about our hunt for the demon beast? I only heard that the head of the Su family wanted to hunt a second-level demon beast, and that there seemed to be many small demon beasts around, which is why so many cultivators were gathered. You are correct. I do indeed want to hunt a second-level demon beast. And both the Foundation Establishment Senior and this cultivator above the 10th level of qi refining are extremely important main forces. The woman in black nodded. I heard that all the cultivators participating in this hunting operation will receive 3 snow cloud pills. Is that true? Of course it's true. But not everyone can obtain the snow cloud pill. After all, although the Su family has some money, they can't afford to squander on such an expensive elixir. This time, only cultivators with a cultivation level above the 10th layer of qi refinement can obtain it. As for the others, I will provide spirit stones as a reward. I see. The woman in black nodded. Her cultivation was already sufficient to obtain the snow cloud pill. Do you have any other questions? Su Chun asked. I wonder what kind of demon beast we will be hunting this time. The woman in black asked again. Well, Su Chun subtly glanced at Elder Bai and then replied. It's not convenient to disclose that information before our Sectes operation, so I hope you understand. The woman in black felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. But with her black hat shielding her face, no one saw her expression. Just then, the servant who had come in earlier walked back in. Master, good news. Another cultivator at the 10th layer of qi refinement has arrived outside, also here to visit the master. Hearing this, Su Chun immediately stood up. An Elder Bai and the woman in black also got up. Ha ha ha, it seems I was indeed worrying for nothing. Now that we have enough people, I shouldn't have been concerned about the numbers. Quickly, please invite this friend in, Su Chun said to the servant. The servant replied affirmatively and ran out. Elder Bai, Taoist Lin, let us go meet this friend together. Of course. All right. After the two returned, they all walked out together. This time, a young man dressed in plain gray and white clothes, looking to be in his 20s and handsome, walked in. Upon seeing the three, the young man politely bowed to them. You must be the head of the Su family. My surname is Liu, and my name is Zhang Fei. I heard a few days ago that your esteemed sect is recruiting qi refinement cultivators to hunt demon beasts, so I specially came here. I wonder if the master still needs my assistance. This man was, of course, the impersonating Lin Yuan. At this moment, he spoke very politely, which was part of his character. He believed that when out in the world, one should always leave a good impression on others, as the saying goes. One shouldn't strike a smiling face. Seeing the other person being so polite, Su Chun was naturally very pleased, feeling that this was definitely someone easy to get along with, making cooperation much easier. You are too polite, Taoist. Your arrival has truly resolved my urgent need. Now that you are here, the number of people is just right. Su Chun said, smiling broadly. Oh, then I am truly honored. Chapter 51. Lin Yuan, the woman in black Taoist Liu. Let me introduce you to these two Taoists. This is Taoist Bai, an elder of my Su family, and this is Taoist Lin, who, like you, has come to the Su family to help hunt demon beasts. Taoist Bai, Taoist Lin. Lin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting to the two. They returned the gesture. Taoist Liu, you are quite young. You must be under 25. Yet you are already at the 10th layer of qi refinement. Truly enviable. You and Taoist Lin are indeed talented individuals, Elder Bai remarked. Wherever, Elder Bai, you flatter me. I merely broke through by luck. I wouldn't dare to claim the title of genius. It is all thanks to my master that I am where I am today. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even have been able to break through the third layer of Qi refinement. Oh, Taoist Lu's master must be a foundation building stage senior. No wonder you have such cultivation at such a young age. May I ask for your master's honored name? We juniors would like to pay our respects. At this moment, Su Chun and Elder Bai displayed expressions of anticipation. My master is low-key and doesn't like to be disturbed. Before I left, he repeatedly instructed me not to disclose his name, so I hope you understand. Of course. Seniors certainly wouldn't want us juniors to disturb them. We were indeed being presumptuous. Taoist Lu, please lead the way. Let us talk in the main hall. Please. The four people walked in, smiling. The woman in black under the hat discreetly looked at Lin Yuan a few more times. Although she hadn't spoken just now, she had been watching Lin Yuan the whole time. Due to the nature of her cultivation method, the woman in black was quite sensitive to the aura of spiritual energy. Although Lin Yuan was only at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, she could sense that his spiritual energy was far purer than that of an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, his spiritual energy was more abundant, and in comparison, he was not inferior to Su Chun. Interesting. It seems this person is not simple. The woman in black thought to herself. The four sat in the hall, politely chatting about various matters. The woman in black spoke rarely, only responding when asked. Otherwise listening to the three talk. As Su Chun and Elder Bai conversed with Lin Yuan, they increasingly found him to be likable. Additionally, with a foundation-building stage master behind him and his high talent, whether what he said was true or false, they decided to befriend him. Taoist Lu, since everyone has agreed, we will set off in 2 days. I will prepare dozens of beast carts and bring cultivation companions along, Su Chun said. Good. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Let us meet in 2 days, Lin Yuan replied. During their previous conversation, they had discussed various topics, and Lin Yuan had received satisfactory answers, so he decided it was time to leave. Although the other party intended to have Lin Yuan and the woman in black stay at the Su family, both declined politely. Although Lin Yuan felt that the head of the Su family posed no issue, he still didn't dare to easily spend the night at someone else's home. That would be handing over his life to someone else, and he was not that foolish. The woman in black would naturally not stay either. So after a round of pleasantries, Lin Yuan and the woman in black left. After leaving, Lin Yuan did not immediately head towards his cave dwelling, but instead walked towards the north of the city. As he walked, he turned left and right, following a path that should lead towards the market. Lin Yuan arrived at a sparsely populated area and entered a small alley, seemingly wanting to take a shortcut. However, the woman in black soon followed him into the alley. Just as she stepped in, Lin Yuan suddenly jumped out. What a coincidence! Is Taoist Lan also going to the market? The sudden appearance of Lin Yuan startled the woman in black. But she was not an ordinary person and quickly stepped back to stop herself. Haha, yes, I also wanted to visit the market, so I came over. I didn't expect to run into Taoist Lu. Haha, what a coincidence. Why don't we go together? Lin Yuan said with a smile, making a gesture of invitation. Sure, since Taoist Lu invites, how can I refuse? After you, she replied. The two walked side by side, not speaking, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Lin Yuan certainly did not believe what the other party had just said. He had noticed that this woman had been following him ever since he left the Su family. This woman was mysterious and hid her cultivation. From the first time he met her, Lin Yuan had noticed that she was suppressing a layer of cultivation. This woman in black was a cultivator at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, but was pretending to be at the 10th layer. The method she used was not any special concealment technique, but simply suppressing her cultivation level. It was difficult for ordinary cultivators of the same level or slightly higher to detect this without exceptionally strong spiritual sense. If it weren't for Lin Yuan having cultivated the 9 turns of the universe technique, which doubled his spiritual sense, he wouldn't have noticed. This woman hiding her cultivation. Could it be that she wants to catch others off guard and play the pig to eat the tiger? Lin Yuan thought to himself. But his expression remained calm because he was confident that with the support of top-tier magical tools like the Golden Order Sword and the Soul-Gathering Banner, along with various talismans, he could defeat her even if her cultivation was higher by 1 layer. Moreover, he believed that she wouldn't dare to do anything outrageous in front of him. Taoist Lu, I've arrived. Next, I need to go to a shop to buy some materials, so I will take my leave now. Okay, fellow Taoist, take care. The young lady bids farewell. Watching the black-clad woman's departing figure, Lin Yuan's consciousness remained focused on her until she left his range of perception before he turned to leave. The black-clad woman hurriedly departed, walking a long distance until she reached a deserted alley. After confirming that no one was following her, she took a winding path to an ordinary courtyard, glanced around, found no one, and opened the door to enter, immediately locking it behind her. Inside the room, the black-clad woman closed the door, sat on a chair, and removed her black hat, revealing an exceptionally beautiful face. Indeed, she was a charming young woman in her 20s. She took off her cloak, revealing her graceful figure. Although her black attire was tightly fitted, it still showcased her impressive physique, which was truly remarkable. Looking at the young woman's face, her skin was as delicate as snow, and the phrases stunning beauty and disastrous charm were certainly not exaggerated when applied to her. However, a hint of astonishment appeared on the young woman's exquisite face. Strange. Really strange. Why does this person, with a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refining, give me a sense of pressure that exceeds even that of the head of the Su family? Could it be that this person is also hiding their cultivation? The black-clad woman pondered, then shook her head. Although she sensed that the other party's strength was considerable, she still could perceive that they were at the 10th layer of qi refining. If she had to think of a reason, it might be that the other party practiced a special cultivation method. Some methods indeed can enhance a cultivator's mana, making it more substantial. As for the purity of spiritual energy, it could be due to consuming special pills or spiritual herbs, which she was familiar with and not particularly rare. The black-clad woman could only come up with these thoughts, but she had to admit that she was quite perceptive. She guessed both points correctly. Lin Yuan's situation was indeed due to his cultivation method and herbs. This made the black-clad woman more cautious about Lin Yuan. She felt that the enthusiasm he displayed today was mostly feigned. She had been in the cultivation world for some time and had personally experienced its cruelty. If it weren't for her recent need to quickly increase her strength in preparation for upcoming events, she wouldn't have gotten involved in the Su family's hunt for demon beasts. Chapter 52. Sacrificing the Soul's Summoning Banners. Gathering at Su Mansion on the other side. After Lin Yuan left, he returned to his cave dwelling. At this moment, he did not plan to go out. Instead, he intended to prepare his magical artifacts properly. He took out 2 soul summoning banners from his storage bag. After 3 years of cultivation and research on ghostly techniques, he had a comprehensive understanding of the soul summoning banners. These banners could summon 3 evil spirits, which he had witnessed during his first experience in Qingyi County. However, he discovered in the second secret method a way to refine spirits. By refining the 2 soul summoning banners simultaneously and merging the souls within, he could produce a powerful evil spirit. According to the book's description, it was even possible to refine an evil spirit equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator. However, the yin energy in the 2 soul summoning banners he currently possessed was insufficient, and merging them would not yield the best results. Based on his estimation, the evil spirit he could refine now would only reach around the 10th layer of qi refining. But even that was quite good. Having an extra helper at the 10th layer of qi refining would significantly increase his advantage in battles. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and immediately formed several hand seals. The 2 soul summoning banners were enveloped in golden mana and floated in the air. Lin Yuan changed his hand seals again, pricked his finger, and let 2 drops of blood fall onto the 2 soul summoning banners. As a result, the banners emitted dense black energy, but the black energy did not spread everywhere. Instead, it seemed to be drawn toward each other, with the 2 black energies merging together as the banners slowly approached and ultimately fused into one. Lin Yuan extended 2 fingers toward the air, gradually infusing his internal spiritual energy. Thus, he refined for a day and a night. During this time, Lin Yuan experienced moments of fatigue, but he had plenty of pills and spirit stones. After consuming a few mana recovery pills and keeping spirit stones nearby to absorb spiritual energy at any time, the next morning, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and stopped casting spells. The originally fused soul summoning banner separated back into 2, but unlike before, the 2 banners now emitted a faint golden glow, appearing full of spiritual energy. Lin Yuan's face looked a bit haggard as he took out a pill and put it in his mouth, then looked at the 2 soul summoning banners in the air. With a gesture, the banners fell into his hands. Finally, it was a success. I didn't waste so much mana. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Yuan's tired face. Lin Yuan walked to the bedside and lay down. He was indeed very tired, but he was relieved to have a day to recover his mana. The next day, outside the Su mansion, several beast carts were parked, each pulled by a horse-shaped demon beast. These horse-shaped monsters were vastly different from ordinary horses, not only being twice the size, but also having 6 legs, with prominent muscles on each leg that gave ordinary people the impression they could crush rocks with a single hoof. With so many 6-legged horses, it's no wonder the Su family has exceptional financial resources. Indeed, each of these must cost at least 40 or 50 spirit stones. It truly makes one envious. The recruited qi refining cultivators couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. Most of them were loose cultivators, and they usually used spirit stones sparingly, let alone 40 or 50 spirit stones. This time, the Su family had offered them 10 or so spirit stones to hunt, and they were only tasked with dealing with first-level demon beasts, which was relatively easy, so they agreed. At this moment, 3 cultivators at the 10th layer of qi refining gathered in the main hall. One was an elderly man with white hair. Another was a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, and the last was a scholarly-looking man in a scholar's robe. The man seemed to have used some method to maintain his youthful appearance, making him look relatively young. But the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes betrayed his true age. The 3 men sat on either side of the main hall, clearly a higher tier than the other cultivators present. After all, in the cultivation world, strength is respected. The 3 of them were indeed the strongest among all present, apart from the head of the Su family, so it did not provoke any dissatisfaction from others. A group of people was chatting animatedly, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter. The Su family was indeed a prominent family in Huayang City, gathering so many cultivators. Few families in the entire city could achieve this. Indeed, apart from a few families with foundation establishment ancestors, there should be no other family in the qi refining stage that could compare to the Su family. The middle-aged man and the white-haired elder successively praised Su Chan. "You flatter us, fellow Taoists. The Su family is just a small family, barely making ends meet. How could it be as exaggerated as you say?" Su Chan replied modestly. "You may be mistaken, fellow Taoists. The Su family, relying solely on the snow cloud pill, has few families that can compare. In the qi refining stage, I doubt anyone can resist the temptation of this pill. Based on this alone, the Su family is undoubtedly the #1 family in qi refining." The scholarly man spoke up, and when he mentioned the snow cloud pill, all the cultivators present sighed in admiration. The snow cloud pill was something every qi refining cultivator present yearned for. It had a significant effect on cultivators above the 10th layer of qi refining, and those below could also benefit considerably, though not as much as those above the 10th layer. However, it was still stronger than most pills, except for Lin Yuan's Huan Yuan pill, which was made from hundreds of years of spiritual herbs, and the cleansing marrow pill. However, after a moment's thought, most of the people revealed disappointed expressions. This time, only cultivators above the 10th layer of qi refining could obtain the snow cloud pill, while those with insufficient strength would only receive spirit stones, which made them feel quite uncomfortable, especially those at the 8th layer of qi refining who hoped to reach the 10th layer soon and become high-level qi refining cultivators, thinking that they would have the same treatment in the future. Uncertain when the head of the Su family and the other 2 fellow Taoists, along with the foundation building senior, will arrive. "We've already been waiting here for half an hour and have yet to see the 3 of them. Hee, fellow Taoists, sure, please don't be anxious. The other 2 fellows should arrive soon. As for the foundation building senior, they have actually been resting in the back hall for a while. However, we will invite the senior out once we have gathered everyone." Su Chan replied with a smile. "Oh, the senior has already arrived." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the few people, but they quickly calmed down. They understood the abilities of the foundation building senior and estimated that this senior had likely heard their conversation just now. Fortunately, they hadn't said anything inappropriate, and of course, they didn't dare to. At this moment, the few of them felt a slight apprehension in their hearts, realizing they had to be careful with their words moving forward. Just as they were thinking, a black figure walked in, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a cultivator wearing a bamboo hat with black gauze, draped in a black cloak, enter the room. The hat obscured the face, making it impossible to see clearly. A few of them sent out their divine senses to scan, but were immediately rebounded. The hat had a restriction against divine sense probing. The young woman in black glanced at them through the gauze, showing no sign of displeasure. After all, anyone who saw her attire would instinctively probe with their divine sense. The black-clad woman cupped her hands in greeting, her voice unmistakably feminine. "Head of the Su family, esteemed Taoists, this humble girl pays her respects." Chapter 53. Lin Yuan arrives. foundation building cultivator Sanjiao Zhenren, although the few of them had a strange expression after their failed probing. They naturally stood up with smiles in response to the black-clad woman's greeting. Esteemed Taoist, greetings. Esteemed Taoist, greetings. May I ask how to address you, esteemed Taoist? I am Wang Zhe. The scholar-type man asked first. So it is fellow Taoist Wang. This humble girl's surname is Lan, given name Bing. Lan Bing. Your name is somewhat unfamiliar, but from your voice, you sound quite young. May I ask which sect you are from? This humble girl has no master or sect, just a wandering cultivator. I usually focus on my cultivation and seldom interact with others, so it is normal for you not to have heard me speak. I see. The scholar nodded. Then the other two also introduced themselves to the black-clad woman. The few of them were quite polite, after all. They were all seasoned cultivators in the same realm and had no need to create enmity. After some pleasantries, the black-clad woman chose a seat among the remaining ones and sat down. Just as she settled, another person walked in. The newcomer was a young man, handsome and dressed in white. Upon seeing everyone, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly put on a smile and cupped his hands. Esteemed Taoists, I apologize for arriving late and keeping you waiting. The person was none other than Lin Yuan. Taoist Liu, you're not late. That's great. Now that Taoist Liu has arrived, we are all here. Su Chun said happily as he stood up to welcome Lin Yuan, head of the Su family. I pay my respects. Lin Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. Head of the Su family seems quite familiar with this Taoist. Such remarkable cultivation at such a young age. Could you introduce him to us? Of course, this is Liu Jiangfei, Taoist Liu. I cannot say we are familiar, just have met once. But Taoist Liu's master is indeed a foundation-building senior. Oh, hearing this, everyone except the black-clad woman was taken aback and immediately stood up with smiles and cupped hands. No wonder you have such cultivation at such a young age. It turns out your master is a foundation-building senior. That makes sense. Indeed. But you must also be a person of great talent. Otherwise, you couldn't possibly have such a rapid cultivation speed. Everyone began to compliment Lin Yuan, who was indeed not an ordinary person. He was skilled in interpersonal communication and responded calmly to their praises while also returning compliments, filling the hall with laughter. The reason they treated Lin Yuan this way was naturally because they heard he had a foundation-building master. If they could befriend him, it would be a valuable connection. However, at this moment, the black-clad woman under her hat slightly furrowed her brow. It wasn't because she was displeased with Lin Yuan's popularity, but rather because she sensed that the profound aura and pure spirit energy she had felt from him yesterday were now gone, leaving only an impression of an ordinary 10th-layer qi refining cultivator. She wondered if he had used some secret technique to conceal his aura. It should be that her actions yesterday had also attracted his attention. Such caution and depth of thought were not comparable to those of his peers, increasing her apprehension toward him. While Lin Yuan was conversing with others, he inadvertently glanced at the black-clad woman and noticed she was also looking at him. His previous feeling was indeed correct. It seemed this woman had taken note of him when they first met. Although he didn't know the exact reason, he had concealed part of his aura using a breath-concealing technique before coming here. After finishing his conversation with others, Lin Yuan walked over to the black-clad woman. Taoist Lan, we meet again. I hope for your guidance in this collaboration. If I encounter any difficulties, I will rely on you. Taoist Liu is too modest. Your abilities are extraordinary. There is no need for me to assist you. However, if I find myself in danger, I would need your help. Well said, a win-win collaboration. After some polite exchanges, Lin Yuan took a seat next to the black-clad woman. Finally, Su Chun spoke up, and everyone quieted down. All right, since everyone has arrived, we can now invite the foundation-building senior who will make the final appearance. After saying this, Su Chun immediately exchanged a glance with Elder Bai beside him. Elder Bai understood immediately and walked out of the hall. Esteemed Taoists, please wait a moment. Elder Bai is going to invite the senior. All right. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Lin Yuan's gaze involuntarily shifted. The foundation-building senior was someone who would be considered an elder in his original sect, with strength far beyond what they in the qi refining stage could compare to. He felt a bit worried, hoping he wouldn't be seen through by the other party. After a short while, Elder Bai walked in and called out, Senior Sanjiao Zhenren has arrived. Everyone stood up and looked toward the entrance, where they saw a person dressed in white, youthful-looking, with white hair, not tall, but exuding a powerful aura. Sanjiao Zhenren held a whisk in one hand and stroked his beard with the other, walking in with his head held high, a hint of arrogance in his eyes, and directly took the seat of honor at the front of the hall. The crowd showed no displeasure at Sanjiao Zhenren's arrogance. Rather, they expressed admiration and respect, cupping their hands in greeting. Welcome, Senior Sanjiao Zhenren. Lin Yuan and the black-clad woman naturally followed the crowd in bowing. Sanjiao Zhenren scanned the crowd, not paying much attention to others, but his gaze lingered on Lin Yuan and the black-clad woman, observing them closely before nodding. Esteemed Taoists, no need for formalities. Upon hearing Sanjiao Zhenren's words, everyone straightened up. Sanjiao Zhenren's gaze fell on Lin Yuan and the black-clad woman. You both seem quite young, but your cultivation is impressive. May I ask if you have a master or sect? Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, wishing to avoid attention but finding himself noticed. Nevertheless, he replied, returning to the senior. I have a master. Oh, may I ask who this esteemed Taoist is? Could you disclose? Sanjiao Zhenren seemed somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but still asked. My master is a low-key person. When I descended the mountain, my master repeatedly instructed me not to reveal his identity. I hope the senior will forgive me. I see. Well, since your master is unwilling to reveal anything, I won't press further. As for this friend in black, the elder replied immediately, I have no master. But I do come from a family tradition. The meaning of family tradition, of course, refers to inheritance within the family. In this case, if one wishes to take on a master, family consent is usually required unless the other party is exceptionally powerful. Otherwise, one typically needs to consult the family. The real person of Four Directions understood her meaning. Earlier, he had considered taking both of them as disciples due to their good talents, which would provide him with two capable helpers, but hearing their responses, he decided to give up on that idea for the time being. I was just asking casually. You don't need to be so nervous, the real person of Four Directions said with a smile, brushing off the matter. I apologize for my rudeness. The black-clad woman replied with a cupped fist gesture. Elder, everyone is here now, Su Chun said, bringing the topic back. The main focus today is hunting demon beasts. Oh, since everyone has arrived, we can set off now. But, Master Su, your formation should be fine, right? Of course, everything is ready. Then let's set off now. Chapter 54. Departing for Wolf Forest Mountain. Achieving cooperation after the real person of Four Directions finished speaking, he stood up and walked out, exuding a sense of authority, with the others following behind. Su Chun smiled awkwardly, feeling helpless, and followed them out as well. They began to distribute the beast carts. The real person of Four Directions, being the highest in cultivation, naturally rode in a separate beast cart, while Su Chun, as the family head, shared a cart with Elder Bai. It seemed that Master Su was giving special attention to Lin Yuan, placing him and the black-clad woman in the same beast cart, while the other three shared another cart. As for the other cultivators, he did not bother to arrange them in detail, allowing them to choose freely. As the beast carts began to move, Lin Yuan and the black-clad woman exchanged glances but did not speak, creating a gradually awkward atmosphere. Both of them were wary of each other, each feeling the need to be cautious. Lu Daoyu, when we reach our destination, can we form a team? A melodious female voice broke the silence. Upon hearing the black-clad woman's words, Lin Yuan felt some confusion in his heart. What do you mean by forming a team? Weren't we already a team? Lu Dao, you should be hunting demon beasts for the first time, right? Upon hearing the black-clad woman's question, Lin Yuan felt that he seemed to lack experience in this area, as he had indeed never teamed up to hunt demon beasts before. He showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. You're right, it's my first time. I wonder if Dao you could explain it to me? Of course, when hunting demon beasts, many people team up together. However, during the battle, since everyone is unfamiliar with each other, it's difficult for 7 or 8, or even more, to cooperate effectively. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Yuan nodded. I understand your point. That's good. However, fighting alone can lead to situations where one might be caught off guard. So in a large team, some familiar or trusted people will form smaller teams to cooperate. This way, everyone can look out for each other, adding a layer of safety, as anyone can have a slip-up. I see. After the black-clad woman's explanation, Lin Yuan understood. In simple terms, it meant the two would form a temporary alliance, providing mutual support during the upcoming battles. What do you think, Daoyu? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment. He had considered this type of arrangement before. If it were his former fellow disciples, he would definitely agree. However, now, with this group of strangers, he was polite on the surface but did not trust them in his heart. What's wrong? Do you not trust this girl? Or do you feel that my strength is lacking and look down on me? Daoyu is joking. I do have confidence in your strength. How could I look down on you, being a fellow practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refining? However, how can I trust you? You don't need to worry about that, Lu Daoyu. We're only cooperating this time. I have no grievances or enmity with you, and I don't need to harm you. Our goal is the snow cloud pill, and supporting each other is to ensure we have more security during the battle. I have observed you these past few days and found you are not a treacherous or ruthless person. Since we are both outsiders, wouldn't it be better to cooperate than with others? Lin Yuan considered it briefly and felt that she did have a point. Moreover, with his various high-quality magical tools, talismans, and formations, he didn't need to fear that the other party would turn against him. He sensed that this black-clad woman was also clever, if cooperation was necessary. She was indeed the most suitable person in front of him. All right, since you think highly of me, I will respectfully agree. I am willing to cooperate with Dao Yu. But I must say up front that our cooperation is within our capabilities. If we encounter life-threatening situations, I will prioritize my safety. Of course, I think the same way. Then let us wish for a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. The two exchanged smiles, although Lin Yuan did not clearly see the other's face. In fact, the reason the black-clad woman proposed cooperation with Lin Yuan was that her sixth sense was quite accurate. Through her observations, she found Lin Yuan to be relatively trustworthy compared to the other cultivators of the same level. She felt that he appeared smooth and adept at socializing. But that was merely a facade to conceal his true feelings. A previous remark had revealed Lin Yuan's true nature. If faced with danger, he would definitely flee. And his actions were merely to protect himself, both being outsiders with similar thoughts. The black-clad woman chose to cooperate with Lin Yuan because she believed he posed no danger and that his strength was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Finally, after a day and night of travel, everyone arrived at their destination, Wolf Forest Mountain. They all got off the beast carts, and Su Chun stood at the forefront, addressing the crowd. Many of you may be familiar with Wolf Forest Mountain, but for those who are not, let me explain. There is a type of demon beast here called the Wind Wolf. Wind wolves are pack creatures, numerous in number, and most are first-level demon beasts. However, recently, someone from the Su family spotted a second-level wind wolf. At that time, there were 10 cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refining who came to Wolf Forest Mountain. And only one managed to escape. He barely fled using an Earth Escape talisman. So our goal this time is that second-level wind wolf. Upon hearing Su Chun's explanation, everyone understood. I see. A second-level demon beast is equivalent to a peak Qi refining or early foundation establishment cultivator, and with the demon beast's strong physique, it is much harder to deal with than cultivators of the same level. At this moment, the black-clad woman whispered to Lin Yuan, seemingly speaking just for him. Lin Yuan remained calm and continued to listen to Master Su's speech. This time, when we enter Wolf Forest Mountain, we will undoubtedly face a pack of wolves attacking us. So, all friends below the 10th level of Qi refining, you will handle those first-level demon beasts. The real person of 4 directions, I, and the 5 friends at the 10th level of Qi refining will reserve our strength to deal with that second-level wind wolf. Rest assured, Master Su, we all understand. With so many of us, even if 100 wind wolves come, it would be no problem. You and your fellow friends can focus on the wind wolf. A young man at the 8th level of Qi refining shouted from the crowd. Good, then we will rely on all of you. Everyone below confidently patted their chests. Now, let us set off. With Su Chun's command, everyone began to walk forward, as the mountain path was not suitable for the beast carts anymore. Let's go as well. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and made a gesture inviting the others to proceed. All right, the woman in black nodded. Among their group, Li was surrounded in the middle by many people. If a beast suddenly attacked, there would be a buffer zone, and in this situation, almost everyone had formed their own small groups. It seemed that in the previous beast cart, others had also established cooperative relationships. For instance, Su Chun and Elder Bai stood together, while the other 3 Qi refining stage 10 cultivators stayed close to each other. Lin Yuan and the woman in black naturally walked side by side, while the scattered cultivators, relying on their superior strength, didn't need to find others to cooperate. Chapter 55, 6-linked star formation, killing wind wolf. Thus, the group moved slowly into the mountains. After more than half an hour, they arrived at a clearing in the dense forest. Everyone be on guard. We are about to enter the wind wolf's territory. We'll set up a formation here as a retreat. I ask all fellow cultivators to protect me and the elder, Su Chun said to the group. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Chun looked at the scattered cultivator and the 5 Qi refining stage 10 cultivators. Elder, fellow cultivators, this formation is called the 6-linked star formation. It is capable of killing foundation establishment cultivators, and requires all 7 of us to activate it together. I hope you all can lend me your strength. No problem. No problem. 3 of them replied, and Lin Yuan and the woman in black also nodded. All right, I will lend you a hand. Thank you, Elder, and all fellow cultivators. Su Chun bowed, and then took out 6 small flags from his storage bag, which flew in front of the 6 people, 1 for each. Fellow cultivators, listen to my command. Everyone cast your spells on the formation flag simultaneously, and I will act as the formation eye to activate it together. Okay. Su Chun took out the largest formation flag, formed a few hand seals, and pointed at the flag, which then flickered with spiritual light. Fellow cultivators, let's go together. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan did not hesitate, directly forming a seal with his fingers and pointing at the formation flag. The others also cast their spells, and the 7 formation flags rose and then fell sharply into the ground. With a series of sounds, 7 beams of spiritual light shot into the sky, and the formation was fully formed. The 7 of them were inside the formation, where the scenery changed continuously, sometimes bamboo forest, sometimes desert, sometimes torrential rain, sometimes extreme heat. Ha. Fellow cultivators, this is the 6-linked star formation. This formation not only changes the scenery, but also provides genuine sensations. Being inside this formation allows us to control different environments, affecting the bodies and minds of cultivators trapped within, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness. Su Chun explained to everyone. The group looked around at the surroundings of the formation, all showing expressions of surprise. Such a formation would definitely not be cheap, costing at least 1,000 spirit stones. The head of the Su family actually had such financial resources. Even the scattered cultivator secretly sighed, feeling a hint of jealousy in his heart. Lin Yuan looked at the formation. He had once studied the 10,000 Methods 5 Elements formation and formation insights. Although he currently lacked the ability to create a large formation, after witnessing a real formation, he felt that this formation seemed somewhat unimpressive. This formation was indeed very powerful for ordinary chi refining or even foundation establishment cultivators, but compared to the 10,000 Methods 5 Elements formation, even the weakest illusion formation within was several times stronger than this formation, let alone his 5 Elements sword formation. This formation was merely an auxiliary formation. As the head of the Su family said, it influenced cultivators trapped inside by changing the environment within the formation, lacking any lethal effect, thus requiring external forces to attack those inside. This did provide an advantage against cultivators of the same level, but it would not work against those of higher levels. Lin Yuan estimated that this formation could at most trap early foundation establishment cultivators, but would struggle against those in the middle stage. The head of the Su family actually had such a powerful formation. It truly opened our eyes. Indeed, it's eye-opening. With this formation, let alone 1 wind wolf, even 2 or 3 would be no threat. You're right. The 3 chi refining stage 10 cultivators immediately flattered him. On one hand, they were complimenting him, and on the other, they genuinely felt this formation was impressive. After all, it was their first time seeing a formation capable of trapping early foundation establishment cultivators. You're being too kind. It's just a small formation. Su Chun smiled, saying it was a small formation, but he felt quite pleased in his heart. The scattered cultivator was also quite interested in the formation, but refrained from commenting due to face. Lin Yuan also offered a few compliments to avoid drawing attention. But the woman in black kept observing the formation, seemingly searching for something. Lin Yuan glanced at her, guessing she might be looking for weaknesses to break the formation. The group exited the formation, concealed it, and continued forward. The others outside the formation had only seen a few people enter and were unaware of the conversation and experiences they had, so when they emerged, no one asked too many questions. As the group delved deeper into the dense forest, they finally spotted a small wind wolf. This wind wolf was only 5 feet long. A first-level wind wolf, likely possessing the strength of a chi refining stage 3 cultivator. Upon seeing the wind wolf, the group showed no hesitation, as they were originally there to hunt wind wolves. The few cultivators at the front charged forward, brandishing various magical tools, all of which were low-grade magical instruments. The wind wolf, which had been drinking water by the river, was startled by their sudden approach. Its expression changed, and it emitted a whimpering sound as it began to retreat. One of the burly men swung a giant axe toward the wind wolf's head. The wind wolf jumped to evade, but then another person slashed with a curved knife, cutting open the wind wolf's belly. The wind wolf let out a sharp wail, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated, still having a faint breath left. The group, however, was not kind-hearted. The burly man severed the wolf's head with an axe. Ha ha. Although this wind wolf is a first-level monster, its skin and bones can still fetch some money. The burly man laughed proudly. And the one who collaborated with him also wore a satisfied expression. Just as the burly man was about to store the wind wolf's corpse in his storage bag, a voice interrupted. Fellow cultivator, please wait. The two turned to see Elderby approaching. Fellow cultivators, have you forgotten our previous agreement? This time, the slain beasts will belong to the Sioux family. Elderby paused, not continuing, but his meaning was clear. The wind wolf belonged to their Sioux family. The two were taken aback upon hearing this, then exchanged awkward smiles. Hee, Elderby is joking. We certainly remember. We were just about to store it to give to Elderby, so that is how it is. I mistakenly accused you both. In that case, I will take it. Elderby waved his hand to collect the wind wolf's corpse. The two felt quite regretful. A wind wolf's corpse could be worth 2 spirit stones, which was a significant amount for the two of them as loose cultivators. However, after considering the rewards promised by the Sioux family, they soon felt relieved. Su Chun, witnessing all this, said nothing more and continued forward. These were matters for his subordinates to handle. He did not need to pay excessive attention. Chapter 56. Battle. 7 against the wind wolf. The group continued to advance, encountering 5 or 6 wind wolves along the way, all of which were slain by several cultivators at the front, with Elderby collecting the corpses for materials. However, after killing the last wind wolf, they walked for half an hour without encountering another one. Lin Yuan, positioned in the center of the group, observed his surroundings as he walked. He quietly murmured to himself, feeling that it was too quiet around him. When they first entered the forest, they could still hear birds chirping and see a few small animals. But as they walked further, the animals became fewer, and now even the birds were silent. Lin Yuan had a vague sense of foreboding. Did you notice? It seems a bit too quiet around here. A melodious female voice reached Lin Yuan's ears. He turned to glance at the woman in black beside him, but she wasn't speaking out loud. She was using a sound transmission technique. I noticed. We are likely about to enter the wind wolf's den, Lin Yuan transmitted back. Very likely. But I have a bad feeling about this. Be careful, the woman in black warned. Understood. Lin Yuan touched his storage bag, and a talisman silently appeared in his hand. In fact, they weren't the only ones sensing something was off. Su Chun, Master Si-san, and several experienced rogue cultivators who specialized in hunting demon beasts also noticed the change and became alert. Everyone, stop, Su Chun's voice called from the center of the group. Fellow Taoists, it seems there's something strange around us. Be cautious. We might. Before Su Chun could finish, a sudden howl of wolves erupted ahead. The sound was loud, unlike what ordinary wind wolves could produce. Their first reaction was that a second-tier demon beast, the wind wolf beast, had appeared. Many people's expressions changed. They knew this was a command from the wind wolf beast to its subordinates. The group began to consolidate, and those with shields immediately raised them in preparation for battle. Everyone, prepare for battle. Lin Yuan pinched the talisman, and a golden aura shield appeared around him. The woman in black also took out a talisman, surrounding herself with a blue water attribute aura shield. Others also took out talismans or magical artifacts, while Master Si-san remained notably calm, forming a green protective aura shield around himself with a slight hand gesture. After 5 howls, dozens of wind wolves suddenly appeared from all directions, and in an instant, everyone was surrounded. Seeing this, many felt a bit panicked, as the number of wind wolves now exceeded their own. Don't panic. These wind wolves only possess the strength of the 3rd or 4th layer of chi refining. They are not to be feared. As long as we cooperate well, killing them won't be difficult, Elderby reassured everyone. Right, a bunch of beasts. How can they compare to us? A voice emerged from the crowd. Though the speaker was unknown, nonetheless, it did boost morale. Lin Yuan's spiritual sense was strong, and he recognized that the person who spoke was Elderby, who had altered his voice, indicating that they had likely discussed this in advance. Just as the words fell, a massive creature appeared directly in front of them, towering a full yard high. As everyone recognized what it was, they were left in stunned disbelief. Before them stood the king of the wind wolves, the 2nd-tier demon beast, the wind wolf beast. The wind wolf beast glared at them with a savage gaze, its eyes filled with a beastly thirst for blood and cruelty. Its gaping maw sent chills down their spines, and even Master Si-san, of the same tier, felt a sense of trepidation. The wind wolf beast exuded an aura that suggested its strength was definitely at the early stage of foundation establishment, and combined with the unique physiology of demon beasts, he would not be willing to engage it alone. The wind wolf beast glared fiercely at the crowd and let out a long howl. The other wind wolves followed suit, their collective howl creating a momentum that made everyone swallow hard, and then they charged at the group. Go! A voice shouted, and everyone surged forward, engaging in battle with the wind wolves. Each person fought against 3 or 4 wind wolves simultaneously. Although the humans were stronger, the sheer number of wind wolves made the situation chaotic for everyone. At this moment, the 7 individuals in the center did not join the fray. They merely watched the wind wolf beast ahead. The wind wolf beast noticed that these few individuals were different from the others, especially the elder in the middle, whose gaze was particularly fixated upon Master C-san. At this time, Master C-san wasted no words. Merely staring wouldn't yield results. He leaped into the air, hands forming seals as he muttered incantations. A small knife magical artifact flew out from his storage bag, appearing to be a high-quality artifact. Everyone, attack together and quickly eliminate this beast. Master C-san cast his spell while also looking at the others. Upon hearing this, several people immediately sprang into action, each taking out a magical artifact, most of which were of medium quality. Even Su Chun and the woman in black did the same. The woman in black produced a water attribute short gun, infusing it with spiritual energy, which surrounded the gun with water vapor. Lin Yuan was the last to act. He took out a sword, but it wasn't the Golden Order sword. It was the 5 elements sword he used at the beginning, activating the sword control technique to unleash a golden sword light. Everyone cast their spells together, and 7 magical artifacts shot towards the wind wolf beast at the same time. The wind wolf beast roared in anger, not choosing to confront them directly. With a flash of wind attribute aura surrounding it, it leaped away, evading their attacks effortlessly. The scene left everyone stunned. They knew the wind wolf beast could use wind techniques and was fast, but they didn't expect it to be so quick and able to dodge their attacks so easily. This beast is too fast. Let us work together to suppress it and block all its escape routes so it has nowhere to hide, Master C-san ordered again, controlling the small knife to fly towards the wind wolf beast while the others followed suit, relentlessly pursuing their attacks. The wind wolf beast deftly dodged among the trees, and their attacks failed to keep up with its speed. Time and again, the group found themselves helpless against it, as the wind wolf beast nimbly evaded their attacks. Just as it leaped to dodge Lin Yuan's golden sword light, a hammer suddenly flew in from nowhere and struck it squarely on the nose. The wind wolf beast howled in pain, and the group was momentarily stunned. They turned to see a chi-refining 8th-layer cultivator not far away who had thrown the hammer casually, and that person awkwardly smiled at the collective gaze of the group. However, this action enraged the wind wolf beast. Its calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a savage expression as it roared and charged at the group, surrounded by several wind blades. "Quick, retreat!" Su Chun exclaimed, and everyone sensed the terrifying presence of the wind blades surrounding the wind wolf beast. None dared to confront it. In an instant, the wind wolf beast appeared right in front of everyone, and they all activated their protective golden light. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Smoke filled the air as the wind blades struck the protective golden light. The wind wolf beast's attack sent everyone flying back. Master C-san was pushed back several feet in the air, while others were flung dozens of steps away, crashing to the ground. At a critical moment, Lin Yuan's dual defense of the golden light talisman and protective golden light proved effective, preventing him from falling to the ground. He spiraled in the air before gently landing. Seeing the woman in black flying toward him, Lin Yuan used his magical power to gently push her back, allowing her to land softly. The woman in black turned to Lin Yuan and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Chapter 57. Combined attack on the demon wolf. Unexpected crisis. This demon beast is too fast. Be careful, Lin Yuan reminded. At that moment, the scattered real person in the air formed hand seals, condensing green spiritual energy at his fingertips. He pointed, sending a beam of green light shooting towards the wind wolf beast. The wind wolf beast kicked back with its front legs, raising its body halfway up and dodging the attack. The green light struck the ground, but the attack was not over. The scattered real person revealed a slight smile. And suddenly, dozens of green vines sprouted from the spot the green light hit, swiftly climbing up the wind wolf beast's limbs. In just a few moments, they tightly entangled the wind wolf beast's body. The wind wolf beast struggled with all its might to break free from the vines, but was unsuccessful and instead became even more tightly bound. What are you waiting for? Attack! I can't hold out much longer. The scattered real person shouted to the group on the ground, clearly struggling with his spellcasting. Prompted by his shout, everyone reacted, gathering their spiritual energy to unleash attacks of different colors: fireballs, earth spikes, golden light, green light, and various other assaults. The woman in black recited a spell, summoning 7 or 8 ice spikes in front of her, pushing them forward to shoot at the wind wolf beast. Lin Yuan threw 5 fireball talismans at the wind wolf beast. Various attacks struck the wind wolf beast, which let out a painful howl. Although the wind wolf beast was fast and powerful in its attacks, its defense was quite mediocre, and everyone's attacks were effective. After struggling for a while, more than 10 small wind wolves rushed to the front of the wind wolf beast to help shield it from damage. The group's attacks could easily blow a small wind wolf to pieces, and Lin Yuan even used his mother-child 5 elements sword to slice 2 small wind wolves in half with golden sword light. As more wind wolves ran up to block damage for the wind wolf beast, Lin Yuan felt quite moved by the scene, so he struck down 2 more wind wolves. Feeling moved was one thing, but he had no thoughts of holding back. Over the years, he learned that in life and death struggles, it was either you die or I die. Showing mercy to the opponent was like pushing oneself off a cliff. After the wind wolf's fearless delays, the wind wolf beast's body flickered with white light, seemingly gathering energy. Suddenly, it let out a roar, and its spiritual energy exploded, shattering the vines binding it and freeing itself. The scattered real person felt a sweetness in his throat, being pushed back several steps before steadying himself. He had suffered some backlash from his own spell casting, and those green vines were his strongest means of trapping an enemy. If even this couldn't hold it, he would be helpless. Once the wind wolf beast broke free, the white light around its body disappeared, revealing that it was panting heavily, obviously having exhausted a lot of energy. However, it did not rest. It roared in anger and unleashed dozens of wind blades at the group. Facing the wind blades, some forced themselves to resist and were pushed back several dozen steps, while others, due to their agility, dodged the attacks. Lin Yuan clearly belonged to the latter group. He utilized the void step from mundane martial arts to evade the incoming attacks with a few quick movements. At this moment, both sides had consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. The scattered real person was unscathed, while Su Chun, as his master, had exerted the most effort during the previous attack and was now panting heavily. The other 3 were also showing signs of fatigue. In contrast, Lin Yuan had not consumed much spiritual energy. He had only used the basic golden sword light from the sword control technique and talisman attacks, which consumed the least energy. Next, everyone took back their magical tools. The little knife that the scattered real person had transformed into a large blade as he charged towards the wind wolf beast. This beast is running low on spiritual energy. Let's all attack together and eliminate it. The others certainly followed suit. Lin Yuan retracted his mother-child 5 elements sword and charged forward after the others. The woman in black extended her hand to grab a short gun, surrounded by wind blades. The wind wolf beast prepared for close combat. Lin Yuan executed the breaking void sword technique, able to launch powerful sword energy attacks even from a distance. He slashed down with his sword, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, sending golden sword energy towards the wind wolf beast's head. The wind wolf beast raised its head, and a wind blade collided with it, canceling each other out. Soon, various wounds appeared on the wind wolf beast, and others began to sustain injuries as well. Eventually, under the combined attack of several people, the wind wolf beast charged up and directly knocked everyone back, sending 7 people flying over 10 feet and crashing to the ground. However, this was the wind wolf beast's last desperate strike, and after this, it collapsed on the ground, motionless. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Everyone scrambled to get up. Although that last attack seemed powerful, it only knocked them back and did not cause much harm. Lin Yuan stood up from the ground, spitting out the dirt in his mouth. Damn it, dying struggles made me eat a mouthful of dirt. To everyone's surprise, the first to vent his dissatisfaction was the scattered real person. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he too had been knocked down, feeling even more frustrated than the others. Thank you, seniors and fellow Taoists. Now that the wind wolf beast has fallen, the remaining small wind wolves are not to be feared. I will ensure that everyone receives their rewards when we return. Then thank you in advance, Master Su. Thank you. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, everyone smiled brightly. And Lin Yuan and the woman in black also gave a symbolic cupping of their hands. Lin Yuan turned to look around. Noticing that others were still engaged in a difficult battle with the small wind wolves, and the situation still seemed unfavorable. For some reason, even though their king had fallen, the small wind wolves did not flee as expected, but instead fought more fiercely. Wait, this kind of pack-dwelling beast shouldn't be like this. Do they have another leader? Lin Yuan pondered. As Su Chun stepped forward to finally behead the wind wolf beast to recover its body, a chilling wolf howl suddenly echoed from a distance, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Ah, woo. This sound was even louder than the wind wolf beast they had just defeated. A dense swarm of creatures charged from the distance, and upon closer inspection, it was found to be hundreds of wind wolves, led by 2 more wind wolf beasts that seemed even stronger than the one they had just defeated. How could there be 2 more wind wolf beasts? Su Chun's heart raced, an unprecedented fear washing over him. One wind wolf beast had already exhausted them to their limits. With 2 more, in their current state, they would only face a fate of being food. Upon seeing the emergence of the wind wolf beasts in the distance, Lin Yuan turned and ran without a second thought, this time not hiding his strength. He directly took out a flying magical tool he had obtained from the Nine Souls Taoist storage bag and flew away. The woman in black also noticed Lin Yuan's actions, her face hidden under her hat showing surprise, but she had no time to think, instinctively trusting Lin Yuan. She also took out a flying magical tool and fled. The third to react was the scattered real person, whose spiritual sense was stronger than the others and who noticed earlier. He took off into the air alongside the woman in black. The rest of the group, some noticing the 3 and some not, were caught off guard. Those who did notice were momentarily stunned, while those who didn't were still observing the situation until someone finally shouted, "Run." This time, it was truly a case of the tree falling and the monkeys scattering. Almost no one hesitated any longer and immediately turned to flee in all directions, in utter disarray. One of the pursuing wind wolf beasts changed its gaze, seemingly locking onto its prey and charging at full speed in one direction. Chapter 58. 2 Paths of Escape. Disastrous defeat. After the woman in black caught up, she teased, "Aren't you the same, fellow cultivator? I can see that your strength is not just what you've shown, it's definitely stronger." Lin Yuan quickly responded, "Mutual." Just as the two were conversing, a figure in the distance glanced at them but immediately moved further away, faster than either of them. This person was, of course, the Windwalker. Upon seeing the two and the magic tools they were standing on, the Windwalker's expression changed, and he inwardly cursed them. These 2 young ones are so insidious, disregarding martial ethics, hiding their means while everyone else is struggling. He had noticed Lin Yuan earlier because Lin Yuan seemed to have sensed the danger before him and ran faster. When he first saw the 2, he felt they were not simple characters. If it weren't for the danger behind him, he would have wanted to catch them and investigate their methods. Just as he was pondering this, his expression suddenly changed, and at the same time, Lin Yuan's face also shifted. "What's wrong?" The woman in black immediately asked upon noticing Lin Yuan's expression. "2 windwolf beasts are chasing us." "What?" The woman in black's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. Lin Yuan took a glance at the distant Windwalker and felt that the windwolf beasts were definitely pursuing the strongest Windwalker. Without saying a word, he flew towards a direction away from the Windwalker. The Windwalker cursed the little fox under his breath, but immediately controlled his flying magic tool to accelerate. When the woman in black saw Lin Yuan change direction, she followed suit. The pursuing windwolf beasts seemed to have sensed the 3 of them splitting into 2 directions, and both charged off in different directions. Lin Yuan's expression grew darker. He initially thought the windwolf beasts were only after the Windwalker, but now it seemed they wanted to pursue both groups. The windwolf beast behind them was definitely more troublesome than the first one they encountered. "What now?" The woman in black noticed Lin Yuan's increasingly serious expression. "Did you not detect the pursuers behind us?" Lin Yuan turned and asked. The woman in black expanded her consciousness to probe behind, initially not sensing much, just a dangerous aura. However, after a few breaths, a windwolf beast entered her range, and it was getting closer. The woman in black's expression changed. The windwolf beast was much faster than the 2 of them, and under these conditions, they would definitely be caught. She glanced at Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Let me remind you, do not think about running separately. If we stick together and cooperate, we might have a chance. If we separate, one of us will definitely be caught first, and by then, there will be no power to resist. Once one of us is dealt with, the other will surely be targeted again, and it will be impossible to escape." Lin Yuan articulated the stakes first. He was also worried that the woman in black might abandon him to escape. Although the windwolf beast might not necessarily pursue him first, there was always a possibility, and he couldn't afford that possibility. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the woman in black had indeed considered running separately. But now Lin Yuan's reasoning made sense, and she couldn't bear the consequences of splitting up. What do we do? It's getting closer. Lin Yuan looked back. The wind wolf beast was running atop the treetops, its body constantly flickering, and it was already less than 100 feet away. Damn it, let's fight it. This time, no holding back. Go all out, or we'll have no chance left. I know, the woman in black replied to Lin Yuan. The two stopped in midair. They immediately formed a protective spiritual light around themselves and took out their talismans. The woman in black only took out one talisman, while Lin Yuan took out three, forming 3 layers of different elemental energy shields. Lin Yuan then retrieved a blue shield, also obtained from the Nine Souls Taoist storage bag. He then tapped his storage bag again, and 2 flying swords flew out, 1 gold and 1 red, hovering above them. Seeing Lin Yuan's extravagant display of talismans and high-grade magical tools surprised her greatly. She had sensed that he was extraordinary, but she never expected him to be this extraordinary. Now, with his refined techniques and consciousness, Lin Yuan could control 2 top-tier magical tools simultaneously, those 2 flying swords being the Golden Order Sword and the Red Fire Sword. The woman in black also took out a blue flying sword from her storage bag, surrounded by immense ice elemental energy, which was also a top-tier ice attribute magical tool. Not inferior to Lin Yuan's Golden Order Sword and Red Fire Sword at all. Lin Yuan glanced at her. Based on the previous battle, he had a rough understanding of her abilities. She cultivated ice or water techniques, and judging by her methods, she likely had other hidden cards as well. The two exchanged a look and simultaneously formed hand seals. The 2 flying swords above Lin Yuan glimmered with golden and red light, each exuding an intimidating chill, their sword bodies seemingly doubling in length. This was the maximum power he could exert with the sword glow. The woman in black's blue ice sword, under the urging of her spiritual energy, manifested 7 or 8 ice spikes around it, flashing with blue light, significantly increasing its power. Go! They both shouted in unison. The 3 flying swords shot towards the Windwolf beast, surprising them both when the Windwolf beast did not choose to use its speed advantage to evade the swords but charged straight at them, intending to clash head-on. A wind vortex appeared in front of the Windwolf beast, enveloping its entire body and forming a protective layer. As the 3 flying swords collided, they were sent flying in an instant. What? Lin Yuan and the woman in black were both shocked. Their full power attack had been so easily neutralized by this beast, causing them to feel some fear. The gap between the foundation establishment stage and the chi refinement stage was truly not something that magical tools and techniques could bridge. They reined in their flying swords, and Lin Yuan took out 10 fireball talismans, the maximum number he could control at once, and threw them at the Windwolf beast. 10 fireballs hit it, but there was no effect. The wind shield surrounding it showed no signs of weakening. Not good, quickly defend. Lin Yuan raised the shield in his hand, and the woman in black sidestepped behind Lin Yuan. She didn't have as many defensive talismans or magical tools as Lin Yuan, and could only hide behind him. Lin Yuan hadn't expected her to do this. But before they could react, the Windwolf beast was already upon them. 5 wind blades suddenly manifested, crashing violently towards the two. The 2 layers of shields were like paper, easily sliced through in an instant. The Golden Shield Talisman, a high-grade talisman, only held for a brief moment before being breached. Fortunately, with the support of the high-grade shield magical tool, the 2 were still knocked back, flying 100 feet away, while the Windwolf beast unleashed a massive wind blade. If this wind blade struck either of them, it would slice them in half. Lin Yuan reacted quickly, executing a air step to adjust his position in midair, raising the shield in front of him. A loud crash echoed. Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, being knocked back again and colliding into the woman in black. And the 2 went tumbling off the edge of a cliff. The Windwolf beast approached the cliff's edge, looked down at the endless abyss below, paused briefly, and then turned to leave. Chapter 59. The mysterious cave. It was unclear how long it had been, but Lin Yuan groggily woke up from his unconscious state. He wanted to open his eyes, but they felt as heavy as lead, and his body wouldn't respond at all, leaving him completely immobile. However, his consciousness gradually became clearer. Lin Yuan felt as if he were lying on a soft cotton bed, which was very comfortable and brought him a sense of ease he hadn't felt in a long time. What happened to me? This was Lin Yuan's first question. He struggled to remember what he had been doing before, why he felt so drained, as if he had worked 2 days straight in the fields and hadn't slept all night. It was exhausting. Just as his mind was racing with these thoughts, his awareness became sharper, and he tried to move his fingers, feeling like he could control them. He worked hard to move his right hand, gradually increasing the range of movement until he grasped something strange. Finally, Lin Yuan's eyes slowly opened, and the first thing he saw was the face of a strange woman. The woman was stunningly beautiful, a true beauty that could make the moon hide and flowers feel ashamed. Her fair complexion was mesmerizing. Upon seeing her face, Lin Yuan was first shocked. This woman was the most beautiful he had seen in his 20 years of life, without a doubt. But then, Lin Yuan instinctively became alert, looking at his and the woman's bodies. A chill ran down his back, and he jumped up in fright, only to stumble and fall back onto the ground. Cough, cough, cough. After falling to the ground, Lin Yuan coughed a few times, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He took deep breaths to calm himself down. He couldn't recall much else at the moment, but he knew he was injured, and it was serious. Lin Yuan's chest rose and fell continuously as he took a small bottle from his storage bag and swallowed 3 pills, which improved his condition. Sitting on the ground with his back against the stone wall, he looked at the breathtaking beauty lying on the floor. When he saw the woman's clothing, he finally remembered everything that had happened. This was the woman in black who had collaborated with him. It was no wonder she had hidden her appearance. If people saw her, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Lin Yuan recalled how they had both fallen off a cliff, and his body had crashed into hers. Surprisingly, she had channeled a burst of spiritual energy into him to alleviate the impact on his body, which was quite helpful. When they fell off the cliff, Lin Yuan had used the last bit of his remaining consciousness to summon a soul banner, enveloping them both in black, ghostly energy to cushion their fall. He used his earth escape technique to pull the woman into the cliff wall, intending to find a ledge that could support them both. However, he was unexpectedly sucked in by a mysterious force, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, it was to this scene. Phew, what bad luck. Lin Yuan shook his head. He had initially planned to take it easy during the mission, and he had succeeded at first. But that damned Su Chan hadn't done his homework. There was more than one wind wolf beast on this mountain. Thinking of this made him grit his teeth in frustration. Frustration aside, now that things were like this, there was no point in being angry. He needed to find a way to heal his injuries before getting out. With the help of the pills, Lin Yuan's condition had improved, and he could move normally again. But he needed to be careful not to overuse his spiritual power, or it would exacerbate his injuries. Lin Yuan stood up and looked around. The cave was dimly lit, but not so dark that he couldn't see. This cave gave him an indescribable feeling. He took out 2 talismans and threw them into the air. The talismans transformed into 2 small orbs of light, specifically used for illumination. The light orbs floated gently to the walls and stuck there, illuminating the entire cave. At that moment, Lin Yuan realized that this was a large cave, much bigger than the spirit vein cave he had rented, at least 5 or 6 times larger. Could this also be a cultivator's cave? It appeared to be very ancient. Lin Yuan took a few steps forward and picked up a stick-like object from the ground. When he gently squeezed it, it turned to dust, clearly very old and brittle. He saw a pile of dusty material, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the remnants of wooden furniture, still showing some signs of its former shape. Perhaps this was a cave left behind by a cultivator from long ago. Lin Yuan dusted off his hands and stood up. He suddenly turned back to glance at the unconscious woman in black on the ground, then walked over, took her wrist, and couldn't help but admire her beautiful hand, as fair as jade. Coupled with her stunning face, it was hard not to be moved. However, Lin Yuan, though not a paragon of virtue, would not kick someone when they were down. Moreover, her virginity could help him in his future foundation establishment. He didn't want to lose out on something big over something small. He lifted her hand to check her pulse. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Lin Yuan put her hand down, slightly furrowing his brows. To be honest, the woman's injuries were a bit tricky. Not only had she suffered internal injuries from the impact, but her spiritual power had also been excessively consumed, leading to her unconscious state. Lin Yuan sighed and took out a pill from his storage bag. He propped her up and placed the pill in her mouth. This pill was specially made to dissolve instantly, directly entering the woman's body. After laying her back down, Lin Yuan stood up. When she would wake up next was up to her. After doing all this, Lin Yuan turned to continue exploring the cave. After walking a short distance, he saw 3 stone doors, which surely led to the inner chambers. Lin Yuan approached the nearest stone door and pushed it with all his might. Surprisingly, the stone door wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. Although it took some effort, he managed to open it. Stepping through the stone door, he took out 2 talismans again, transforming them into 2 light orbs that flew to the walls, brightening the interior. He looked around. The ground was quite clean, and there was a stone table and stone bench, with a shelf in the back that had long since rotted away. On the stone table were a jade slip and a green pearl that emitted a faint green glow. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement upon seeing this, but he didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he took out a talisman which transformed into a water ball. With a gentle flick of his finger, the water ball flew toward the stone table and splashed against it without any incident. After trying a few more talismans and confirming there was no danger, he slowly approached. He first picked up the green pearl, which was slightly smaller than his fist. It was engraved with irregular patterns, resembling a mythical beast, somewhat like a flood dragon and somewhat like a qilin. After examining it, Lin Yuan found no other notable features and sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy. After studying it without any results, he shifted his focus to the jade slip. Picking it up, he saw several large characters inscribed on it. Great Corpse Puppet Technique. Chapter 60. Ancient Cultivation Methods. Mysterious Opportunities. Lin Yuan gazed at the jade slip in his hand. The name of this technique seemed related to the crafting of puppets, and the characters were written in an ancient script. He had learned a bit of this while at the sect from Elder Wang, so he recognized some of it. He probed his consciousness into it. The technique was divided into 3 parts: the Great Corpse Puppet Technique, the Spirit Manipulation Method, and the Soul Extraction Technique. The art of puppet cultivation refers to the method of creating puppets. The Divine Spirit Technique is a practice for cultivating spiritual consciousness, and only with a strong consciousness can one control more puppets simultaneously. The Soul Extraction Technique is the method of extracting the souls of living beings and injecting them into puppets. Only puppets infused with souls can be considered truly cultivated. Lin Yuan briefly glanced at the contents of the technique, but since it was written in ancient script, he found it particularly difficult to read, recognizing only a little over half of the characters. After looking at it a few times, he put away the jade slip containing the technique. This jade slip might have been left behind by ancient cultivators, but he couldn't cultivate it for now. Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful, but wasn't in a hurry. He directly stored the jade slip in his storage bag along with the green jade bead. After exiting the first cave, he walked towards another one. Pushing open the stone door with difficulty and lighting a fire, he found this cave even more spacious, containing only one item: a coffin. Lin Yuan approached to take a closer look and felt that it seemed to be made of iron, dark in color, with a faint chill emanating from it, giving him a sense of unease. He didn't know where he found the courage, but he wanted to open the coffin, possibly motivated by the techniques and treasures he had just obtained. As soon as his hand touched the coffin lid, a chill ran down his spine, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself. At that moment, cold sweat streamed down Lin Yuan's forehead. The instant he made contact with the coffin, the spiritual energy within him was immediately sealed, and his soul felt as if it were being imprisoned, causing him to be terrified. What kind of material is this, so bizarre? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, breathing heavily as he stared at the coffin. Just then, a green light emitted from his storage bag, flickering and dimming. He noticed it and pulled out the green jade bead he had found earlier. The moment the jade bead appeared in his hand, he felt a connection between it and the object inside the coffin. As he brought the jade bead closer to the coffin, the green light brightened, and when he stepped back, the light dimmed. Lin Yuan understood that the jade bead was definitely related to the coffin. After some hesitation, he glanced outside the door, thinking to himself that if he didn't secure the treasures in this cave now, he might not be able to obtain them so easily once the woman woke up, and he might even have to share some of them. Gritting his teeth, he walked over again, following the subtle guidance of the jade bead. He carefully placed his hand back on the iron coffin. This time, surprisingly, he didn't feel the same sensation as before, and his magical power and soul felt unbound. Lin Yuan looked at the green jade bead, certain that it was the reason for this change. He no longer hesitated and used all his strength to push open the coffin lid. Halfway through, he saw a figure lying inside, dressed in a black cloak, with skin that appeared slightly silver white. The figure was bound with black iron chains around the arms, chest, and waist, giving off a bizarre aura. Just as Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the corpse, the green jade bead suddenly shot out a green light directly towards Lin Yuan's forehead. Lin Yuan was startled, but immediately information appeared in his mind, revealing the relationship between the corpse and the green jade bead, along with various details about the corpse inside the coffin. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. then suddenly came to himself, showing a look of astonishment, but quickly shifted to one of joy. Without further hesitation, he patted his storage bag, intending to store the coffin and the corpse together, but he found that it wouldn't fit inside, which was somewhat unexpected. With no other choice, he summoned a small cauldron, which immediately sucked the coffin inside. Lin Yuan then patted his chest in satisfaction, relieved, and stored the green jade bead again. After doing all this, Lin Yuan excitedly walked out and hurried to the third cave. Upon opening the door, he saw a stone bed and 2 stone tables. This time, he found another item, a jade slip placed on one of the stone tables. Lin Yuan revealed an excited smile, walked over, and picked up the jade slip, which bore the words Ice Soul Technique. At a glance, he knew it was an ice attribute technique. Currently, he was cultivating a gold attribute technique. This was not the technique he most desired, but if it turned out to be powerful, he wouldn't mind switching to it. As he probed his spiritual consciousness into it, he soon sighed and withdrew it, showing a look of regret on his face. After probing, he was met with a layer of restriction, and a line of text appeared. This technique could only be cultivated by those with water attribute or ice attribute spiritual roots. If not, one wouldn't even be able to probe into it. Water spiritual roots, ice spiritual roots, such restrictions existed. Lin Yuan let out a bitter smile, realizing that his 5 spiritual roots were likely too low. Just as Lin Yuan felt regretful, a woman's voice came from outside the door, causing him to become immediately alert. However, seeing that it was the woman in black standing outside, he relaxed, casually putting away the jade slip and responding with a hint of bitterness. "Oh, I was just troubled that we had entered here without finding a way out." "Oh, is that so?" The woman in black nodded, her expression very calm. At this moment, she no longer wore the hat that concealed her appearance, as her face had already been revealed. She had noticed it upon waking up, and further covering would serve no purpose and might hinder what she wanted to do next. She recalled the moment Lin Yuan saved her after they fell off the cliff. Although she had immediately fainted afterward, she still clearly remembered Lin Yuan pulling her. She seemed not to have noticed Lin Yuan putting away the jade slip. Her expression remained unchanged as she cupped her hands and said, "Lu Daoyu, I want to apologize to you. During the attack by the wind wolf beast, my defensive artifact was simply not comparable to your talisman artifact, so I could only hide behind you. I am truly sorry." Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting her to apologize. "Lu Daoyu need not apologize, it's only natural. I'm not unreasonable. Besides, I also remember that when I was knocked back, Lu Daoyu helped me by injecting a strand of spiritual energy into me, which alleviated the impact on my body. It was because of this that we could survive. So let us consider this even. Thank you, Lu Daoyu. You are truly magnanimous. When I was fainting earlier, I vaguely felt a strand of spiritual energy healing my injuries. It must have been a pill you gave me, right?" "Indeed." Lin Yuan nodded, as there was no need for concealment between the two of them. "Lu Xiong, I have a request that I hope you can agree to." Unknowingly, the woman in black had changed how she addressed Lin Yuan from Daoyu to Lu Xiong, and from small girl to little sister. "What is it?"